Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1576 of the War News stream. And tonight we have massive news out of the Middle East, and also massive news out of Moscow. Today's been insane, to say the least. Russia is currently panicking. The propagandists are running around like chickens with their heads cut off, as Moscow's been devastated by major attacks. And also a new one apparently happening right now. We're also seeing that Israeli battles with Iranian forces are escalating in Lebanon, and the Iranian talks are collapsing as we speak. And right now, the Iranians are not traveling to meet the U.S. officials inside of Switzerland. We're also seeing that Russia's attacked a drone facility with covert forces in France, of all places, apparently earlier today. And we have a lot of news tonight, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear major breaking news, pretty good news on all fronts over the course of the day. We have been able to hear that within the city of Moscow, which is currently under relentless and continuous drone attacks by Ukrainian armed forces, that the Moscow refinery, the Kopotnya refinery within the southeastern area of the city, is continuing to boil in a roaring inferno, with toxic black smoke now covering the entirety of the Moscow metropolitan area, home to around 11 million Russians. That's 10% of the entire population of the Russian Federation. At this moment in time, the Russian government appears to be in shock along with the Russian propagandists, as many appear to be absolutely gobstopped by the damage that has been caused by the Ukrainian attacks yesterday and the damage that is still being caused as a result of the attacks still ongoing today. We've also been able to note that new Ukrainian drones have been used in the midst of these attacks against the Russian oil refinery, and we've also been able to get some of the most interesting bombshell news and reports of the day, that some of the largest and most critical damage caught on film by Russian citizens last night on the attack on the Kopotnya refinery refinery was done by none other than the Russian air defenses, as Russian air defenses misfired, firing into the refinery and destroying one of the major oil tanks, which has now captivated pictures, including our thumbnail, over the course of the day of the damage and scope of the destruction seen at the refinery. We have also been able to see that the city of Moscow's emergency response forces are attempting to battle the blaze by sending helicopters over the fire, dropping thousands of gallons of water at a time onto the fire. So far, it has not proven to be effective. In the meantime, citizens of Moscow are already making rushes onto the gas pumps and are trying to get as much fuel as they can, storing it in any kind of storage container that they can find at the moment. We've also been able to see that the Russian Federation has stated that they'll be conducting even larger attacks as a reprisal against the state of Ukraine for the attack on the Kopotnya refinery, amongst many other statements, including an increasing fuel shortage, which is now beginning to grip almost the entirety of the Russian Federation as of today. The United States Department of State has also issued do not travel warnings for the entirety of the Russian Federation, warning U.S. citizens that for some reason would ever be going to Russia, that basically every city in Russia is under almost daily attacks at this point, and it is extremely dangerous to be in the area, not because the Ukrainians are going to attack American citizens, but because they might inhale the toxic smoke of whatever the Ukrainians just blew up nearby inside the city. We've also been able to hear that Solovyov, after having a literal minute of silence on one of the top propaganda channels on Russian state TV due to the absolute shock of the strikes, and then stated that the Russians need to just tighten up their belts because war is all about sacrifice, and the 4-day war of unamounting victory for the Russian Federation has now turned into one of endless sacrifice for the Russian citizenry. In the meantime, we've also been able to see that significant drone attacks have been conducted by the armed forces of Ukraine against the M14 highway, the city of Mariupol, Luhansk, the entirety of Crimea, and satellite photography has come out to show that the entirety of the oil depots at Ust-Labinsk were destroyed in the prior strikes by the armed forces of Ukraine. We've also been able to get additional details as well from the Ukrainian armed forces that F-16s from Belgium will be arriving within the ranks of the Ukrainian Air Force here within the near future, as well as Ukrainian strikes hitting railway trains in the area of Bryansk and also hitting road checkpoints in the area of the Bryansk Oblast additionally. Russian losses were also exceedingly high today, as we have been able to hear of positive news coming out of Europe in terms of Ukraine's support, as we have heard that the German Defense Minister Pistorius has pledged that the Federal Republic of Germany will continue to provide more PAC-3 Patriot air defense missiles and interceptors to the state of Ukraine to help them to defend their major cities against Russian ballistic and cruise missile attacks. The Admiral Grigorovich, the small Russian corvette or frigate that fired upon a British sailing vessel within the English Channel, has actually ended up running out of fuel and almost going adrift, requiring several dangerous refueling operations to be conducted in the United Kingdom's near territorial waters to be able to try and keep it operational and not going adrift and running aground onto the rocks of the British coast. We've also been able to additionally hear that the Russians appear to have conducted some sort of a covert attack against a French drone factory near to Paris, and in the midst of all this, really good news has come out of the Middle East today. As of right now, while we're on air, this is actually a developing story. The Israelis are conducting one of the largest ground offensives in southern Lebanon that we have seen up until this point, which is a direct response to the Hezbollah rocket attacks that were conducted on northern Israel just earlier this morning. The Iranians have threatened and have now acted upon their threats that if the Israelis continue their attacks against Hezbollah forces, they will withdraw from the ongoing U.S.-led peace talks and will return to war, not only striking at Israel, but at the United States. At this moment, the Vice President and the Iranian delegations have both canceled their visits to Switzerland, where they were going to start ironing out the deals of the final peace treaty, and we have also seen additionally that the United States has officially lifted its blockade today on the blockade line at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. But before we get into all of that news, we actually have breaking news that appears to be coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, folks. So tonight is going to be a crazy night yet again, I would say, on this stream as well. Last night was kind of crazy. Tonight's about to be even crazier because we have two major things we're tracking literally live right now at this very minute. Moscow is still under an active attack. We will be seeing footage come out of the explosions inside of Moscow very soon. And also, literally right now at this very minute, the talks are collapsing between the U.S. and Iran, and things are going sideways very quickly. And it looks like it's happening a lot quicker than I thought it was. Right now, we are seeing being that the Israeli ground invasion that they just launched inside of southern Lebanon is apparently intending to capture a bunker complex near the strategic town of Nabatea tonight. So that appears to be the objective. Israel's doing a very quick assault on southern Lebanon, which is the reason why the talks are collapsing between Iran and the United States. So right now that appears to be the goal. And also, Iranian officials are now issuing threats to attack U.S. forces over the situation. So it is going sideways. I actually called this last night. I said, I think the Iranians are going to sabotage the talks, and it looks like that is the case as of right now. So we're tracking major stories right now, but Enforcer, that is the breaking news, just to let you know exactly what the Israelis are going for inside of southern Lebanon.
And we'll be making sure to get into that a little bit later on the night. It's not going to be that much later on the night. It's one of the news segments that's going to be up towards the front. But in the meantime, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the breaking news that we have for the day, which primarily has come out of the capital of the Russian Federation, Moscow, over just the past 24 hours. And so moving us on into that major news, which I cannot state enough, today's news is major that came out of Moscow. Gather your kids around, find your wife, find your husband, or whoever the hell you're living with, your roommates or whatnot. Get them all gathered around, folks, because we're about to be going through one of the craziest days that we've seen in Moscow's history. I don't even think anything's come close to this in Russia's national history as to what's going on in the city of Moscow today. So let us move on and into our first major breaking news story of the day in Moscow City. Right now at this moment, just to make sure to keep y'all all apprised of what we're dealing with right now first, and then cover everything that's been happening over the day second. Right now, Ukrainian armed forces are still conducting ongoing drone attacks against the Moscow region, as reports did come out that the Varinya, Muzhaysk, Novominsk, Dorokovo, and surrounding areas of the Moscow region were under a drone attack once again at the moment. We also were able to see that at this time right now, the Russian Federation does appear to be in what we can only describe as an unmitigated crisis at this point throughout the entirety of the Moscow region. The airspace has been closed once again, as we can see on Flight Radar 24, and it does appear that a large amount of aircraft that were attempting to land at Moscow's airports are still being put in long holding patterns as they wait for the airspace to eventually clear out. Most of these flights are most likely going to end up being diverted due to the fact that these ongoing drone attacks are quite significant, to say the least, and we have seen that at this point, it doesn't really appear that the attacks are slowing down. It actually appears that it is a continuous ongoing waves or campaign of attacks in waves that are being conducted against the city of Moscow. And to get y'all into the major news that we've seen today, we have to move on down and into the area of the Kopotnya refinery. Many of y'all will know that this was covered on air last night when the attack was happening live. But there's been a lot of additional details that have happened over the course of the day, which has made the aftermath of the Kopotnya attack and the Kopotnya fire as large or even larger news than the initial attack itself. And a large amount of additional footage has also come out of yesterday's attack, which has allowed us to piece together a much more accurate image in greater detail of what exactly happened in sequence or in proper order yesterday that led to the significant fires and explosions that we saw on film. Moving us on and into the first part of the story, Ukrainian drones were seen flying over the area of Kopotnya, showing that these drones had actually flown south of the Moscow air defense perimeter and then back around, apparently using the A108 highway and the R105 to navigate into Moscow's air defense perimeter from the southeast. The southeastern region and the northwestern regions or northeastern regions of the air defense perimeter are actually considered to be some of the weaker parts of the air defense ring. And I actually show you what we have publicly mapped out right here. This is the air defense ring that exists around the Moscow area. As you can see, the Kopotnya refinery.
Man, it's just enough to protect basically the entire country around the biggest city in Russia, really. So you'd think with all this stuff right here, you would think they could protect their capital, but apparently that's not the case.
Well, you know, man, you're really expecting way too much, honestly, Matthew, out of this. I mean, this is only several hundred air defense systems in Moscow. This is more than they had around Germany and Berlin during the Second World War or London during the Second World War. Honestly, I think you're expecting way too much out of modern air defense systems. Clearly, it takes hundreds of them to defend a single city. But one thing that is important for us to look at here is that the Kopotnya refinery is right here. And if y'all notice, there is a little gap right around here, around this RT symbol on the map, the blue marker, where there isn't really that many Panzer air defense systems or S-400s. And because of that, this is actually one of the weaker areas of the Moscow air defense perimeter that we know of. You can also see a similar gap of this type existing within the northwestern area as well, right up here, which is also significantly important to speak of because these are the weakest links of the entire air defense perimeter in the city. Drones that try and make it through these little corridors actually have a pretty decent chance and success of making it all the way into the inner area of the city. And so far, all of our prior attacks, including yesterday's, have shown that these attack vectors appear to be quite successful in what they're aiming for. We also were able to see that in the midst of the ongoing drone attacks that are happening today, just to kind of show you all how bad things are getting in Moscow, some of the Russian air defense personnel are now whipping out these.
Oh, please.
Makarov pistols.
What the hell? Like, what is? Wait a minute. Is this serious or is this a joke?
This is real. Like, you're about to see in a second. They're legitimately trying to shoot down. Someone else shot it down, but this guy was legitimately firing a Makarov at one of the incoming drones because this is about all they have left in the city.
Son of a gun. What the heck? Let's see the rest of it.
And there goes the drone.
He definitely didn't get that with that Makarov, by the way.
No, he did not. Like, he did not get that with the Makarov at all. But in the midst of all the ongoing drone attacks today, there's been a much bigger story going on from the attack yesterday, like we've been getting to a little bit here and there. In the midst of the the attacks from yesterday, we did get to confirm that the drones that the Ukrainians used against the Kopotnya refinery are actually a reversed engineered variant of a Shahed. This one right here. This little stubby thing. And remember, Matthew, yesterday you said, is this a Shahed? And I said, it probably isn't because it looks to have a stubbier nose and wider wings. And that was actually dead on the nail. We didn't know the type yesterday, but this is actually a stricken kamikaze drone, which is very similar in design to the Shahed, but with some critical differences.
I would say at this point, the Iranian Shahed 136 is the most copied weapon design it could be in history, actually. The U.S. has their version, the Lucas. Now Ukraine has their own version of it. Russia license builds their own version of the Shahed. So, I mean, it seems like everybody in the world has copied this design at this point.
It really does, honestly. Like, this is a heavily copied design. This drone, according to the Ukrainians, can travel up to 1,400 kilometers at a top speed of 200 kilometers an hour along most of its flight path. So this was one of the drones that was used yesterday, and we were able to see, much like Clash Report reported, that around 6 to with a margin of error somewhere in between 4 to 8 of these Sitchin drones were seen heading towards the refinery, particularly coming from the east, from Kopotnya and heading back into the city from that small little corridor that exists as a gap within the Russian air defense perimeter. We also were able to see more clips from Kopotnya of the drones that appear to have fallen a little bit short because of electronic warfare or other means in these clips right here. That's one of the drones that missed. We also saw this clip as well, showing one of those Sitchin drones. We also hear FP1 coming in overhead as well. Oh.
You buds!
That one missed. In this last picture here, you can actually see the aftermath of the strikes. This is what it looks like today, by the way.
Yeah, honestly, that is definitely bigger than the first round of strikes that Ukraine conducted on the Moscow refinery. This is definitely larger than that. I'm sure you got all the videos of the oil rain and all the oil running through the streets. Like, it is insane that's happening in Moscow this time.
Oh, yeah, we do have it. But little by little, we're going to get there, folks, because I got to get y'all through everything that led to what we can describe now as the 7 plagues of Russia now happening over the city. So moving us on over a little bit farther, the Russian air defenses were existent and present yesterday. We did find that out, just not in the amount that the Russians were hoping for. And we have just a little bit of footage to show y'all here of some of the effective interceptions that were conducted by Russian air defenses. Because many people say, folks, they always tell us, oh, the enforcers are so biased, they hate the Russians, in the Russian government, the Russian army and everything. They always want to make it look like they're losing, and that's not true. Sure, we hate the Russian Federation, but that doesn't mean that we want to make them look like they're doing terribly. It's just that they do that naturally. So it's just kind of hard for us not to do that. But we did get to see in these couple of clips here that they did manage to shoot down a couple of the FP1 drones that were trying to get into the refinery, including in this clip. And there's one of the shoot downs. And then it blew up.
Oh wow! Look at that. Oh, that's the hit that we saw last night that we were showing like in the middle of our stream last night. We said it looks like it hit one of those blue roofed buildings outside the refinery. That's what it was, a debris situation. The Russians were able to shoot that down. That looked like that could have been maybe one of those man pads that the Russians were firing to hit it.
It does look like it was a manpad or a pantsir. We're not actually entirely sure which, but it certainly was some sort of a surface-to-air missile. We also got another clip here showing more of the air defenses over the area, which you can see right here. There's one of the FP1s flying in. We hear the light machine guns giving it the works. Oh, and there went a manpad. Oh, and
it missed.
Oh, there it goes. It's going to space now. It looks like that one just joined Roscosmos. Meanwhile, the drone's still flying in real careful-like.
Damn, how can they even see where it's going through that smoke?
Beats me. Man, like, I don't even know. We also have one more clip here showing the FP1 getting shot down from another angle. Here's this one. And there it goes. And dead on hit.
Man, they took a lot of angles of this thing right here. It was the only one they actually shot down that was coming toward the refinery, so they're really proud of that one single shoot down.
Man, they call this thing the propaganda coup right here. Like the one drone that was shot down, 90 angles of it, 90 angles of this one FP1 that got shot down. Now, a lot of y'all will note that in one of those clips that I just showed y'all, much like we were talking about, there was a missile that was fired at one of those drones that missed. And crazily enough, we have now confirmed that the mobile fire groups in Moscow are not just using light machine guns mounted onto the back of pickup trucks to try and shoot down the incoming Ukrainian drones as the last line of defense for most critical targets within the city. They're actually using manpads. Allow us to show y'all the fine and incredible use by the Russian mobile fire groups and air defense teams of the city of Moscow using their Igla and Strela manpads to varying degrees of success to try and shoot down these incoming drones. Observe the great work of the heroes of the Russian Federation. Oh yeah, that one went somewhere, but it missed. It's a bit of a mystery where that one went.
They're very confused by this.
You see, just to point this out to everyone again, at the beginning of our clip here, you can actually see that when the drone's over here, by the way, top left of screen. You can't really see it in this frame, but that's just important to remember for what we're going to be saying here in a second. So we know that the drone's up here at the top left, right? So when the missile fires, the last place you want to go is hard right. That's the opposite direction of the drone. But for some reason, it went there. We don't know why. And then it also appears, much like one of the last Iglas that we watched that was fired, it also joined the Russian space program when we see it again here in just a second. Right there, you can actually see the streak of the missile bending upwards literally towards the sun, and the drone has been completely missed at this point.
Honestly, man, this is hilarious. This is a clown show by every means. This is the Russians' best defense that they can possibly mount in the capital of Moscow. The manpads on the highway, which is janky as hell. The people on the cherry pickers, which are missing everything. That's all the machine gun fire you're hearing. And then the missile-based defense is just firing and going into space, basically. I mean, everything is failing. Literally every single perimeter of air defense they've set up is failing.
Now, Matthew, you know, it is failing, but it couldn't get any worse than this. Like, you know, like these kinds of failures here, you clearly can't get worse than conducting failures like these. Just absolutely out of the question. But let me show y'all another clip of these manpad crews working hard and heroically out there in the midst of an active highway, mind you all, and firing surface-to-air missiles that now we know have a very questionable reliability rate right over their heads. Let's see what they're doing here. And I bet you all, folks, that this is not going to be leading to anything detrimental. Maybe they'll miss, like they did in the last clips, but there's absolutely no way that this can end up becoming horrifically destructive. We see one guy here with the Igla. We can also hear this guy. Apparently, he's trying to learn how to speak. So they're getting the Iglas ready in the meantime.
No. No.
Does he see? Oh, there it goes.
Oh my God, they're gonna fire it. Bro, they fired it in the middle of traffic. The traffic was going in front. Mute that guy for a second, man. Mute that guy. That is insane. Like, that dude just fired that into active traffic. That man pad right there. That dude's insane.
Insane? You don't even know the happen. Like, you don't even know it's about to happen. Like, this clip is a very important one, folks. We're about to show y'all where that one went. Like, this is a very, very important piece of info to share with y'all. You know what? We're going to return back to this clip, but I'm going to show y'all what happened with that missile. So let me show it to y'all again. He fired it, remember everyone, right in front of him at a drone that's across the highway, and the missile went that way. Now that's a very important thing for us to remember here, because this clip right here is about to show us where that missile went. So allow me to show you all. And here it comes, right across the screen, right there.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It blew up the tank.
Oh!
That's what did it.
Oh my God. They're the ones who did that? The Russians are the ones that blew the lid off the tank? I thought it was the Ukrainian
guys
drone.
did it.
Oh my God. Like, they're the ones who actually did. So that iconic picture is the Russians' own manpad missile hitting their own tank.
Yes, that's what it was.
What the hell? That is insane. Oh, bro, I think the Russians might be their own worst enemy at this point. That is insane.
It's nuts. It's insane. Like, how did they mess up that badly? Let's watch it again. Look. Like, and I'll show y'all here. I'll show y'all the trajectory of everything once again, just to show y'all these two clips side by side, because this seems to be the manpad that did it. But let me show y'all this here again. This guy fires across an active highway. The Igla just does its own thing and goes all the way hard left, right past the smoke plume. And then when we go back to this clip here, same smoke plume, there's the Igla, right there, right into the tank.
How did even, wait a minute, man, like, let's analyze this seriously for a second. How does that even happen? Because I thought that thing was supposed to be heat-seeking. How did it seek the heat of the oil storage tank? Why did that even happen?
It didn't. This was just a failure of the missile. Like, the missile's targeting, like, sensors at the nose of the missile failed. So it just went errant. And so this flight path was just a dud. And it went and flew right into the tank and apparently exploded, because it's usually, I believe some of these are kinetic fused in some cases, and also have an ability to proximity fuse. So as soon as it hit the thin skin of the tank, the processor or the detonator inside of it assumed that it had hit the skin of an aircraft and blew up, which then led to the vapors in the tank exploding, which then sent the lid to space.
That, honestly, I'm in disbelief. Like, it almost looks like the missile was like aiming at the like storage tank itself. Like, it was actually going toward the sky, and then it actively like turned down and hit the tank. Like, almost, it looked like it was on purpose almost. I'm like, you couldn't even make this up.
This is, I mean, you can't, like, this is the greatest thing ever. This is insanity at this point to watch something like this. This is like some Three Stooges, like, Laurel and Hardy type crap going on out here. Let's watch this one more time. And,
nice. Also, is that guy speaking Mandarin? What was that language? Wow. Also, by the way, real quick, I've seen a lot of people have been asking me this all day long today. They're saying, well, how did the oil top of the tank just jump off like that and start like flying like a flying saucer, like a UFO? Apparently, according to someone that I know that works in the oil industry, the top lid of the tanks are simply sitting on top. They're simply just sitting there. They're not actually secured to the oil drum itself. They're just sitting on top. So when that pressure built up, it was literally like a frisbee. It just like propelled it into the air. It started spinning, and then it floated down once the smoke went down from it. So that's why it did that so wildly.
Yeah, actually, to show y'all that, this is something that a lot of people don't know, and I've known this for a while, but I've never found it important to mention because the lids have never flown off like that. But when you look at a lot of these tanks, you can actually see that the lids themselves, when the tanks are empty, they'll literally sit at the very bottom of the tank because they just float on top of whatever is there. So they kind of just protect them from rainwater and the elements, making sure that, crap just doesn't get into the oil that's sitting inside inside of the tank, but they're not welded to the top because structurally that would take way too much effort for the larger part to design a tank of these sizes with a roof that actually sits on top of it. So instead, they just put the lid on top and they just let it float on the oil that's inside the tank. So when this thing blew up, it just sent the free-floating lid to space, like we saw in the clip. But now that we know what already has happened, and we'll be getting into more angles of this here in just a minute, I want to bring y'all back to the Russian air defense team, the heroes of the hour that just did this on the highway, and what else happened in their part of the story on the active highway. So here's the rest of that clip.
Oy maşallah. Oy
Maşallah.
maşallah kardeşim. Ela. Maşallah kardeşim.
That sounds like Arabic to me.
Maşallah.
Was this Cataravites that did this?
And it could have. Man, if this is categorized, they need to go ahead and tell them to go find a new line of work. These people have failed at literally every single task Putin has given them.
Man, oh my god. Now we see people just running down the highway in chaos.
What the hell is this dude doing right here? What the hell is this dude? Dude, this dude looks like a mobster walking down the highway. What the hell? Bro, this is like an insane scene. This is literally like a Barnum and Bailey circus show. This mobster looking dude right here is wandering down an active highway next to the Catarites who don't even know what the hell they're doing. Next to this other dude just staring down, looking at their shoes over there. What the hell is even going on in Moscow?
Who knows? We got Vito over here running down the highway. Hey, Benny, what's going on here? And more people just coming out of the blue in the middle of machine gun fire. And this guy's holding a vape in the middle of all this.
This is insane, man. I've never seen nothing like this in my life. This is wild.
Давай, давай. Vur bir de gelin. Vur, vur. Давай.
Oh, look, another lineup for a shot.
Давай. Allahu Ekber. Vur.
We didn't see the second shot.
They and also what's insane is the goofy people living in Moscow are literally driving right in front of this maniac firing this man pad right in the middle of the highway. They keep driving right in front of him. It's like, why the hell would you do that knowing he's wielding a man pad like that in the middle of a highway?
Well, they're Muscovites, Matthew. What more do we have to say? What more can we add? We also did get to see more of the footage. This is a shorter version of the clip of the drone. Well, actually more of the man pad that hit the tank right here. There's the impact again, just to show you all a shorter version of the clip. Same tourist that filmed it, by the way, got the whole thing on film. And then we got this last clip right here, or this picture more so. This is the one that we had in the thumbnail, mind you all, of the tank lid after it had gone airborne several hundred feet in the explosion. So, now that we've got all of that out of the way, and now we know what caused the lid to go into space like we saw yesterday, and everything else to happen around the refinery, now it's time for me to bring y'all into the aftermath segment. This is called the late life and death segment on Wikipedia, mind you all. So we've already made it through early life, career, and now we're on to the late life and death segment of the Wikipedia page, if we were to make this Wikipedia page. So moving us on into the aftermath, here is the aftermath at the refinery. And I'll have to mute that. I thought that was someone in the video, but apparently it's music.
Well, damn. There's all your oil rain being vaporized straight into the atmosphere right there.
Some people have called it chocolate rain.
Yeah, toxic chocolate, I guess you can call that.
It sure ain't sweet, I'll tell you that. Maybe like dark chocolate, kind of bitter. But here's another clip to show you all the full scale of this. That's today, by the way. Now,
and that's the actual noise from the scene? Like that huge rack in the background's actually the noise from that distance?
From what we think, yeah. I'm not entirely sure on that, but it does sound like the whooshing is the oil fire.
That is wild. It looks like this person's standing a few miles away from the incident, and they're still sounding it like that loud. That's wild.
Man, honestly, it's insane. Here's another clip. We'll have to mute that. They're playing Tokyo Drift. I gotta say, the Russians are certainly not on that Tokyo Grift. There it is from afar. This is near to the area of Kopotnya. And the Moskva River, which is just nearby. That's the Moskva River right down there, by the way.
It's hard to believe that Ukraine could hit this thing twice and not only hit it twice, but the second one that we're looking at right here on the video, the second round of strikes was worse than the first one. And Russia literally did a worse job on the second round of defending it, knowing that it was a target.
You know, I feel like the incompetent and the incompetence and hubris of the Russian army and the Russian government is really starting to catch up to them, even in the place that they reside, the capital city of Moscow. Now we're even seeing that it's reaching them in the capital city. This isn't something in the far-flung oblasts anymore, where we're going, look, there was a giant oil fire and a disaster out here, where the Russian government can deny it and downplay it. This is a live show for the live audience of Moscow on what the Ukrainians have already done in 3 other attacks throughout the country. Something else when you think about it. We also got to see this clip is here. This clip is well seen here, is what I meant to say.
Look at that. Well, I don't even know, like, how, do you know the capacity of those oil drums right off the top of your head, the storage tanks?
Sadly, I don't. But it's quite a lot.
That's
Like, I can tell you
I
that.
don't know. I don't know if saying millions of gallons of oil is being vaporized here or thousands of gallons, whatever it is a monumental amount of crude that's being vaporized into the atmosphere right there, which is why they're having the oil rain that we'll get to here very shortly. But that's literally creating its own weather system, like we saw in Tuapse, by the way, and also Samara. Literally the same thing right here in Moscow this time.
Just look at it.
Что происходит? Почему они
It
не
looks like
взрывают?
hell has opened up to swallow the earth whole.
Ну-ка, сейчас посмотрим по звуку.
Oh! Sounds like hell just did open up.
Один сбили, один приземлился. Еще один сбили. Да.
They say that it was similar
Да, по звуку
conditions to
можно.
these
Если
that
хлопок
actually birthed
просто,
the spawn
то
of Satan,
сбили.
Vladimir
Если
Putin.
прям, если прям с вибрацией, то попал.
I gotta say, it's honestly just unbelievable to watch this kind of destruction.
Молодец, да, запустили.
Две ракеты пустили, но один взрыв был.
Now, one more clip, and then we're gonna move you all into what's happened over the city.
I think it's a duplicate.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, it looks very. If it's not, it's too similar to watch it again.
Oh, well, I mean, I enjoyed watching. I don't know about y'all folks, but seeing this kind of stuff, it brings a tear of joy to me, you know, because the Russians have been causing hell on earth for everybody for a couple of years now, and it looks like hell on earth's coming back to them. So, let's get on into what the city's looking like. It's time for us folks to get on into the death section of the Wikipedia page, which is what's happening to the city. Now, let us start off properly. Here's a couple of pictures of what Moscow looks like today.
And this is, and well, also by the way, the forecast in Moscow is supposed to be clear with a side of sunny. This looks like severe weather has moved in, but it's all oil.
I think what they're saying today is that the city of Moscow has a heavy oil storm with a chance of hail in it at the moment, but it is looking absolutely grotesque over the whole of the city. Funnily enough, folks, the Ukrainians hit during a time of great fortune. The winds over Moscow right now are blowing in a northwesterly direction, meaning that the smoke from the fire is being taken from the refinery and in a straight line over the city like that. So it is going over literally the whole city, and we have not seen the winds or the direction of the winds change over the course of the day whatsoever. So the entirety of the city, including the Kremlin right now, is under the cloud of toxic smoke from this oil refinery fire right now. We also are able to see additionally more smoke in this clip rising up and even raining down on the cars below, covering them in a film of oil, a little thin film of oil, which you can see right here.
Eesh. Yikes. And also, by the way, if that's gathering a film on the car surfaces like that, can you imagine what that's doing to people's lungs? If you walk outside and breathe that air, as it's raining oil like that, you're probably breathing in who knows what the hell kind of carcinogens right into your lungs.
Man, honestly, it's something else when you think about it. But let me show you another way to think about it. This way.
Right, that looks like a tornado out there in the distance. It literally looks like that, like you've seen Oklahoma or something.
I don't even think there's a way to describe this. I mean, it kind of looks like a tornado, but it looks even worse.
Jeez. It's like the cancer cloud of death has like come over Moscow. Really, that's awful.
One thing I will say though, you know, kind of on the bright side, at least all of the cars in Moscow are going to be well lubricated.
Yeah, I guess so. I would say definitely, definitely.
One more clip for y'all here. We got at least one or two more. This is what some of the water bodies of water in Moscow are now looking like.
Yikes! Oh my goodness! It's a whole layer on top of the water. Oh man! Yikes!
Not good. I think we can all agree it's not looking good. And one more. That's a view from somebody's apartment a little bit closer to Moscow City, like down in downtown. So, yeah, I'd have to say, folks, it looks like a pretty rough day. In the meantime, though, we did get an absolute Picasso or a Monet out of this, which is this picture right here. I mean, that's one hell of a picture. And we also got to see a POV of the Ukrainian Unmanned Systems Forces today as well.
Can we play that? I don't know if we can play that.
Well, I mean, it's copyright free. It's a Ukrainian Army band.
Well, I wouldn't play that. We're going to get copyrighted for that.
Well, it's a Ukrainian Army band, though.
They'll still pick it up. Just don't play it.
Oh, well, I mean, I thought it was a pretty good one. But anyways, moving us on out of that, we also got to see that the Russians are trying to respond the best they can, and they've mobilized every single helicopter in the Ministry of Emergency Services in Moscow to try and fight the fire. We could actually see them attempting to fight the fire here.
Где-то 11-12 вертолет, который я насчитал, прикинь, да? Они вот воду берут.
This harkens back to the time of Chernobyl when they did the exact same thing.
Pour graphite on the reactor. What a tough time. Now, we've covered the entire saga, folks, from the refinery itself and the tragedy that's been caused. Well, let's find out how the Russians are doing recently. This was the last map that we got from a couple of days ago. This was on the 15th of June, which was 3 days ago, of the Russian fuel shortage situation throughout the Russian Federation. Areas in orange are currently dealing, at the time, 3 days ago, with shortages of fuel. The areas in purple are having restrictions on sales, and they were expected at that time to be entering into a state of shortages here in the near future. As of today, a new map has come out. This is now the situation in Russia. Most of the areas that were in purple here, that were having restrictions on sales, have now entered a state of shortages, much like the rest of the country. We've seen that most of the Western Russian Federation is now largely without fuel, and we can see that there are restrictions of sales in some areas, but we're expecting that those will become shortages here incredibly soon. The rest of Siberia is either entering a state of shortages, or it is now restricting sales, meaning that the fuel is only about maybe a couple of weeks away at this point from running out entirely across the whole of the Russian Federation. This is becoming an unmitigated disaster in Russia in every single way. And we've already covered yesterday in great detail what kind of a disaster this is and what it's going to be bringing for the Russians. And it appears that the Russian government is well and fully understanding the serious implications of what's happening right now inside of Russia, and not only that, in Moscow. And right now, a lot of people are talking about this attack on the refinery, the Kopotnya refinery in Moscow. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so let's get y'all's opinion on this right now, because obviously we've gone through some of our footage we've gotten so far. We have even more to go about some more damage coming up that's happened around Russia as a whole. But now, after destroying Moscow's refinery, Ukraine launched even another larger attack on Moscow that's taking place right as the stream started, and also actively right now as we speak. And it's also very large as well. So what is going to happen next? Because today we've seen the Russian propaganda start panicking. They're calling for survival situations. They're acting like it's the end of the world, which honestly it kind of looks like it might be for the Putin regime. And also, not to mention that, but we're seeing U.S. officials issue rare security alerts telling any Americans inside of Russia to get away from the major cities, because apparently the attacks are about to be ramped up even further. So what's this going to turn into? What's Putin going to do? 44% said nothing, because Putin is truly helpless at this point, while 44% said Putin will use a bad weapon, like perhaps something that is a WMD, or 5% said maybe the peace talks might resume now that Putin's feeling really desperate. And I have a feeling that there's really not much Putin can do about this. All he can do is simply sit back and let the damage be done and try to hope that his people don't turn on him. But I think eventually, though, the Muscovites are going to have enough of this, because the war is already not going good. And the Muscovites kind of know that, but now the war is being brought to their front door, and they're not going to be able to ignore that no matter how hard they try. So I think they're going to have to probably fend off some type of minor coup or civil unrest in the coming month or so. That's my guess. Now, whether or not Putin will use a nuke, I will say this. We can't rule that out. People ask us all the time, what's the possibility of Putin using a nuclear weapon? We can't rule it out because, of course, Putin is a lunatic. You never can tell where he'll go with this. But no matter what the case is, Ukraine really doesn't have a choice right now. They're having to bring the war right to the Russians because otherwise Putin's never going to stop the war. So we'll just have to see. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that would be with a 44% that Putin's largely helpless, and I don't really see any way that they can respond in any significant form, such as a weapon of mass destruction. The Ukrainians are not using weapons of mass destruction currently against the Russian Federation, and they're also not posing an imminent threat to the Russian state, at least in any direct measurable way that would allow for a Russian nuclear response to be justified not only by the Russians, but by the international world. And we do have to remember that while Putin and the Russian Federation have the sole responsibility and command of Russian nuclear weapons, that the interpretation of their use of nuclear weapons internationally will lead to absolutely catastrophic results in the short term for how nuclear weapons could be used by other nations against Russia or in their own national interests within the immediate future, which is something that the Russians do have to weigh out, is how dangerous will the world become if they try to use a nuclear weapon in this situation. And the answer is that it become extremely dangerous, especially for Russia, and they probably wouldn't be able to survive those next coming years, so it'd be largely pointless. So I would say that they're probably going to be escalating their drone and missile attacks against Ukraine if they have the ability to do that here within the next several days, but I would doubt that they're going to be doing anything more. We've already seen that they've largely vowed to do that in terms of conventional strikes, increasing the ferocity of them, but I would just be entirely frank with y'all. Anything with weapons of mass destruction, the percentage chance of that happening is still incredibly small, and I wouldn't expect that to be the common recourse for the Russians because, once again, they've been threatening that for years, and they've never followed through with it once.
Yeah.
And, of course, the situation is more desperate now, but I still think the threat has about the same weight as it did 4 years ago.
You know, we can't also rule this other option out as well. If Putin tries to once again lean on the United States to try to put pressure on Ukraine, that's another possibility, by the way. What Putin could end up doing, which is probably what he did the last time, is simply call up the United States and say, hey, look, if this keeps going this way, we're going to nuke Ukraine. Then the United States goes, whoa, wait a minute, we can't have that. And then they start turning on Ukraine again. That could end up happening as well. That's always a possibility, that maybe Putin tries to use the United States as a proxy to force Ukraine to back off these attacks. That's what they did the last time, apparently, when the United States got involved, and we might see that again. So hopefully that's not the case. I think maybe the U.S. is maybe wising up, but I'm very skeptical about saying that, though, because, you know, you never can tell with the U.S. these days, but we'll just have to see.
Ring, ring. Oh, now what do we got? Hello? Oh, it's Putin. Hello, Lieutenant. I will blow up Ukraine with a nuclear weapon. Whoa! You want 300 billion during these trying times? But anyways, moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see, additionally, something else that's quite fascinating about the whole situation in Moscow. How Moscow's dealing with it. That's a whole story in its own. Let's get on into it, shall we? We've been able to hear that, apparently, according to the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, they've started to tell U.S. citizens that are in Russia to seek shelter during drone attacks and avoid traveling to the country as a whole. The alert cited UAV strikes and explosions near Ukraine's border and in major Russian cities, including Moscow, Kazan, and St. Petersburg. So it looks like the U.S. is saying that Russia is unsafe to travel to. I don't think that's really that shocking or really new, to be entirely frank with y'all. We've also been able to hear that according to some propagandists like Sloloviv, he stated today on his little show that they're going to finish us, as in the Ukrainians are going to take the Russians out to the cleaners. That's a change. That's one hell of a change right there, isn't it, Matthew? I remember back in the day, this guy was saying they were going to bomb Berlin. Now he's saying the Ukrainians are about to take them out to the woodshed.
Yeah, and also, I think this is Soliev's crony right here, because unless Soliev's gotten a little bit younger looking or something, I think he's a little bit different. This dude looks like your family dentist right here. Like, he doesn't even really look like a propagandist. But yeah, honestly, their propaganda statements have changed quite dramatically. Like you said, it went from, we're going to fix the Ukrainians and teach them a lesson. Now it's to, it's finished, it's over, help. It's like, what happened to all that tough talk? All of a sudden, the propagandists turned into bitches.
Well, you are right, man. This isn't Sololoviv. This is actually Sololiviv's clone who has leukemia, and that's why he looks this way. But outside of that, though, they really have started to change the story. Now, I won't show you all the clip because I don't believe there's any English translation in it, and it actually does appear that I'm correct on that, so we won't show it to y'all. But to paraphrase it, Sololiviv's little henchman here with leukemia said that they will finish us. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear, once again, that the U.S. Department of State has now put out a travel advisory security alert for Russia, stating that's incredibly dangerous to go there because quite literally everything's under attack in Russia these days. We also then were able.
Also, you're missing in that notice back there, by the way. They're saying all major Russian cities. I think they were listing them all. They were saying to take shelter and be careful about it. Go read it real quick here. I read it and make sure I'm accurate with that.
Oh, let's see here. The U.S. State Department warned about the risk of staying in Russia, ongoing drone attacks on Russian cities. But in the prior one that we just stated from the U.S. Embassy, it was St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kazan as the main ones that they were stating. But this does appear to include all Russian cities, at least in this post, or this version of it.
Yeah. Usually when these announcements are put out, by the way, it's about something that's going to happen in the future. It's not about what's happened in the past, usually. So the way I'm taking these announcements is apparently Ukraine's planning to ramp up and make these very routine, these large-scale attacks on Moscow and the other major Russian cities. They're going to be making that stuff very routine, and that's why the U.S. is sending this announcement out. It's not about what's already happened. It's about what's about to be happening in the future.
Man, I gotta say, it's something else. They think it's going to be happening regularly at this point. We also were able to additionally hear that on the Russian news today, one article came out and said Putin stated that Ukraine doesn't have hypersonic weapons, cruise missiles, or something else that Russia has. And then as of today, the Russian air defenses reported that they shot down 992 Ukrainian drones, and air defense systems destroyed 10 aerial bombs and 4 cruise missiles. That's kind of interesting, though Putin said they didn't have any of them.
Yeah, he got caught lying. I'm not shocked about that.
Man, honestly, man, at this point, the Russian government's got about as good as a reliability track record as Iran or the United States. It's something. But moving us on out of that, we've also been able to additionally hear that, according to Sergei Lavrov, a.k.a. the Horseman, he had a salt block today, that he stated, words alone are not enough to be a response to Kyiv's actions. Russia will carry out massive strikes against Ukrainian military objects, and Putin's task will be fulfilled. So it does appear that they are now vowing some sort of major conventional strikes in response to the Kopotnya oil refinery attack. And we've also been able to see that, according to Sololoviv today, there's going to be many heroic deeds required by the Russian people, sacrifice to finish out this war that's now become basically just a fight for survival. Here's the clip, and I'll read the translation for y'all. Oh, let me make sure to mute him. His voice is pretty hard to listen to. But war is a long struggle. War is a long struggle. Don't throw a tantrum. Instead, analyze the situation and live up to the heroic deeds of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers. This is exactly the sort of situation where we need to ask ourselves, can we do it again?
No.
And if that's the case, there are many things you need to understand. To understand many things, and be prepared for the fact that it's going to be tough, and to self-sacrifice, and to seek support within one's own soul and in one's family history. So what other options do we have? What other options do we have? Words of a true
Holy cow, man!
inspirational-
That guy's excruciating to listen to. The pauses, like this dude is like a loony right here. But also, it's like it's time for self-sacrifice. He says, "What the hell does he think the Russian young men have been doing for the past 4 years? Self-sacrifice. There's tens of thousands of self-sacrifices like for the past 4 years, every single month. It's like, what the hell is he talking about?"
And there's like 1.4 million Russian men wounded and killed in Ukraine that have made self-sacrifice. It's going to take self-sacrifice. Like, oh, I guess that's new to all them, you know, like losing their lives and limbs and whatnot. I guess they didn't know about that one. But beyond that, though, Moscow did not take this well today. It seems as though a lot of the propagandists are absolutely blown away and shocked that something like this could happen in Moscow, especially considering that Moscow is the most heavily defended area in Russia, and it's so heavily defended that they actually had to strip air defense systems from other parts of Russia and the front lines to be able to give it the air defenses it has today. And even that didn't stop the absolute disaster that is now unfolded in real time in Moscow that we're still watching at this moment right now. A lot of people aren't talking about this attack on Moscow and the fact that the U.S. officials have now raised a security alert, largely for the entirety of Russia, that these attacks appear to be becoming commonplace and are posing such a significant risk to U.S. citizens that they are advising not to travel to Russia whatsoever under any circumstances for any reason because of how dangerous it is to be in Russia at all these days. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now and what that means? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so the way I'm taking the U.S. statement that was put out today about the security alert for all major Russian cities is apparently these attacks are about to become very routine that we're seeing being conducted right now by the Ukrainians on Moscow. That's going to be expanded to pretty much every major Western Russian city, and it's going to become very frequent, which is hard to believe it can become that frequent. But Ukraine has ramped up their drone production inside of Europe so much that they now have the tools to pull that off, which is wild to see it, and we're seeing it start inside of Moscow of all places. So now that that rare security alert has been issued, what do you think is going to happen? About 20% said the U.S. is simply issuing a general warning for safety, while 73% said it means that Ukraine will make these attacks routine, and 3% said Ukraine will be forced to reduce the attacks for some reason, probably very soon. And like I said, I'm with the 73%. I think these attacks are about to become very routine. And this is the one thing here that might push the Russians to either maybe start thinking about surrender or some form of surrender and try to save face, or they might try to go to take it to the extreme. Either one there. I'm not really sure where it'll go. I said that last night as well. I'm not really sure where this is going to bring us really, but Ukraine's putting the pressure on Moscow about as hard as you can right now. So if something's going to break, it's going to break soon. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 74%. These attacks are going to become routine. They've largely almost been routine anyways. So I would say they're going to continue to remain routine, or these sorts of attacks on this scale in Moscow are going to become mainstay. Regardless, the situation is becoming absolutely untenable for the Russians on all fronts. It's impossible for them to keep their economy running. It's impossible for them to keep the war going. It's impossible for them to do really anything at this point rather than give up. Whether the Russians are going to give up or not, that's yet to be seen. And I have a feeling that they're probably not going to be giving up. They're probably going to be fighting to the nail, to the finish, to see if they can try and win the war, which might stretch us on for a good bit while longer. But logistically and supply-wise, there's just no way for them to continue this thing effectively. This might lead them into acts of desperation. They might try and conduct a possible war with NATO, although that would be pretty hard to pull off even if they didn't even plan on winning that, which they certainly wouldn't plan on winning it. They didn't plan on winning that back in the day before this war started. And on top of that, if they're just planning on trying to win the war somehow in Ukraine, that's certainly not happening now. The supply lines don't even exist in most of the occupied territories to keep their army fighting. So I would say that at this point, we're largely watching the final days, or the final months more so, of this war, I would say. I think that at some point, the Russians are either going to overthrow Putin and bring in a new government that's going to negotiate a peace with Ukraine, or the Russian Federation is just going to collapse and they won't be able to continue on the war as a result of that.
I don't know. Like, you got to remember about that intelligence report that was out a short while back that Zelensky was talking about. He was saying that the Russians are planning to invade Ukraine from Belarus. I would say, short of Putin using a nuclear weapon on Ukraine, I would say that's the more likely option here, is that maybe he launches some sort of offensive from Belarusian territory. That's what I would think personally. He would probably do that before he ever invaded a Baltic state, meaning NATO. He would do that before he attacked NATO, I would say. So we could be. I think the timeline for that was somewhere around early fall. I think that Putin might launch that invasion from Belarus into Ukraine, and they might try to do that because that would force Ukraine to redirect their drone fire to those Russian forces in the north that are invading from Belarus, and it would also force them to largely redirect some of their forces to that area from other frontline spots. So that might give the Russians a slight break if they did that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that being their next move. Possibly they might try to advance that in the timeline, that is, if they detect that they're starting to lose ground quickly.
I don't know. I mean, like, I don't really think that the Russian offensive in the north is going to be giving them the kind of reprieve that they're looking for, because the Vovchansk and the Sumy offensives were supposed to give them that kind of reprieve, and still to this day, those have turned into absolutely nothing and require tens of thousands of men just to hold the little bit of ground that they got before the Ukrainians completely stopped them and then started grinding them to death in a stalemate. And I think that's what would happen, especially in the northern part of the country, because Ukraine has spent years fortifying the entirety of the northern border with anti-tank ditches, dragon's teeth lines right behind the anti-tank ditches, anti-tank berms, anti-tank fortifications, Ukrainian bunkers and pre-made positions already put into place to make sure the Ukrainian drone operators and forces are able to move into position immediately. The Russians coming up against, and also minefields to speak of as well, which I forgot to mention. All of that to say that if a Russian offensive crawled across the border in northern Ukraine, they're going to have to stop basically immediately to try and clear out the minefields and to try and make a path through those defenses, and that would take time, and that would give the Ukrainians enough time to go up there and cage in that Russian offensive immediately and stop them from pushing any farther in. So I would think probably that would be contained pretty quickly, a lot like we've seen the other breakout offensives at Vovchansk and in Sumy, because those were also done with the exact same intention of trying to basically create a stoppage to the pressure on the front by diverting Ukrainian forces elsewhere. And then in the end, it really didn't do much to change the strategic position. It only got the Russians bogged down in a whole other different front that requires a completely different supply chain to be able to even keep them fed and fighting up there.
Yeah, it may not be effective. I'm not personally saying it might be effective. I'm just simply saying that out of desperation, the Russians might pull something like that off. Like it may or may not work, but I mean, if they're left with no other options, I mean, they might just throw the kitchen sink at the problem and see if that solves it possibly. So it's really honestly kind of unpredictable. Like that's my guess, but it's kind of unpredictable because right now Putin is basically like an injured animal in a corner, and he's basically cornered. That's essentially what he is right now, and you never can predict what people are going to do in circumstances like that. So you don't know if maybe he's going to start trying to back off. That wouldn't really be in line with Putin's personality, really, in my opinion. Or you don't really know if he's going to take it to the extreme either. So I guess time will tell. I have a feeling we'll find out sooner than later with the way this is going so far.
I would suppose we probably will. But also, another thing I want to add in as far as like the analysis side of this, I would say they probably would go to war with NATO before they would try and open up a front in Belarus, and that seems kind of ass backwards because it seemed a lot easier to do the Belarusian front move than going to war with NATO. But if you think about it, in a larger strategic sense, Russia's support base is Russia. That's it. So the Ukrainians just have to be able to bomb Russia to be able to bomb out their support bases, their supplies, and their logistics abilities to be able to try and force the Russians into an incredibly bad position. On the other hand, Ukraine has the entirety of Europe and most of the international world supporting it, and that means that Europe, more so directly more than anyone else, is Ukraine's support base. So if the Russians wanted to put the Ukrainians on an even playing field, instead of just pushing into Ukraine again, which would be like Ukraine pushing back into Kursk in Russia, it would make more sense for them to try and go to war with NATO at that point, threaten nuclear war as a consequence of a direct armed conflict with NATO, and then possibly see that NATO might give concessions or largely appease the Russians to back out of the war, and then pledge that they won't be supporting the Ukrainians any farther. And then that would isolate the Ukrainians from their support base, a lot like Ukraine has isolated the Russians from their support base currently in the Russian Federation.
How are the Russians going to get there? Because they ain't got no gas.
Ain't got no gas in it. Well, I mean,
they really don't. I mean, they're kind of broken out of gas, really. So unless they're just planning on, doing aerial attacks on the Baltic states just to provoke a response from NATO, I mean, they really can't physically get there. I mean, they could, but they would be taking away all their fuel that they currently have that they desperately are stretched thin on for the normal front lines in Ukraine.
But the thing is, though, is that if they use up all the fuel they have left for that little offensive, which would fail, and then they threaten nuclear war over it, the front in Ukraine is going to collapse. But if they don't do that, the front in Ukraine is going to collapse. It's just going to take just a little while longer. So there really isn't a difference. It's only a matter of time. Like the front down there and the whole situation Russia's in right now is doomed to failure. It is going to collapse imminently. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen. So if they invade NATO, like for example in the Baltics, they can buy themselves possibly some concessions that might actually buy them time in the long run, or they all end up getting nuked and they die, which at that point will be as bad as what will happen anyways, at least from Putin's mindset of losing the war. And if they don't go to war with NATO, then they try and open up a new front in northern Ukraine, which is doomed to failure because we've seen that none of those have worked so far. The front lines collapse in Ukraine anyways, the Russian economy collapses, and there's either some sort of a revolt that removes Putin from power and he's going to mostly be executed by a new Russian government for his crimes against the Russian people and so on and so forth, or he's going to, live in exile, or he's just going to have to step down from power. All those things may as well equate to death as far as Putin is concerned. And so whether it be a nuclear conflict that might happen with NATO, or the front lines collapsing and he gets executed by the new interim government set up in Russia, I think he would be probably willing to, in my opinion, at least if I was in Putin's position, I'd probably be willing at this point to more so risk a war with NATO and game that out and see how that goes than trying to open up another failed front in the north of Ukraine.
Maybe so. We'll have to find out. I just have a feeling like even with the plan you're talking about right there, if Putin goes for the Baltics, I think what Putin is kind of relying on at this point, he's relying on the United States being very scared that Putin's going to take it to the extreme and then putting pressure on Ukraine to back off the attacks on Russia. I think that's what Putin's game plan's largely going to be about. The crazy part is Putin is not leaning on his allies like China. He's not really leaning on them. He's hoping that the United States, which is a normal enemy of Russia, is going to come to his aid. That's what he's hoping. So I don't know if it's going to happen that way again. It happened last time that way, and then the U.S. like got on bad terms with Ukraine, and now we're here right now with Ukraine largely being on its own for the most part. But we'll have to see if the U.S. decides to come back around and start that game again, trying to like get Ukraine to back off.
Yeah, I would say I think you and me are thinking the same thing. Like they're trying to find some way to get Ukraine in a worse position support-wise, or to at least try and give themselves a bit of a reprieve, so that way they kind of get back at Ukraine's level on the supply side of the war. I think we're both in agreement on that. We're just disagreeing on how they're going to go about that. But as far as the northern Ukraine offensive, they probably will try and conduct it, but it's not going to go anywhere. Like I think we all know that, folks. It's going to end up dead on the border, like every other offensive they tried, and it's not going to go anywhere. If anything, the Ukrainian National Police are going to probably start clip farming them up there in the northern front, knowing the Ukrainian police. They'll probably just start clip farming the Russian army for content. We'll get more news to cover here on the channel, but I don't really see it going any other way, at least in my opinion on that one. But before we get on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, because we're actually going to be moving on out of Russia and Ukraine for a brief moment, and moving on down in the Middle East, because we're actually seeing that everything that has been created and formed over the past few days with the Memorandum of Understanding now appears to be collapsing in real time. So the war might be back on, folks. It might be fresh once more. But before we get on into why that's happening and what's happened today that lead us to think of that, I do want to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching so far tonight. We have had 20,200 people here at the peak of the stream, and we've also had 72,000 people watch this stream in the first hour and 10 minutes. And I got to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all have been here with us tonight, and I hope that you'll continue to stick around, because if you thought the first part of the news was really good, the second part of the news is also going to be quite good today as well. So make sure to stick around for it. We got quite a lot to cover, and also a great deal of news to be able to analyze and break down as well, much like we did with Russia at this moment. But before we get on into that, I do want to take a brief moment to answer 3 questions from the chat, and then we're going to be moving on to the rest of the news that we have for the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And yeah, make sure y'all stick around for that Iran news tonight. Like tonight, the Iran news is not excruciating. Tonight, it looks like things are changing rapidly, and you're going to want to stick around for it because it's about to indicate what's about to be happening over the next 72 hours. But jumping into our first of the 3 super chats, the first one goes to John Bernard. And thank you very much, John, for that $30 support right there and helping to keep the channel running. And John said, do you see any historic parallels between the Crimean War, 1853 through 1856, and this current conflict?
Outside of the geographical area that the war was fought in, I would say not quite, because the Crimean War was fought by Russia against Britain, France, and the Ottomans, and generally it was very different in how it was conducted. The British and the French landed north of Sevastopol and took Sevastopol during a siege in the winter months, I believe, of 1853, if I'm not mistaken. And then were largely able to defeat the Russians and maintain the balance of power in Europe. Because before that, there was another Russo-Turkish war right before the Crimean War, where the Russians started to curb stomp the Ottomans. And because of the Congress of Vienna of 1815, the British and the French said, oh, whoa, we can't let that happen. Because if the Russians end up curb stomping the Ottomans, then the balance of power in Europe that we defined in 1815 is going to collapse. So that's why they went and militarily intervened, but they didn't really do anything to Russia, at least in any real sense. They just forced them to stop their offensives into the Ottoman Empire and largely just enforced the status quo. So I would say that historically, in the reasons why that war happened and what came out of it, it's actually a pretty different sort of a conflict, outside of the fact that it was in Crimea, which is a pretty interesting fact that there were British forces and French forces in Crimea in the 1850s. Also, if y'all don't know, 2 interesting things about that war. That is actually the first war where canned goods became incredibly important for preservation of food and rations for the army. And also, secondly, that is also where the balaclava, aka the shiesty, comes from, is because a whole bunch of people a whole bunch of wives and women in Britain wanted to make sure, because Crimea is an incredibly cold place, especially during the winter, that their boys were not going to freeze to death out there in the Crimean Peninsula. So they ended up knitting these special headscarves that had holes for the eyes and the mouth in them, and had them shipped over with the next ships that went to Crimea. And so when they showed up, all of the soldiers started to wear them. It became incredibly popular. And also, crazily enough, the camp that these were first distributed at was near a town called Balaclava. And that's why they have the name, the Balaclava. Interesting little fun fact about the Crimean War. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, John Bernard. And I hope that does answer that well, at least in my opinion, historically. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our second super chat of the three goes to Spartan. And thank you very much, Spartan, as well, for the $25 support. And we do appreciate it very much, Spartan. He said, I've never laughed so hard in my life with the man pad to the oil tank. And thanks for the great coverage, guys. And LSA. I'll be honest, Spartan. I saw the footage earlier today, just all disclosure to y'all in the stream, by the way. But every single time I watch it, it was insane to see it over and over and over. I just can't believe the Russians blew the top off their own tank like that. Literally destroyed who knows how many, like, million barrels of oil that was probably there. Who knows how much they destroyed with their own missile, by the way. So it was absurd. I would agree. But Enforcer, what say you?
I've never seen anything like that outside of, like, the Muppets or something like that. Like, I've never seen anything go so horrendously bad where they try and stop a drone from blowing up the refinery and causing more damage, and then their own missile does more damage than any drone did. Like, I've never seen anything like that in my life. It's honestly comical, really. It's and I gotta say, folks, we live in a very lucky time. Very lucky time, because we get to watch all of this stuff on film. If it wasn't on film, we just have to go off of people's words to be able to recount these stories, and it would kind of lose a little bit of the hilarity to it. But because we literally get to watch it on film, we just get to watch the insanities of the stuff in real time. And for that, we are quite fortunate to live in the modern age. Fortunate in many ways, unfortunate in others, but that is one of the silver linings of the modern age, is that we got to watch that whole thing on film. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support, Spartan, and really getting a laugh out of that segment, because I made sure Spartan, to play that up to be as comical as it really was, because I've never seen comedy unfold in real life like that. Like, if you had told someone, let's make a movie where the Russians try and defend an oil refinery, and in trying to shoot down the incoming drones, they fire a missile into the refinery and blow it up themselves, people would have said, that's too on the nose. You're trying to make the Russians look way too stupid. They're not that dumb. And then they did it in real life. Like, you literally couldn't even write something up like that in a comedy film and make that stick. It's like some Looney Tunes stuff. But a huge thanks to you for the support once again, Spartan. I hope that does address that well. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on to the last question of the segment, and then we're moving on to the rest of the news.
All right, and our last one of the segment goes to Jenna, and then also last name Tolls. And thank you very much for that $20 support, by the way. And yes, I know what that says, by the way, for someone's like, oh, he got ahead. I know. But he said, 3 years I wasted my time with funny names like Jenna, last name Tolls, when I could have just gone all the way.
Oh. Well, I mean, well, I guess you put it that way. I suppose you could, I say. But I got to thank you so much for the support, and a very interesting experiment there. You're really starting to push the boundaries on what YouTube allows for usernames, but we do appreciate it in the name of science, and we greatly thank you for the support as well, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality. So, a humongous thanks once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And before we move on out of this question segment, I just saw a historical reference from Code Ninja that I cannot skip, because this is a good one. Code Ninja said, Enforcer, you don't understand. Someone reported Japanese torpedo boats in the area of the refinery. Oh man, Code, I gotta say, you just hit a historical reference there that is so obscure I have to mention it. Let me go pull this up. Let me see. Let's see. Russian Baltic Fleet English Channel incident. Actually, this is a title you could repeat in the modern day. Let me see here. I have to put in 1904 for this one. The Dogger Bank incident. So, I have to explain this to y'all here really quickly, the historical reference, because if you think the Russians are just comically stupid now, well, you haven't been around for a while, or you haven't read a lot of history, which you have to know the stories from back in the day. Back in the day, in 1904, when the Russians were trying to send the Baltic fleet all the way around Europe, Africa, and Asia to go fight the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War, the Baltic fleet made it into the English Channel and mistook English fishing boats for Japanese torpedo boats. Near England, mind you all. So they actually started firing upon the English fishing boats, and this almost created a full-blown war between Russia and Britain. I'm not kidding, that actually happened. Who in the world ever thought that Japanese torpedo boats were hanging out in the English Channel right off the British and French coast when there is no way to have the range to get a Japanese torpedo boat there during that time in history is beyond anyone. Nobody even knows why in the world they thought that, but it was one hell of an incident to say the least. But moving us on out of that little side note of history there, just to remind you all of more Russian incompetence throughout the ages of history, it's time for us to move on and into the middle of the East. There's been a lot that's going on here today. Plenty, as a matter of fact. And let me get you all on into the first two pieces. These are mild, really cooking it up on into the big story we're about to be getting here in a second. Of course, the Iranians said today, once more, according to Iranian state media, that they will naturally charge for services in the Strait of Hormuz. So they're running that thing like a toll booth. And the United States Central Command also stated today that U.S. forces lifted the blockade on all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports and coastal areas in accordance with the president's direction. American forces are not impeding the transit of vessels to or from Iranian ports, and all U.S. military blockade enforcement efforts have ceased. Our great naval ships will remain in the general area to make sure that all aspects of the agreement are adhered to, obeyed, and in full force and effect. The part about great naval ships has to be written by the Secretary of War, I'm very sure. Or the Secretary of Defense, as I call him, because that's still the congressional name. But moving us on out of that, in the midst of this all, Israel had a little bit of a comeuppance this morning, a little incident. You see, there's these people that Iran funds and supports. They're called a terrorist group, and they're specifically called Hezbollah, and they operate in Lebanon. And this morning, they decided to conduct a massive and overwhelming rocket attack against northern Israel. Here's a little bit of the footage of the air defense fire that was needed just to try and shoot down the incoming rockets. All of that right there.
Yeah, it's not good to say the least. I thought Hezbollah was supposed to be calming down because if the MOU has it in the agreement that there's supposed to be a ceasefire on the Lebanon front, then what is Iran's proxy force Hezbollah doing, launching missiles and rockets into Israel again? It seems like they're trying to get it started.
That's a great question. But this morning, the Hezbollah forces conducted a significant rocket attack with unguided Qassam rockets against northern Israel. And of course, the Israelis took the challenge on and met it to the head and immediately started striking the Hezbollah forces in southern Lebanon to the extreme, which we'll be showing y'all right now. Throughout the entirety of Nabatea in southern Lebanon, Israeli airstrikes have been slamming the city for hours now, with some footage here showing the strikes. We also see a Hezbollah ATGM hitting an Israeli tank, which appears to have already been on fire at that point. We also have another clip here showing a star shell that was fired over the city. This all in the midst of a new Israeli offensive that's trying to push into the city and reach a Hezbollah command bunker. And we also have this picture here showing some of the smoke rising from the airstrikes within the area. We also were able to see a little bit more of this as well in these pictures, showing more of the fires, explosions, and smoke rising over Nabatea.
Yeah, it looks like he's got something out there in the distance. It looks like. Also, by the way, folks, just to make this perfectly clear, because I've seen people today like accusing Israel. Now, I understand, like Israel's not a perfect country. I get it, but I saw people unfairly saying, "Oh, look, Israel's trying to end the talks between the U.S. and Iran." Israel's not the one trying to end it. Hezbollah launched rockets at Israel again. They launched several, as you saw with the interceptions over northern Israel. Hezbollah did that on their own accord with no provocation whatsoever. So then Israel responded by launching this ground incursion into southern Lebanon and going into Nabatea, and that's what we're looking at right here on the pictures. So I know people want to blame Israel for that, but under those circumstances, it's not their fault. They're simply defending under these current circumstances.
And it certainly is the case. I mean, like, the people are trying to say, "Oh, look at Israel," because now the winds are completely turning against Israel in public opinion in the United States. Look at Israel; they're trying to screw it over. Let's put it in another perspective, folks. If we were at war with Mexico, like for some reason, and we had a ceasefire declared, and then Mexico fired a humongous rocket artillery barrage at the city of San Antonio out of the blue last night, Wouldn't y'all say that that's not really the United States restarting the war by bombing Mexico in that hypothetical scenario as a response to that, but it's more so that Mexico went out of their way to attack the United States in the hypothetical? That's exactly what happened last night. And I'm all for saying things for what they are, and recently we have been quite critical of Israel here on the show. However, acting like a country cannot respond to a blatant and significant armed attack by a terrorist group on their borders, and then making it sound like they're the ones instigating the matter when they're responding to an attack, is getting kind of ridiculous. There's really no other way to look at it. We can also see more footage here showing the IDF continuing to combat the Hezbollah forces inside of southern Lebanon, near to the area of Nabatea and also Ali al-Tahir within southern Lebanon in this clip. We see the artillery bursting in the distance, most likely fired from M109 Paladins.
يا صاحب الزمان يا أبا الفضل.
You know, I remember when this was called a ceasefire.
Man, I remember when the ceasefires were raging across the Middle East.
Oh man, now it's a peace deal.
Man, I mean, the names just evolve every day. It's really something.
And also a bike, and his boys said in the live chat, did Israel sign the memorandum of understanding? I think not. And you're right, Israel did not sign that agreement, by the way. The agreement that the U.S. signed with Iran included a term that said that Israel must stop operations in Lebanon. But the problem is, though, Israel's not a party to that agreement. So the U.S. can't sign something ordering another foreign or sovereign country to do something that they weren't a party to. They can't do that. And Israel's already said they're not going to abide by that term. So, I mean, Hezbollah seems to have done them a favor and basically created a defensive posture where Israel has to go into Lebanon. And that's exactly what they did.
Or, you know, the U.S. can do that in a treaty. It's just that we have to go to war with a country if we want to enforce that on them and they refuse. And I don't really think anybody's going to be a big idea of saying, you know, let's go to war now with Israel on top of Iran to try and force the terms of our goofy MOU on the Israelis. That seems like we're jumping from a disaster to a brand new disaster to try and get the Israelis to agree to it if they're not willing to. The U.S. has no authority, by the way, just to let people know. Because, crazily enough, folks, some people don't know this about the rights countries have over others. The U.S. or any other sovereign country doesn't have the right to sign a treaty on the behalf of another sovereign country and tell them that's how things are going to be. Nobody has that authority over any other country on the planet, quite literally anywhere. It doesn't matter how much money you give them. It doesn't matter how much weapons you give them. It really just, if you go to a country and say, I literally pay for your existence, you're doing this, and that's final, and they say, screw you, I'm not, that's as far as it goes, unless you're willing to go to war with them to try and enforce whatever agreement you just made. But we also got to see that clip here once again of the Kornet ATGM being fired at the Merkava. This is a Russian ATGM, by the way, that was provided to Hezbollah. That's a little interesting, you know? Yeah, it's a little interesting. I remember that Netanyahu said earlier this year that Israel has a special relationship with Russia. Does that special relationship include Russia providing arms and equipment to support the enemies of the state of Israel or not? I'm interested. But we can see the Kornet making its flight once again towards the burning Merkava and then hitting it most likely near to the front of the tank.
Kamasha.
But that's the end of all the clips that we got out of Israel. The Iranians did not take too kindly to this, and they already started to threaten earlier on in the day that they were going to be withdrawing from all of the talks if the attacks on Lebanon continued. And as the meme down here says, I have one word, don't.
Great job, great statement.
We then were able to hear, not long afterwards, that apparently, according to MB Golubov, he then stated the following a little bit before our show started. We are at your command. The task assigned to us by the Supreme Leader is to pursue the realization of the conditions and clauses of the agreement. In the event of bad faith, breach of contract, and excessive demands by the opposing side, we have no hesitation in delivering a crushing response to the enemy. That includes the U.S. and Israel. They were once slapped during the war. If they wish to tread that path again, they will receive an even harder slap.
Man, they're riding high right now, that little confidence boost they got from that little MOU being signed that should not have been signed, by the way. They got a little confidence boost from that. Also, by the way, this is why you can't make deals with terrorists, by the way, because this deal favors Iran so much. I can't believe that Iran is willing to mess that up possibly by starting to threaten the United States like that again and potentially starting the war again. I can't believe that. But this is what happens when terrorists detect weakness. They start pushing the envelope further and further until they reach a breaking point, and then, obviously the war starts again. That's what they're going to do. It appears to be what they're trying to do right now.
They're also probably trying to see folks on the side as well with this, how much they can squeeze the United States. Because obviously the United States is on the phone with them right now going, no, please don't do that. Please, I beg of you. And they're saying, what can you give us to make sure that we don't attack Iran and you again? And they're trying to see if the U.S. will give them any more than what we've given them right now. And if we don't give them anything extra, they might just back off and continue on with this deal because it's very favorable to them. Or they might be crazy enough, which I would assume that they are, that if we don't give them more, on top of the deal, which is basically already unconditional surrender to them, they might just resume the war and keep it going because now they feel, because the U.S. has basically admitted it, that Iran is in the winning position. If they keep pushing the war even farther, they'll get even more from the United States. That's what we did with the memorandum of understanding, folks. That excellent deal making that people told us we had no clue what was going on and love to tell us always that we don't know what's going on. Looks like they're being proven wrong in real time again. Damn. It's like, it's like having a bachelor's degree in this stuff and doing this for a living really lets you know what's going on, like a little bit. We also were able to hear that as a result of this, right before we went live on air, both the Vice President of the United States, which we all know, has apparently couched his visit to Switzerland to go talk with the Iranians. And also we've been able to hear that the Iranians are not going to be traveling to Switzerland to meet with the vice president, so they too have couched the talks and will not be conducting them.
Oh my God! It sounds like it's collapsing on the hour. It sounds like it is. Also, by the way, this is kind of a little bit funny to me. They're making it sound like the vice president has canceled his trip to Switzerland to meet with the Iranian officials because of a logistics issue, when clearly that's disproven by the fact that the Iranians aren't showing up because they stated right here in the article from a Middle Eastern news source that Iran is pissed off that Lebanon is getting attacked by the Israelis. They stated that there even before the statement came out about the vice president canceling his trip.
Matthew, you sound like fake news to me. Really, I mean, come on.
But that means I'm real news. That means I'm real.
You got to be a hardliner for the current people. You just got to say that everything they're doing is the best. Like, you know what, folks? When I heard that they canceled this whole trip to Switzerland, they did it in the best way possible. They got someone on the phone and they called up the Iranians and they just cussed them out, really told them what for. And the Iranians even called up the president. Sir, you canceled the whole visit so well. But outside of all the jokes, it does look like this is getting towards collapsing the deal already. It's only been 2 days. Well, actually, really only it's been one since the memorandum of understanding was signed, and it looks like it's already about to collapse right now. And a lot of people currently are talking about their opinions, their wishes, their wants, their desires, their ambitions, their intuitions in the chat on what this is and what this is going to end up becoming. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that Israel started a ground operation into Lebanon after they were attacked by Hezbollah, now Iran's saying they're going to blame the United States for Israel's action as a sovereign country. So what are your thoughts? 67% said this will collapse the Iran deal. It's pretty much over with at this point. 22% said the deal will remain, but it will remain shaky. And 7% said they're 50-50 on this one. And I am confidently with the 67%. I actually called this last night. I said, I think Iran might try to sabotage the deal. This might be too good to be true for them, and they might try to sabotage it. And that seems to be what they're doing today. They're getting Hezbollah, which is basically their proxy force, to attack Israel. And then now, obviously, Israel's going to respond to that naturally. And now it's causing the talks to fall apart because Iran's saying that Israel must sit down, shut up, and take the punishment and not respond to Hezbollah. That's never going to happen in a million years, by the way. And anybody that says Israel should sit back and just take that might be, having some personal issues or something. I'm going to put that out there. There's a point where Israel goes overboard on stuff. Like, for example, Gaza. Like, I will say that's definitely overboard. But we can't sit back and start taking the position that's absurd and saying Israel can't defend itself. That would be absurd at that point. So I would say this will collapse the Iran deal. I think Iran is going to push the envelope on this. They're going to see if the U.S. is going to bend or break on it. And I think ultimately what's going to break the talks is Iran launching attacks on Israel. That's probably what's going to break it, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that's probably what's going to break the talks as well. But there is also the high likelihood, folks, that right now the Iranians, and I said this a little bit earlier in our analysis, but the Iranians might just be trying to squeeze the United States to see what they can get out of us. Because right now the U.S. has admitted yesterday that we are not winning the war in any hypothetical scenario. Let me make sure to go get that really quickly because I know someone's about to say, you don't know what you're talking about. So let me make sure to go get it so that way we can get the hard hands folks, in on the story and let them know. it won't matter. But I'm still going to do our due diligence to make sure that we cover it properly. So let me move y'all down here to the Strait of Hormuz and go get the president's statements from yesterday. Here's a direct quote from the president. If we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Strait of Hormuz open. Your market would have, instead of going up, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929. So that wasn't minutes of defeat yesterday. That's flat out saying the Iranians had us by the balls, we're losing the war no matter what. That's what that means. Like, he didn't say we were losing the war. Well, that's what it says. Like, I know some people have media literacy difficulties these days, but if you read that and actually understand it for what it means, that means that we were going to lose the war. So we have now admitted right now that if the Iranians restart the war, we don't even have a concept of winning the war. We just accept that we're going to lose that no matter what. And so the Iranians know that that's what we're thinking now because that's what we publicly said. So they might be saying, we're going to go and attack U.S. forces in Israel. Somebody the U.S. gets on the phone and goes, please don't, I beg of you. And then they're going to go, we're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz again and screw every single one of y'all over for the rest of history if you don't give us even more. And they're going to see if the U.S. will give them more or if we're going to say, screw you, we'll go back to war.
Here's my prediction, because to me this seems rather predictable at this point how this is about to go. My prediction is the talks are going to completely collapse. They've basically already collapsed now because the Iranians canceled their trip to Switzerland and the U.S. vice president canceled his trip there. So right now, this 60 days of talks is not in motion at this point. So essentially, that's a collapse of the talks. What's going to happen next is Israel's going to keep attacking in Southern Lebanon. Hezbollah's going to keep ramping up their counterattacks on the Israeli forces. And then Iran's probably going to launch an attack on Israel. That's probably what's coming next. They're probably going to lob some missiles over there to Israel or some drones or something like that. That's probably coming next. The U.S. will probably end up defending Israel from those drones and also missiles coming from Iran. They'll probably do that. But what's going to happen beyond that, like the enforcer just mentioned, is Iran's going to reclose the Strait of Hormuz. It's going to go right back into it. And then the U.S. is going to have to make a decision. Are we going to go back to war and start attacking Iran again? Or are we just going to sit back and just let it be the way it is and accept defeat? So that's, in my opinion, that's the way it's about to play out. It seems to be pretty obvious that's the way it's going to play out. So we'll have to see, but we'll see if my prediction turns out to be accurate. But enforcer, would you agree with that sequence of events?
Yeah, I would generally agree with it. And at this point right now, folks, like we've been saying, and nobody, like, I gotta say, folks, I know that nobody listens. Like people out there do watch the show and they do listen, and some of these people are fairly influential people. But as far as anybody in the White House is concerned, they don't listen to us because they know more than their own good. If they had any brains, and if people find this offensive, then boohoo. But if they had any brains and they knew how to listen to people, not that we know everything, but I do know sure as hell how to do this. Clearly going back to war and focusing entirely on the Hormuz only is the only solution we have. I've been saying that for months and they don't listen. We can militarily clear out the Hormuz. That is doable. It is entirely possible. But they're not willing to commit the manpower and the time and the effort to fix the mistake. And I hate to tell y'all, folks, but there are going to be U.S. losses in that effort. But we have no other choice at this point. The Iranians are going to squeeze us dry for every damn dollar we have. If in the current position they're taking right now, they are going to shut down the strait again, knowing that this is the current position the U.S. was willing to take, which was a blistering surrender, and they're going to make sure that it becomes an unconditional surrender as hard as they can. We can't allow that to happen. They are inevitably working towards that right now. So our only option is to go to war with Iran again, clear out the Strait of Hormuz, completely remove any ability for them to enforce any armed power over the strait, and open it up for international trade once again. If anything else is done less than that, we are going to go from this blistering defeat that we've already been handed with the ridiculous memorandum of understanding, we are going to be handed an absolutely shameful, unconditional surrender in the future because this U.S. administration doesn't have any ability to understand where the hell things are going tomorrow. All they do, like a goldfish, is look at what is happening in front of them today and make a knee-jerk reaction off of that.
Well, also, by the way, get this, by the way, while the U.S. is acting very confident in this MOU and they're signing off on it and acting like, oh, look, it's all good now, they have not moved any of the forces away from the region, by the way. They have lifted the blockade, but all the ships are in the exact same place that they were previously. They're simply letting the ships through, but everything is still exactly where it was when the war was raging between the U.S. and Iran. So for them to be confident about that, they still haven't withdrawn the forces. So I think that's kind of telling in itself.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that's true. Also, I just saw someone say, don't you understand? We're running out of oil. The economy would collapse. Well, do you not understand they're about to shut it down again anyways to squeeze us even harder for more? Like, we're already giving them basically $600 billion out of everything that we're giving them, including the $300 billion in reinvestment fund. $600 billion out of our pockets or out of other people's pockets to a terrorist regime because we got into a war that the current administration was not smart enough to actually fight properly. That is a situation that is already horrendous. They're now going to squeeze us even harder for more than $660 billion. They're going to be squeezing us for probably $1 trillion at this point, or even more. That's 3 times the size of their national GDP in one surrender. Why in the hell would we ever go, let's just, appease them now and give them what they want and just pray for their mercy, which they're clearly not going to give because it's a radicalized, indoctrinated regime which looks for the destruction of the United States. And let's hope that the country that absolutely hates us and wants everyone here dead is actually going to do right by us and keep the strait open if we give them $1 trillion. That's not ever going to happen. Like, that's in no world will that ever happen. Restarting the war is the only hope in hell that we have, and I wish that the administration would understand that and follow through with that mindset. It's the only one that will ever have a chance in hell. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear in Riyadh that actually, this is yesterday's map. I just realized. I was like, that's weird. It's purple. I was like, that's for yesterday.
Oh man, you may start reporting yesterday's news.
Yeah, well, moving us into yesterday's news, yesterday's paper. But moving us on out of the Middle East, since we've covered this about the best we can, it is time for us to move on and into Europe. We actually have some news coming out of Europe today. A little interesting, isn't that? But moving us on into the European news, we did get to hear that the Admiral Grigorovich, which fired on that British sailing boat just a few days ago, apparently is now running out of fuel, like the rest of Russia, and has had to conduct a couple of dangerous refueling missions in the English Channel after almost running out of fuel. The Admiral Grigorovich, which has been used by the Russians to protect its shadow fleet and oil tankers passing the UK, has been forced to conserve fuel after running low on supplies. On Tuesday, the frigate fired shots at a retired British couple as they sailed their yacht through the waterway. It is thought the Grigorovich was drifting without power to save fuel and had been unable to dodge the 40-foot pleasure boat as a result. It can today be revealed that the frigate has been forced to go hull to hull with a Russian Amur-class repair ship in the channel to refuel on numerous occasions, and a move described as extremely dangerous. The vessel, which are both more than 400 feet in length, effectively collided into one another at sea while crews scrambled to transfer the fuel. Experts say the maneuver is in one of the world's busiest shipping lanes, could put civilian ships at risk should something go wrong. Also, let me go pull up that Amur class.
So basically, in summary, the Admiral Grigorovich Russian ship was out of gas, and they basically were letting the thing drift.
Pretty much, yeah.
Damn, and is that related to the gasoline shortages inside of Russia at all, or the oil shortages?
I'm not really sure. I mean, it might have just been out on deployment long enough that it ran into this problem, maybe.
Interesting. That's fascinating. So apparently, so the Russian response is because they let the thing drift and it drifted toward a pensioner's yacht. They're going to start firing rounds at the people. It's like that's not the yacht people's fault. That's your fault for running out of gas.
Man, but to the Russians, the world is but their beach. That's why we got to teach them otherwise. Also, on top of that, folks, if you think about it, if the British had fired upon and sunk that vessel because they fired on that sailing boat, because they had no fuel to run the ship's engines, they probably didn't have enough ability to run most of the systems on board the vessel. The vessel was a sitting duck when it fired on that sailing boat. If the British had decided to attack it, it probably would have been helpless to all of the incoming missiles that the British could have fired at the ship, and they could have sunk it and created a humongous, basically windfall victory for the British that would humiliate the Russians and also start to put them back in their place.
Yeah, I would say so. They could have, but they definitely didn't, and they probably never were.
Also, by the way, you want to see the ship that pulled up alongside it to refuel it?
I bet it's about to be beautiful. Let's see it. Oh my goodness!
Oh!
I knew it was gonna be heinous. Like, I know the Russians have nothing that looks good, but this is actually worse than I thought. This looks like a garbage scow.
This thing is a garbage scow. Jeez, man, this thing is rough. I mean, I don't even know what it's supposed to be. It looks like one of those mixed passenger freight ships from the 1950s. This thing is tough. This thing is very tough. Ugh. But anyways,
Oh my goodness, ugly as hell.
moving us out of the channel, we've also been able to hear of another interesting incident that happened today in France, or at least they were finally reporting it out of France today. We were able to hear that a drone factory that was building drones for Ukraine in France was apparently attacked. In early June, attackers threw Molotov cocktails at the company's building, but none of them went off. They all were duds. I don't even know how you make dud Molotovs. Like that's a pretty easy thing to not mess up, but they messed it
They
up.
were using the vodka in plastic bottles when they were break proof.
Bro, they're such alcoholics. They drank all the vodka, replaced it with water, and then went up to the building plastered and threw water-filled jugs at the building, and that's why they didn't go off. Yeah, but 3 days later, a Belarusian citizen was detained near the factory who was secretly filming tests of a prototype drone. The French General Directorate of Internal Security suspects that a foreign country, probably Russia, is behind these operations. The lair, located on the outskirts of Toulouse, is the flagship of the French drone industry, specializing in civilian and military drones. The company has become a key supplier to Ukraine since the start of the full-scale Russian invasion. Toulouse is in southern France, by the way, down here. So this is kind of where the incident happened around, and also Toulouse is not that bad looking of a city. I mean, look at it.
Yeah, it's really not that bad looking at all. It's pretty brazen, though, that the Russians are starting to send, agents into all these different NATO countries, because this is not the first time that something like this has happened, by the way. This one's pretty blatant, because they literally showed up at night and was throwing Molotovs at the building. I mean, that's about as blatant as it gets. But thankfully, the Molotovs didn't ignite. Either they didn't light them, or they put it in plastic bottles and they didn't bust, something like that. Who knows why they failed, but that's still very brazen. Clearly, the Russians are wanting to target Europe. They're wanting to take out these drone factories, because they know that's what Ukraine's using to attack Moscow and the major cities. But thankfully it failed, but I would not be expecting this to be the end of it.
I don't think this is going to be the end of it either. But it is quite an interesting situation, to say the least. And right now, a lot of people in the chat are actually talking about this at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so what do you think about this whole thing right here? Now that the reports are claiming that Russian covert forces attacked a drone factory manufacturing Ukrainian drones in France, what do you think? 44% said this is an Article 5 situation, while 29% said there's really not enough proof on this one to really do much about it, and 16% said this is normal, don't overreact. And at this point, unfortunately, this is normal. This is what's called hybrid warfare, or the new term for it is hybrid warfare. It used to be called sabotage attacks, but now it's called hybrid warfare, which is basically it's a fancy way of saying we're being attacked. We're basically having a war waged on us by Russia, but it's not that bad. It's only hybrid. It's not full. It's just hybrid. So technically, this is an Article 5 situation. If they can prove those guys were sent by Russia, which it sounds to me like they were Belarusian and they were alleged to be Russian agents, if they can prove that, then this is an Article 5 situation. But right now, it's not really clear if the proof is that concrete. So I'm with the 30%. There's probably not enough proof to go anywhere with it, which is probably the whole point. Russia is making it very hard to identify where these people are from for that sole purpose. That way they can't be linked back to Russia. So obviously, a very nasty form of warfare, a very cowardly form of warfare. But Russia's been doing this for over 4 years at least. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with the 30% as well. At the moment, it sounds like the French believe it would be the Russians, but they don't have enough proof to verifiably say it is the Russians. And because of that, you really can't invoke Article 5 off of, I feel like it's the Russians. That sadly, you need a lot more proof than that to be able to declare Article 5. But generally, in most situations, this is probably enough. But sadly, these days, we've seen that Russia even blew up a drone on an apartment building in Galati in Romania, and absolutely nothing was done, even when Romanian citizens were wounded. So the NATO precedent at this point is that the Russians can almost do anything and everything in NATO, and it won't lead to an Article 5 invocation most of the time. It won't even lead to Article 4. So with that, I hope that has addressed that the best we can. And moving on from that and into Germany, we've also been able to hear that the Defense Minister Pistorius, which you can see right here, which kind of looks like a living version of Fred Flintstone, which I never realized up until today. But according to Defense Minister Pistorius, he stated that Germany will allocate an additional $200 million for PAC-3 interceptor missiles for Ukraine's Patriot systems, on top of another $200 million through the Pearl mechanism. Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said Berlin will not weaken its support in Ukraine, and the Germans will continue to try and find ways to provide PAC-3 interceptors to the armed forces of Ukraine, so that way they can make sure to yabba-dabba-doo up down the missiles that are coming into Ukrainian airspace. Moving us on out of that good news from the Germans, it's time for us to get on into the rest of Ukraine's drone attacks that have been conducted throughout the day. I hate to say this, folks, but no matter how hard I looked for video footage from the front lines today in Ukraine, there wasn't a single clip So I sadly do not have any frontline updates for y'all over the course of this day. We're going to assume, as a result of the lack of video and picture evidence, that the front line has remained status quo. And so that is our entire summary of the front lines over the course of the past 24 hours. Moving us on into all of the strike footage, however, Ukrainian armed forces did hit and destroy a Russian railway freight train within the Bryansk Oblast. Got to get in our train segment. And
Oh,
they hit the
wow.
engine.
They hit it while it was moving?
Yeah, pretty impressive hit, really.
Yeah, I would say so. Hitting the thing while it's moving, that took a lot of coordination, I'd imagine. Oh, look, they got an animation of it and everything.
I mean, honestly, they went on, they went above and beyond for this. Apparently, we've got some rail fans in the Ukrainian armed forces. And there it is. That is the engine type. These things are hideous. I hate these so much. Honestly, folks, I hate Russian trains. I really hate all East European trains, like even the Ukrainian ones. I don't really like them a whole lot. They all look like this, and I think that's kind of ugly looking. But anyways, we can see they're about to blow it up, so it won't be around in its ugly mug for too long. You see it pulling its train, and here in an uno momento, you see the drone coming on in, hitting the diesel multiple unit at the front of this train, and causing what they would call a turbo fire.
That's rather ambitious to try to take out a whole freight train with a drone because, to my understanding, they're rather they're basically armored, basically to a certain degree. Trains are built very solidly with good materials, so it's kind of hard to believe that a drone could just take it out.
You know, it's actually like it's interesting to a degree, but it actually is quite easily doable because I'll use one that I know quite well in the modern day in the United States. While some parts of an engine are built quite thick, parts of it are actually paper thin. So I'll show you all here with this example. This is a Norfolk Southern AC44 C6M. That's completely beyond the point. But locomotives are incredibly heavy. Usually each one weighs a couple of 100 tons. And the reason why is that because the rails and the steel wheels on trains are largely frictionless, the way that you create tractive effort is by adding weight. The weight forces traction on the rails, which is what gives them their pulling power, or what's called in the railroading world the tractive effort. Most of the weight of a locomotive, however, doesn't really exist up here in this top body of the train. Actually, it kind of does on the cab, because the Federal Railroad Administration actually requires for the cab to have a certain thickness in inches of plating up here to protect them from head-on collisions with rail cars that might have detached on the tracks and whatnot for safety reasons. But most of the weight is actually down here in the lower part of the frame, in the axles, and also in the actual, I guess you could say, frame of the locomotive that everything else is built on top of. The plating up here at the top near to the engines and also the cab, at least on the sides, is actually paper thin for the larger part. I believe it's only a few millimeters thick. So if a drone flew into one of these from the side, you could actually knock one out. You could hit the prime mover and destroy it straight through the side plating.
Yeah, I didn't really know that personally. I thought these things were basically tanks. I know the glass in these things. Like if you're wanting to be anywhere during a tornado, being inside the cab of a train is a pretty good place to be for the most part because you really can't flip it over. It's too heavy. The glass is pretty well reinforced, and also it's hard for stuff to get through the steel in the cab. So I knew that, but I guess maybe near the exhaust. That looks to be where Ukraine hit was kind of near the exhaust of the thing. It looks like. So I guess maybe it's then, like you're saying, maybe it's how they're able to get it.
Let me see here. I need to see if I can show you all one of these hideous things that the Russians have. This is it, actually. This is it right here. You can actually see that, like, the frames are built very similarly, very thick, very sturdy, and also with a great deal of weight built into them. That's really the reason why they're thick and sturdy. But if you look at that side plating there, they actually have to put these flues into it because it's so thin. And the flues is what gives it a little bit of its structural integrity, kind of like cardboard, the same way it's made. So if a drone hits that, especially with any sort of a larger explosion, it's going to punch straight through that side plating right into the prime mover, which is the diesel engine, which gives the electric motors the power to run the engine, and knock that out completely. So you can actually completely destroy a locomotive pretty easily if you hit the shot right on the side of the engine.
Interesting. Well, it looks like they did, and it looks like they figured that out.
It certainly does, and we're quite happy to see it. We also were able to see the highway checkpoints were getting hit throughout Bryansk as well. Take a little look at this. I also got to say, this is kind of fascinating. The Russians actually have knockoff HESCO walls right here. I've never really seen that a lot before.
Yeah, it kind of is a bit of a knockoff, I would say.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I've never really seen that much, so that might be one of the first times I've ever seen that in the war. And you see the little door there flap opening a little bit, and now they're just waiting for it to open. And look, they opened it right on time. Oh, who's there, блядь?
Oh my god, stupid. Man, stupid. Why the hell they it's not like the drone knocked on the door. It's like you can clearly hear like the only thing that's making noise on the drone is the motors on it. So why the hell would you hear a drone motor and then open the door?
That guy won the Darwin Award, literally. Wait a minute, I hear a buzzing noise of death outside. Let me open the door and let it in.
It's not like the Russians are going to be sending a drone to their door. It's like, what did they think it was? A supply drone? It's like the Russians are going to pull up a supply drone to your door and just like sit out there buzzing. It's like stupid.
Bro, they literally landed, and just seconds later, the guy said, hello? There's his head right there.
Look at him peeking out the door. Stupid right here. Stupid.
Oh my god, man. Got everyone in this whole crew wiped out because of that move, man. That was honestly crazy. We also got to see satellite footage, folks, finally, from Ust-Labinsk, showing us the damage of that attack that happened about a week ago. There's nothing left. Every tank was destroyed in that attack.
Damn. Every single one. This is Ust-Labinsk, you said?
This is Ust-Labinsk. Yeah, this is that huge oil fire that we saw to the east of Krasnodar a while ago over here. And here's the tanks as they looked before, and that's what they look like now.
Damn. So this is going to affect their ability to store crude, which is at the refinery. So how are they going to store the crude otherwise? Is Ust-Labinsk like totally taken offline?
Yes, actually, Ust-Labinsk is totally taken offline. There actually isn't a refinery interest enough connected to this one. This actually looks to be a rail-served fuel distribution hub, either supplying oil or diesel to the surrounding area, or supplying oil to the railroads. Although it is quite a small spur, that's kind of leading me to believe that this wasn't really oil storage. It was more probably fuel distribution. And also the tanks are incredibly small as well. And usually crude is held in much larger tanks. So to be entirely honest with y'all, folks, just to put together all the facts here for all of us, because I think we have to kind of change what this is from an oil depot to a fuel distribution depot, which is a little bit different. And to lay out the facts, the tanks are fairly small. We can also see that there's a truck access here, right here, for the loading of fuels onto the trucks, which is usually seen in fuel distribution hubs. Once again, the tanks are very small in diameter, and there's also a rail-served spur right here where they can drop off several tank cars at a time and unload them into the tanks. So I think this actually isn't an oil like an oil depot. I think this was a fuel distribution hub where they would bring in diesel and gas by rail, unload it in these tanks, and then whenever a gas station nearby needed gas or diesel, a fuel truck will come in, load up here at this paddock, and then drive back out and go back to that gas station. So that looks to be what was destroyed.
Yeah, I guess if Ukraine keeps taking out Russia's ability to even store crude oil, then it doesn't matter how much crude they bring in, importing wise. Like they can import as much as they want. They won't have anywhere to store it. They'll have to keep it on the ships. And I'm sure the ships aren't going to be too happy about that because they got to go back and start selling more and transporting, stuff elsewhere. So that's kind of a strange situation to be in. They can't even store crude, and it's going to start getting reduced more and more.
Yeah, and also on top of that, like for this one in particular, considering that it's housing gas and diesel, I guess every gas station that relied on this thing for gas and diesel is just out there plumb out of luck. There's no distribution hub anywhere nearby anymore.
Yeah, I guess so. That's a interesting pickle to be in. So not only is the refineries getting hit, then they're also hitting the storage tanks. They even store the crude and the fuel. So really wild stuff. This explains why they're having such a bad fuel shortage for sure.
Oh, money! This is a fuel distribution hub. This is like the surefire proof right here. The gas station is literally right outside, and it looks to be connected via pipework right over there with the actual fuel depot. So this gas station is literally connected straight into it.
And do we know what Ust-Labinsk was actually servicing? Like, where was the next major city near Ust-Labinsk that would have probably been servicing?
Maybe Krasnodar, or it might have just been servicing this general region and the small villages out there along the highways and stuff.
And we've heard about gas shortages in Krasnodar, haven't we?
Oh yeah, like there's been huge ones. They basically run out.
Yeah, so that probably explains it right there. So very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting for sure, and also showing the depth and scope of this damage that was caused by that one attack. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see additionally that within the Sevastopol area, there has been reports of attacks on Belbek Airfield, but that's kind of understating it. Here's the list of all of the attacks that we've seen on Crimea just tonight. Well, actually, let me get to the map. This is the map. Sorry, folks. So, we've heard of attacks on Dzhankoye, Pataria, Harvitske, Simferopol, Kacha, Belbek, Sevastopol, and Feodosia, all in one night. We haven't got any video and picture evidence out of these attacks yet, but considering that these attack reports are always reliable, we can confirm that the attacks are ongoing and have happened, and we're just waiting for the damage reports and video and picture evidence to come out at this point to be able to show y'all what has been hit and what kind of damage was caused in Crimea. The Ukrainians are starting to go hard in on Crimea at this point to try and cause as much damage as possible, now that the situation has become quite literally desperate and hopeless for all the remaining Russian forces within that area. We've also been able to hear that this is a part of a larger drone campaign that is being conducted against the whole of Russia once again tonight by the armed forces of Ukraine and their autonomous drone forces. And we've also reported further drone attacks on the highways, including this one here, which blew up another fuel truck.
They were just, what the? Damn, this lady's really getting emotional about this. What, she have a stake in it or something? But
She bought a
it's
couple
kind of interesting. They
shares.
were just kind of interesting how they were just like filming right as it hit.
You know, I think they probably saw it coming in. Like, they probably heard it. Like, oh, let's get it up. Let's get it filming. But man, that thing blew up like ferociously at the start. I mean, look at that. Dang. Like, man.
They probably needed that fuel to get down to the liquor store.
Man, on the way to the liquor store, moving us off from that into Mariupol. We have also been able to see that there were attacks conducted on Mariupol overnight. I hear some crackling air defense fire. I think I'm about to see the morning sun rise early. There it was. Here comes the sun. Do, do, do. Moving us on from that, we also got another clip of the attacks on Mariupol right here. These were the fires that were caused afterwards. Doesn't look that good. And also, apparently, some of these were near to the port. Just to add that in. A little extra tidbit for all of you. Moving us on from that and on up into Luhansk, we also were able to see that there were some explosions in this city as well. But there was a picture of one of the explosions and fires that was being caused. And outside of that, we have also gotten a little bit of interesting location unknowns. But before we get into those, one more thing. The Ukrainians have stated the Belgians will be giving them F-16s as early as the end of this year. So we are hearing that the Ukrainians will be getting a whole new round of F-16s from another NATO state, which is great to hear. The Belgians are replacing their F-16s with F-35s. They were going to be retired and scrapped, and so instead of retiring them and scrapping them, they're going to give them a second life in Ukraine. So very nice to see. But moving us on out of that, it's now time for us to get on into our location unknowns, and we have quite an interesting amount of them. Moving us on into our first piece, we were able to see a live feed from Firepoint showing off their weapon systems of the success that they had at the Kopotnya refinery.
Man, that's good, man. They put it in their advertising booth. That is crazy. Also, how the hell they get the footage so quick to put in their advertising booth? Honestly, if I was in the market for some missiles, I'd be looking at Firepoint.
Man, honestly, man, it's kind of crazy. They're like, oh, you want the live feed of how good our weapons are doing? Here, look at this video. I was like, man, honestly, that's a pretty good sales pitch, if any. I mean, honestly, this is also pretty audacious as well. I've never seen people like Raytheon or anyone do that, like in the middle of the Gulf War, be like, here's television footage live from CNN showing our Tomahawks hitting Baghdad. Isn't that cool? Like, it's like, I've never seen this before.
Let's see it again. Play from the beginning. I want to see the whole clip again. I missed the first part. Let's see. Yeah, there it is, burning and stuff like that. Did they show the lid blowing off the thing as well?
Sadly, no.
Okay, I was about to say that since we found out that a Russian manpad did that, they would have to sort of like put a disclaimer on it saying, well, actually, that wasn't ours. That was the Russian stupidity that took out the tank. But that is fascinating. I mean, I will say it looks like their stuff's pretty effective. Looks very effective.
It does look incredibly effective. We also got a clip of a Ukrainian airstrike that was conducted today by a MiG-29 using AASM 250 hammers. And here comes the hammer. I gotta say, those French bombs are really something. And the destruction that they create is amazing, really. Moving us on from that clip, we also get to see another one showing the Hartia. While the Russians are suffering up in Moscow and choking on oil smoke, the Hartia group has decided to take some nice aesthetic pictures in the poppy field. It is pretty cool looking.
Poppy field, you say?
Lord Stickbot! Like, man, like...
You said you'd let me grow my poppy without any interference.
I bolted the deed and pray I don't tread any further. But still, really cool. The 13th RTA of the National Guard of Ukraine. Really neat group, you know. And also, we were able to see This thing.
Who made this abomination?
Rosyjski Federacji.
I shouldn't even asked. They have those. Are those? Is that leather seeds they got there or pleather?
Suede.
Oh, suede. Gotta love that too, and gotta love the little tree branches they put on the front of it too. This is a magnificent thing here. This might be good for like UFC fighting. It's got a cage in the back of it. Might be good for a brawl.
Man, they ought to call this thing the classic coop. They got the the chicken cage on the back and the egg beaters with it. Like, it's the whole chicken shebang here.
I'd prefer to call it a hoopty.
Man, call this thing the thingamajig. This thing is terrible looking, though. And also, to give you all the casualty report for the day, which also was something else in its own right, here's the casualty report, provided by none other than Miss Disa, Keeper of the Records, and holy moly, another 3 bobcats bleed.
Lovely. You gotta love it. 3 for me. 3 for me.
3 for me. And according to Miss Disa, Keeper of the Records, Russian losses the June 18th of 2026 day 1,576, 431 auto and fuel tanks is the 6th highest daily loss. 7 ground robotic complexes ranks as the 9th highest, and special equipment daily since May 30th is averaging 4 a day. Well, quite some impressive numbers. And over the past 24 hours, 1,370 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 5 main battle tanks, 4 APCs, 71 artillery pieces, 3 MLRSs, 4 air defenses, 1,996 drones, 7 ground robotic complexes, and 431 supply trucks. Not a bad day, to say the least. And that actually rounds out our news for the day. Sadly, there was no speech from Zelensky. I hate to say that, folks. He's been at the G7 in Paris for a bit now, and he hasn't made a speech during that whole time. We're running into a dry spell, folks. He needs to come out and make a speech. But outside of that, we are going to be moving on into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I got to say, a big thanks to the 16.2 thousand people who have watched the show for 2 hours straight. We have a peak viewership tonight of 20,200 people, and I got to say, it's pretty crazy to see that 16.2 thousand people are still here 2 hours into the show, and I hope you all been enjoying the news, every single minute of it that we've been able to cover here on stream. We're about to be moving on into our second piece of the stream where we get to talk to all of y'all, and we're going to be addressing the super chatters first and then live chats second. We do that because the people who super chat the channel are the ones who actually keep this thing running. We don't have any like magic money streams going on in the background from sponsorships or ads on these streams, and so our whole bread and butter and our livelihoods are made by the amazing folks who go out of their way to support the channel and keep it running. And so as a big thanks to them, we make sure to address their questions and statements first and thank them for their support as well before we get to the live chats. But before we get on into any of that, we do want to make sure to get to some news that's apparently coming out right now. I would assume probably on the Middle East. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so it looks like the Pentagon has just come out and issued a number that they need to cover the cost from the Iran war. So far, we've been working with estimates about this, and we've been quoting $100 billion as an estimate. The Pentagon is now claiming, and this is according to appears to be AZ Intel on Twitter, that $80 billion is needed to cover the cost from the Iran war, as well as other non-war related bills, according to Pentagon officials. And that's according to appears to be the WSJ. So 80 billion. So that was actually pretty close to the $100 billion estimate. And this is just the public number. Of course, it could be different behind the scenes. You never can tell these days. But publicly, they're saying $80 billion. So that's an expensive little expenditure right there, I would say, for the... How long did the war last, by the way? How many weeks was it in total?
Like a month and a half, I think.
So about, I mean, let's just say 8 weeks. 8 weeks, about $80 billion. That's pretty steep.
$10 billion a week, and that would be about roughly like 1.2 billion a day. It's not really a good running number, to be entirely honest, to think of. And also what's a little bit crazier about that is that that's about the same amount of support, military support we gave the Ukrainians over 3 whole years. And people were moaning and bitching that that was breaking the bank to give the Ukrainians secondhand equipment that was valued at that amount over 3 years because the U.S. just simply couldn't afford it. Apparently, though, we can't afford to spend a month and a half losing a war at $80 billion. So, that's something really kind of annoying, honestly. But anyways, with that, it does appear, folks, that we'll be having to figure out how to foot this whole bill here in the future.
That's just almost about 1/10 of the annual national defense budget that's currently, at about $1 trillion or so. That's about 1/10 of it right there in just a matter of, just a handful of weeks.
Man, when you put costs like this in a real perspective, it really makes you wonder why in the world are people complaining about supporting Ukraine.
Well, 300 billion to Iran looks a lot sharper than 300 billion to Ukraine because those Ukrainians, they're fighting for their survival, but, Iran's a terrorist nation.
Well, you see, folks, the big difference here is that Ukraine is trying to be our friend and also trying to fight an enemy of the United States. So they're bastards and they don't deserve a sin. But the Iranians want to kill us all, so they definitely deserve the money. Like, make it make sense. Like, yeah, you really can't make that make sense when you think about it. It's like, so we can give $300 billion to Iran, and more than that, really, it's like 660 billion when you look at everything that they're going to be given outside of reinvestment funds. They're going to be given 660 billion, and apparently that's totally fine. We can come up with that money lickety split. But if the Ukrainians need like 30 billion a year to literally curb stomp one of our largest enemies in the world, which is the Russians, they're the only one that's really that much of a threat next to China. Oh, we can't give them the money for that. They basically got to tough it out and rock it on their own. That's such a stupid thing when you think about that. It's ridiculous. And also on top of that, it's really making the sales pitch that we made for years about how cheap and easy it is just to pay the Ukrainians basically to fight the war against the Russians. If we fight it against the Russians, we now have the running bill, at least with Iran, that it's going to be costing about 60 billion a month. Or more so like 55 billion a month. The Ukrainians can fight the war for the whole year and it costs 30 billion a year for us to give them and help them to fight the Russians. Seems like a good deal to
Yeah.
me.
And, the EU just gave Ukraine that $90 billion loan. I'm not sure if you just mentioned that a minute ago or not, but they just gave them that $90 billion or 90 billion euro loan that Ukraine's supposed to make last over several years. So, I mean, the U.S. has basically spent that in one like month almost nearly. So I think that kind of proves the point, folks, that these massive, billion-dollar systems that we keep using to try to fight wars is not the way to go anymore. It's definitely not, because Iran probably spent nowhere close to that fighting the war on their side. They probably spent like a fraction of that. They had to, because they don't have the money to spend like $80 billion. That's like, what is that? Like, how many times is that their GDP?
Jeez, man, it would be.
I mean, let me pull that up.
I think Iran's
Iran
GDP is like
GDP.
300 billion.
Let's see here. So yeah, 300 billion is Iran's GDP right there. So that's literally 1/3 of Iran's annual GDP that was just spent in just about a month of the United States fighting the war. So yeah, I think our military needs to get rid of the bloat, like the $100,000 bag of bushings. That kind of shit's going to sink us as a country. So they better get a grip on that kind of stuff, because the spending's out of control and we're not getting much out of it.
Yeah, it's insane. I also saw someone say we're not giving 300 billion to Iran. Nothing is actually published. Oh, come on, man! We're giving them money. Like they're like we didn't write up a memorandum of understanding saying, okay, we're paying you war reparations, but it's coming out of everyone else's pocket, and they don't even know yet. But we're gonna tell them. Like that's not how it works. Like we're paying the Iranians money, and I know that right now they're not saying that, but just because the administration isn't saying that doesn't mean we don't need to assume that. I mean, the administration has lied on literally everything at this point. They lied and said the ballroom wouldn't cost the taxpayers a cent. Now they're in Congress trying to find $660 million for the thing when it was originally only supposed to cost $200 million. It was going to be funded entirely by private donors. So, going off of the fact that they've lied about how much everything else is going to cost, whether it be little or major, I would assume that we're going to be paying the Iranians quite a good bit of money out of our own pockets if this somehow keeps going through and the Iranians don't blow the whole thing up in the next day or two. But with that, it is time for us to get on into the questions. So what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our super chat questions, again, our live chats after that. Our first one is going to go to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that $50 support right there. And that is the largest super chat of the night thus far. And we do appreciate you very much, Bobby, for helping to keep the channel running yet again tonight. And of course, being a longtime channel legend. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to say, humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Bobby LC39A. And I got to say that folks like you help us to make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing running. You didn't throw in a comment, but your support says a lot, and it says that you want to help us to stay on air. And we're greatly appreciative of folks like you who go out of their way to support a channel that nobody has to support, so that way we can keep buying the bread and the butter and keep the lights on and keep paying the bills, so that way we can keep getting on the show every single day and spending quite literally full-time hours, more than that, every single week to keep this show running. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Tom Exman, and thank you very much, Tom, for the 20. And he said, can we see yesterday's flying oil tank saucer lid again? It's got to be counted as a new class of tank toss. It's part of a tank Orville Redenbacher, so be proud.
You know what? Let me see. Let me go get that map from yesterday. Google Let's see here. Let's see here. Let me get started here. They got a whole new intro for this thing. All right, let's see here. Here's the map. You want to see it? You want to see it, don't you? I actually don't have it. I don't have it on the map, at least, sadly. I think we were covering all that stuff live last night. I really wasn't putting a lot of it down on the map. So let me see here. Yeah, sadly, I don't have it on yesterday's map, so I wouldn't be able to show it. I think we have it on Twitter, though. Matty, can you find it really quickly and see if we can watch that one again?
Let's see here. I should be able to spot it real quick. Let's see if I can. And yep, I just reposted it right now. You go take a look at it.
Let's take a look at it, folks. Let's take a look at it. Let's see. Oh, there we are. This is actually from a distance. I've never seen this one before. New POV. Let's take a gander. We see here. There's the tank. Oh!
Oh, and there's the lid. Look at that.
That was insane, honestly.
That is insane right there. It's literally a flying saucer. Not to repeat literally what everybody and their dogs already said so far. Look, it's a UFO. It's a flying saucer. But it kind of does look like it though.
I want to go back and watch that one today that literally showed the missile flying into it. Let's get that one again and show it. And here it comes.
Oh, man. I know the Russians are going to track that dude down. They're going to definitely find out who that was.
Man, they're going to send him back to China to face real corporal punishment. Like, man, like, they are not going to let this guy get away with filming this one.
No, I'm talking about the guy that launched the man pad. They're going to go after him. Like, whoever the hell that was, the Kadavarites, the Russian soldier, whoever the hell that was, I'm sure they're looking for him.
Man, they probably are. Let's go look at him again. You know, the little man pad team that did this.
Давай, давай! Давай, брат! Давай!
Two brain cells.
Давай, давай! Ой, машаллах! Ой, машаллах!
Man, and that was the missile of destiny right there, man. It went on a path to glory.
A missile of destiny, that's for sure. They created the photo of the year thanks to these stupid people.
Man, also, let's watch that other one. The one that didn't really turn into anything, but it was still hilarious. Let's watch this one, too, just as a bonus clip here. It went the complete opposite way. Oh, my God.
But, you know, a question we haven't asked so far, where did these guys even come from? Like, did they just drive them in and drop them off on the highway? Or were they standing on the highway the whole time waiting for something to happen?
I think these guys are a part of the mobile fire group, so they actually just kind of like drive into position wherever they need to be and hop out. I think that's why we're seeing like near to all of these clips, there's like a little delivery van sitting around. Like, let's see here. Let me get to this one. Let's see. When they turn the camera around right here, I think this little shitty van is what the mobile fire group came out of.
Huh, so they're jumping out of like sprinters or something like that. It's kind of interesting. So, you know, that doesn't seem like that's a very good strategy. It's like, shouldn't they have like, you know, reliance on, you know, stationary missile-based defenses that are stationed at strategic points instead of people driving around in trucks, hopping out like thugs?
Well, I mean, you know, the country's run by the mafia, so they're pretty used to this whole sort of a thing. But I would say, yeah, I mean, it would be a lot better to have stationary air defenses, but they don't work. Like, they have some, and they still don't work.
Yeah, you just have goofballs literally driving around town. Like, do we see something happening? Do we see something? There's vans driving around everywhere with goons in them.
Man, man, bro, they just sit there. There it is. Like, you just hear the truck go. They all come hopping out the sides with Englands. Get into the way. That's like, bro, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and also, by the way, they clearly haven't been trained. That's obvious. I mean, if they were trained, they would stop traffic before they started to fire a missile right in the middle of active traffic. They're just letting the cars drive right in front of them. In fact, the dude firing wasn't even paying attention to whether or not somebody was about to drive in front of him. He could have easily blown everybody up in the vicinity if he'd hit the car with the missile, if it had been right in front of him.
Man, you know something that when you think about it, this shows how little Russia is coordinated at every level, is that here in America, if a similar situation was going on, they would have some sort of a unified frequency with the local law enforcement departments to where they're basically like with dispatch to where they could radio into the local police. We need y'all to shut off this highway. We're here. And the police would come in and cordon off the highway where they're operating. They don't even coordinate with the local police. That's how little coordination there is at every level in Russia.
Yeah, it's absurd, really. This is just the wildest stuff I've ever seen. There's just thugs hopping out of vans, missing, hitting their own tank. The missile-based stationary defense is failing at every point and turn. Random dudes with machine guns off who knows where they're at. The machine gun was firing somewhere in the distance. Who knows where it was coming from? Just insane. And also, this is 10 miles away from the Kremlin. That's the crazier part.
Also, we totally forgot to even mention at this point that this guy turned a couple of, pedestrians into rotisserie with that backblast. Totally forgot to even mention that up until right now, and I just thought of that, and I was like, there were people back there on that sidewalk on the roadway when he fired this thing. Like, you can see that here in the clip later on, like when we turn it around. There's like people, a constant stream of people over here walking past him. He had to cook a couple of them when he fired this thing.
They just charbroiled a goat and they go in the corner.
Bro, you just turn around, literally it's just like a Costco rotisserie chicken just on the sidewalk, steaming with the heat like from the back blast.
This is like comedy gold. Like, you can literally sit here for hours like nitpicking the hell out of this video and find something else stupid that the Russians did out of it. There is so much stupid in this video going on. It's hard to even like fathom all of it.
Oh my god, man. To know that the ultimate conclusion of this is that one tiny missile this dude fired blew up an entire oil tank at one of the biggest ones of the refinery. That's probably the craziest part of the clip. And also, what the hell were they even shooting at? The guy was aiming that away, like this way. What was he even shooting at? I never saw a drone that whole time. It's like he just looked straight into the oil cloud and just hoped that it would go up there and find something.
Yeah, basically so. It seemed like that's what he was doing. And then you got this dude over here filming going, ay, 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 ay. He's like using his two brain cells to just utter some sounds that have no like sense behind it. Look at this dude right here running down. This is so stupid.
Look at Vito!
He was running honestly like he was kind of scared for a minute. Then he tried to pull himself back together like, no, I'm really tough though.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Vito. I'm with the local Gambinos. It's like, hey, it's Vito. And then he just passes on by. Now they've set down one of the igloos. They're like, no. You fire it this way, Blair. You fire it this way. See, let me grab it. And meanwhile, this guy's like, no, it's not my car. He's like freaking out on the side of the highway, just absolutely tweaking. Everyone's running onto the highway now. Like, there's people about to get creamed by the cars.
Look at that gremlin over there on the right. That dude right there with the like low pants right here. Look how he's running.
Bro, he's running like he just stole something. He's like trying to keep it in his pockets.
I mean, he's running like Scooby-Doo when there says, Zoink, Scooby, I just found the mystery. It's like, oh, ruh-roh, Raggy. He's like running down the highway like he just solved the mystery.
Oh, wait, here comes the better part. Look at this car right here. Like this one. Look at this guy. He's like, get away.
He's gonna jump out of the car like he's gonna jump at it. Like he's gonna brawl and square up with the car.
Bruh, he ran at that thing like he was gonna push it like sideways on the road, like with his own bare hands. Look at that. He's like, get out of the way, damn it. Like we're trying to shoot.
Allah Akbar!
Oh, look, it's Sudan now. Like it's Syria and everything. Like, Allah Akbar! Bro, like this clip is a treasure.
That car stomped the accelerator after they heard that. They said, shit. They said, stop it. I'm getting the hell out of here.
And then this guy is trying to get a shot. Oh, wait a minute. Do you see that? This guy's just standing in the back blast. Like, literally. Like, look, this guy, he turned around. He's like, get out of the way. Look, he turns around and sees him. He's like, he starts waving his hand and I'm like, get out of the damn way.
Oh, my God. Just crazy. I still have no idea. We still don't have the answer to where all these pedestrians came from. They're literally just standing there on the highway. We know where the goons came from. They hopped out of the van, but it's like, where'd all these thugs come from? They're like lurking around on the highway. So we still don't know where they came from.
Man, I really don't know. Like, dude, it was like a movie set where they had like a whole bunch of extras standing in a pen, and like a director out on the side said, "Okay, action," and they all just started walking on set. It's like, why are they all here? Where did they come from? There's not even that many cars on the highway for them to all hop out of. Like they literally just spawned in and just start running through the scene. Like, it doesn't even make any sense.
Man, they could live under the bridge. They could just like crawl out from underneath the bridge. Like, what's going on up there? And then it was like, what the hell? There's a man pad above our heads. They're firing man pads above our house.
Wait a minute, what's this clip? Hold on, let's check this one out. I never saw this one. Oh.
Oh my God, there's people running off the dude. Look, oh, look at this dude running by, dude. Look at him, that third
Bro, he's
dude.
doing the
There's a
Scooby
drone
run and
flying in.
point.
There's the drone above the guy's head.
And here it comes.
Look, there it is.
Oh my God. This is
He's just running
insane.
yeah, that bro's dodging the Russian man pad. They're scared shitless because the Russians just fire up the man pad next to their head. Then they're running along, pointing up the Ukrainian drone going, look, Leon, it's a drone.
Man, that guy was spamming the look emote. He was look, bro. Like he's also, by the way, big shout out to the maintenance away people on the highways. There's literally a whole chunk of the town sign missing up here to tell you what town that is. It just says Besed. McCut. Like, you don't even know what the hell those towns are. Like, there's a whole part of the sign missing.
Play this video again, man. I gotta see this. This is like this dude's overstimulated like crazy. Oh my God, this is oh my Lord. War has never been crazier, folks. Never.
I've never seen such chaos in my life. Man, can we find more of these clips that we did not show on air? Like, can you look around Twitter really quickly and see if there's anything related to the Moscow refinery attack that we have not seen on air yet?
Let me see what I can find here real quick. Let me do some looking. I'll get back with you.
We're going to hopefully get some more footage for y'all, folks, because I know that we had an extensive library of the stuff amongst all these clips today, but I do have to tailor them a little bit so that way we're not spending way too much time on the same stuff. But honestly, this is such a hilarious ordeal that's happened here today. If we can find more footage to show y'all, we're going to show it. Each one of them is comedy in their own right, and each one of them brings a little special flair to it. So hopefully we'll have something here very soon. But in the meantime, though, I do see a lot of y'all are getting a humongous kick out of this stuff. And I gotta say, folks, this is the funniest thing I've seen in the war. Like, this tops everything else that we've seen that's been comical. Like that huge ammo depot that blew up in Donetsk in 2023, and that Russian guy was trying to run from the explosion, and he's like climbing through burning buildings and stuff to escape. Like, it's even funnier than that. So hopefully we have something new.
It appears to be. We've actually shown basically every different angle, every different possible video of the entire situation.
No.
We've shown virtually all of them, actually. We've shown quite a few. I think we've shown over 10 different angles of that specific area where the manpower was going off. So
No.
I think that's it. I do have a video here of a Russian wiping the oil off their balcony, though. If you want to see that, it's a new one.
Nah, I saw that one earlier. That one wasn't interesting enough. I hate to say, I was like, it's just not interesting enough. Let me see. There was another one that I didn't include somewhere in here. Let me see. Oh, this one. This one actually shows a KA-29 or a KA-32 of the Ministry of Emergency Services trying to put out the fire right here from a closer angle. I didn't show this one, actually. There's that. Let's see here. Anything else? Well, we showed that one. Let's see here. That was a baller one. I wish we could have played that. Matthew was scared of copyright, though. It's the Ukrainian army band, though.
You know how YouTube doesn't discriminate between covers and the real deal. They just hear the tune and they go, oh, that's wrong.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're right about that. Let's see here. Oh, there's got to be something that I did not show, because I have to go through here and pick the best, and so there has to be something. I mean, like, no, we made it to yesterday, so yeah, I actually did show everything on this. That is a shame, folks. I wish we had more footage to show you, because each one of these clips is an absolute trip. Like, it is a journey in what these show. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen, like, bar none. Let me see here. There's really nothing else I can show you that's that particularly funny. But
I think honestly, out of all those clips, that last one there with the dude being completely overstimulated, like trying to run from the Russian man pad, then pointing at the Ukrainian drone above his head, that's got to be like the most like hilarious thing. Also, that's like we still don't like. I'm going to keep repeating this. I still don't know why these people are on the highway. It's like, why is this dude running down the highway? It's like The whole thing's just insane, really. It's just hilarious.
I've just never seen it. Like, man, if you wrote that up as a comedy movie, people would call it cheesy because of how over the top ridiculous everything was. Like, every single clip we got out of that was like a whole, like, Muppets, like, Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy routine going on in each clip all at once. Like, even had, like, Tom and Jerry shit going on with, like, people chasing each other in circles with, like, pots and pans and stuff out there. Like, I don't even know how they did all that in every
Yeah.
single area around the refinery.
Can you imagine, by the way, because that's 10 miles away, that refinery right there. That's 10 miles away from the Kremlin. Imagine if those drones went on to Moscow and they were trying to defend the Kremlin or something. Could you imagine? It would be the same clown show you're seeing with that refinery going on around the Kremlin. I mean, I don't think they would
Oh.
defend very well.
No, I don't think they would. Man, I don't think they would at all. Imagine that chaos going on in Red Square, though, man. Get out of the way, man. Like, and you're stuck in a
Yeah,
giant
you
stone
know,
square, nowhere to go.
it puts into perspective when Zelensky agreed not to hit that parade, the Victory Day parade inside the Red Square. They could have hit it. Like, they're proving now they could have hit it. But he chose not to out of, I guess, mercy, or nobody's really sure why Zelensky didn't go for that. I guess maybe thought it would be too escalatory. But he could have hit it. I mean, but he didn't. And I mean, obviously, Russia's not prepared to deal with that. That's clear.
And when you look at it, folks, I mean, like, if there was an attack that got anywhere around Red Square and people were told to run, there isn't really anywhere for them to go because there's a giant castle fortress wall over here on the west side. Over here on the east side is the gum store, which has this one entrance right here, and I think it has the other two down here on its north and south ends. So you could try and run into the gum store, maybe, or you could try and run all the way to one end or the other of Red Square and try and get out that way. But that would be a tough one, man. Like, imagine the chaos that'd be happening here in Red Square if people had to start running out of it.
Yeah, and Russia basically hit like Ukraine's version, like hitting that monastery, that really old historic monastery. That was basically of the same level of severity of hitting Red Square, basically to a certain level. So, what do you mean gum mall? Like gum? Like what does that mean?
This is well, in Russian it's called Gum, but this is a famous place. It's like Harrods basically for Russia, but it's where a whole bunch of high-end stores and stuff reside. That's what the inside of it looks like. So it's like basically a big like market mall sort of a
Hmm.
thing.
Yeah, I'd imagine only the top tier elite go here because that's probably the only people that can afford it. But
Yes,
also,
like,
this
that's right.
this has got to be the nicest mall in the entirety of Russia. Like the huge country of Russia, it's got to be the nicest one in it.
Yeah, it's pretty nice actually. It's like world renowned actually. Like everybody knows the Goom store on the east side of Red Square. It's like something that people know quite well if they know a little bit about Moscow because it's one of the places that's a tourist trap because everyone wants to go in there and look around. It's basically Harrods. Let me go show y'all Harrods because some people in the States might not know what Harrods is. It's this big mall sort of a deal in London on Brompton Road right here. So let me show y'all the outside of Harrods. I'll drop the man down there. So this is Harrods right here, which is a big old department store, and they have all kinds of high-end brands, bakeries, and everything else in Harrods. Very nice place, very similar to the Goom in that regard. Most major European capital cities have some sort of equivalent of like a super luxurious mall, and Moscow also is no exception. I think they also have one like that in St. Petersburg as well. But I mean, dude, honestly, man, like I wish, bro, the Goon stop, bro.
It sounds like you're saying the Goon store.
Man,
The Goon store right outside of Moscow, eh?
man, I go and shop at the Goon store every day. They call me a Gooner, believe.
Oh man. I've
Man,
heard
but
this Harrods place is expensive though. Like
oh
you
yeah,
apparently can go broke.
yeah, extremely expensive, like ridiculously expensive. But that's kind of like the appeal of it is that's like the high end place, very exclusive and all that, and you got to basically put down a mortgage to be able to afford anything in there. But the Goom is very similar, like or the Goon, like whichever way you want to call it, very similar sort of a place. But anyways, with that, it is time for us folks to move on and into the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Star, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Star, for that support. He said, I don't blame certain U.S. officials out there for drinking, possibly, allegedly. Imagine renaming the DOD to Department of War and then losing your first war. It must be tough. Also, by the way, not only is that tough, but also the Department of War put out a poster today saying "increased lethality, we're tough."
Oh, I gotta get
and
it.
then some people put a community note below it and said, "Actually, they're not tough. They give away 300 billion in the war." Show people that real quick. It's actually kind of whack that got put on there.
Let's see here. Come on, here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, there it is. Look at that. It says they gave the enemy 300 billion instead instead of no mercy, increased lethality. I wish they would stop that cringy shit, by the way. Like, I don't know why they're putting these posters out to the public. It's like if you're in the service, yeah, they hype you up and stuff like that because you're going to war and everything, but this is public facing. Like, this is toward the public. Like, what is this like monster poster here with like a soldier on it looking demonic, talking about no hesitation, increased overwhelming lethality? It's like, who is this intended for? It's like the public doesn't need to see that. It's like, what is this?
Also, give the enemy nightmares. I mean, geez, folks, you couldn't come up with some shit that's more cringe than this if you gave it to a class of third graders and told them to come up with something that sounds badass. I mean, this looks stupid as shit. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, folks. This is like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Like, you know,
And
like,
it's like, isn't this kind of like low-key like playing into Iranian propaganda? They say the demons of the U.S. Army. It's like this looks like a demon on the poster. It's like, isn't this like playing into propaganda? It's like we don't want to make our people out to look like killers. By the way, like the people in our military, they do their job as they're serving the nation. They're not killers. It's like I don't understand what this message is that's coming out of this poster like this.
but man, I gotta say, give the enemy nightmares. They gave the enemy 300 billion instead. Kind of goes hard in its own way. Oh man, but I gotta say, folks, recruitment ads like this are really, well, recruitment ads, if you want to call it this, it's really stupid. I mean, also on top of that, it's like, what do we really want people that like enlist in the military because of ads like these? Do we want them in the military? I mean, these people kind of seem, if this is like their whole deal, seems to me like they're going to be prone to committing war crimes, you know?
Well, dude, the message in the poster says no hesitation and no mercy. It's like, bro, that sounds like a war crime statement in itself. It's like, well, that's a horrible message to be putting out, like from a military that abides by the Geneva Conventions. It's like that's not the message you want to send out, and that's what apparently they think looks good.
Honestly, man, you know what this kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of that like absolutely weak Call of Duty shit. Like, like you know how I like clown on Call of Duty every time I had to play it with you, and they're like, you know, Fox 297 engaging the enemy with my hard hands. It's like, come on, it's like this is so cringe. Like anybody actually talks like this. Like you know, I'll tell you, folks, there's more realism to be had in Squad with a whole bunch of people goofing off on the radio in the game than there ever is with this kind of like over the top try hard shit that you can see right here. This stuff is absolutely stupid. Give the enemy nightmares. It's like, well, if you do your job professionally, you'll do that anyways without having to really get into it, you know? It's not like we're Viking
Yeah.
berserkers where you have to get high on shrooms to go attack them, you know?
Yeah, it's like we're not trying to look tough. We're actually trying to be tough. And it's like you don't have to. Anybody putting this much effort into trying to look like a hard ass, it's like you're probably not. This is like posing and all kinds of stuff. It's like this is also there's literally him in the poster up there at the top of the banner on the Twitter
Oh,
page right
God.
here. Yeah, it's like tattoo boy with tattoos all up his arm. It's like, come on, dude. It's like stop being a fake tough guy. It's like that junk doesn't fly.
You know, and then he's always talking about like physical fitness and stuff, and he can't do a pull up, he can't do a bench press. Hell, he's as physically fit as me. Like, it's like that's pretty bad. I mean, y'all have seen me in a couple of like face reveals
He
on this
actually,
show. I'm not really that
he
fit.
actually did the bench press. Saw him on the video doing it. Some people had clipped out the part. Now they did try to do him dirty with this. He was bench pressing like in front of the soldiers until failure, which is what some people do when they're working out. And some people clipped just the end of it, where it looked like he was like barely able to do one of them, but he'd actually done like a whole bunch of them before they clipped just that part. So that was like some lame attempt to try to make him look bad. But he is a wannabe tough guy, though. I will say that.
Man, let's look at. Uh, man, I got. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Bro,
god.
that scared the hell out of me. That was like a flashbang to the face right here, like seeing this.
This is like a damn
What does this
sleep
have to do with the
paralysis
Department of
demon.
War? Yeah, what does this have to do with the Department of War? The boss, and it shows a picture of the president looking like a thug. It's like, what is this?
Let's see. Let's see here. What else do we have? Is that
They will not
AI?
win. What is that a picture of?
Why the hell is there
Is
a
that an
Connex
Anduril
box?
drone?
I think that's that autonomous thing that they're testing out for refueling, but it's kind of stupid to make that seem like a weapon. I mean, it's basically just a refueling drone from what I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I like the design quality of it, but I'm not sure what this is all about, but the design's not too bad, the poster.
Let's see. Locked in. Well, we've had someone say that about us before. It was a pretty nice
Locked into
compliment.
what?
Um, apparently the
What does that
damn
mean?
like MMA fight that was at the White House, because that looks to be where the picture's at. I think it's pretty sure that's Dana White right there on the left. So the fight, I guess. I don't know.
Huh, interesting. What else they got in here? I'm kinda curious at this point. They got some weird stuff in here.
They got that. Let's see. We will find you. Okay, that's it. Okay. Let's see. That one's pretty decent. I mean, like that one's
Yeah, it's
not
pretty
bad.
decent.
Um,
That's actually, like, classy stuff that's kind of appropriate, like, if you're gonna put something out, that's not bad. At least it's not, cringy, like, thug mentality type stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like a legacy worth defending. I mean, that calls back to our national history. It's showing a proud moment in American history, the raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi and Iwo Jima. It's like that's what they ought to be, not some give the enemy nightmares. It's like that's so stupid. Like you can't make it dumber. Let's see, and then monitoring the situation. That's what we do. So get back in
Man,
your
they're
link.
bringing back the Hindenburg?
That's that. Wasn't that little
That's an
reconnaissance
Ersat.
balloon? Yeah, like that's that reconnaissance balloon thing. Lethal
What
high-low
the
mix. What the hell's that?
what's
Like
this, like,
some
sweet and low sugar that you put in your coffee, like high and low mix?
man, they got them hot and mild.
I tell you what, man, that sucralose in the coffee be lethal, that high and low mix.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. We're putting
Is that
political.
Lord Farquaad?
That's George Washington, man. Like that's
Okay.
it. Oh my god.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Maybe we shouldn't put political slogans though in military recruitment ads. Like I'm just saying, like that usually never ages too well. The American war fighter. I hate war fighter. I liked it better back in the day when they said citizen soldier, because that's what everyone in the military is. They're a citizen soldier. It's like that. I think that's a much more important sort of a thing to put forward than making people in like the military sound like they're warriors who just came out of like a hut with a spear, ready to go on like a war for the tribe. Like that's not really how we do things in this country. It's a federal republic. They're citizen soldiers. We are built off of the Roman image, if anything, so that would make the most sense. Let's see. Oh,
Right, he's
jeez.
back. He's back. Oh my god, it's a sleep paralysis demon. Hello, just here to join you in your dreams. I hope you're having good dreams over there, sleeping in that bed.
I see your
What are you
toes
doing
are hanging
here?
off the
What
side
are
of
you
the
doing
bed.
here, Mr. Preston? What are you doing in my bed? I just here to make sure those dreams are winning, 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 winning.
Oh man.
D-Day. Well, that's
Please
like
don't
a
tell me
quote
they're
from Eisenhower.
politicizing D-Day. Please tell me they're not.
I heard the Secretary of War bringing up today a quote from Eisenhower, and I was like, oh no. I was like, he's gonna mangle it, and I think he might have mangled it a bit. Oh, he's back again.
Oh my
Oh, he's
god.
back.
What's up with this? Oh god.
Oh my, oh no. What's that? The digital musket.
Oh my god, and they put demon eyes on a US soldier from oh my god. Oh, that's bad. Like this is horrendous looking.
Man, they were technocrats when they were fighting the British back in the day. There
Techno
wasn't a single
barbarians.
computer. There wasn't a single computer around. But anyways, let's see some more. I want to see some more. I'm liking this right here.
Okay, so they're flinging off like the very little drones that we have into walls and whatnot. AI enabled war fight. Oh my god, I cannot stand the warfighter shit and the warrior stuff. I don't like it. I like some people might. My personal opinion, I don't. Um, another give the enemy night. Oh my
Oh man.
god, this is
Why is he
trying
giving
so
enemy
hard.
nightmares? I thought he was the president.
I don't even know. They took the mugshot picture too. Like
Man, he's giving me nightmares. I'm not the enemy.
you can't win, so
Who the hell's
don't.
that?
I don't even know. Like I think this is the undersecretary of the Department of War.
Is that Ray Liotta?
Might be.
It looks like could be. Like, I don't know who the hell that is. Who's it say that is? Pentagon something something. I don't even know who that is.
I think that's the undersecretary. Let's see. CTO stands for Office of the Undersecretary of War. So yeah, this is the Undersecretary of War. So
Interesting.
he made a
I
little
guess
one
he
of
decided to
himself.
make himself. Yeah, he decided to make himself look egotistical. That's interesting.
Let's light speed lethality. Like, oh, The lethality, like, they got to stop with the buzz, like what we were saying.
Oh,
We've been taken
are we back?
offline. We're coming back online right now.
Oh, good, good.
We're
Oh,
back.
look, he's locked in with blue eyes here. Oh, wait a minute. Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Oh,
What's that supposed to mean? I mean, well, I'm not sure if that was what they were going for, but I don't know.
Interesting. Anyways, let's see here.
Oh, look, peace through strength. That was they notice they haven't recreated that one.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. Is that like a 1984 quote right there? Like, you know, it's like peace is like freedom is slavery and ignorance is strength. Is that some kind of stuff? I don't think
I
so.
guess
But it's kind of
maybe,
close.
possibly, maybe.
Let's see here. Engineering lethality. Oh my god. Uh, like that one's good. Like that one's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that right there. I like that.
But why can't they all be like that? You know, where they're like actually decent and they're not, you know, absolutely
Where's
batshit like acid tripping like posters. Why can't they be this?
man? I want to see another one where the president looks like a sleep paralysis
Oh, here we
demon
are.
again. There he is. there it is, right there. It's back to make sure you're winning, winning. Mr. President, get out of my room. Get out. Just making sure you're getting tired of winning. I can hear it in your voice. Getting tired of it. I can hear it. I can hear it.
I could see one of your feet are hanging over the bed. It'd be a shame if a demon grabbed it. Like,
you gotta beware. Oh, Mr. President, it's like a demon in the corner. You're getting confused with democrats. That's all. I'm not a demon. It's just you're thinking about democrats. Oh, man, I tell you, these are awful, man. These are awful. These ones right here. Was that the mugshot, by the way? Is that the mugshot picture to use for that?
I don't even know. It might be. It looks like the same head angle, so it could be.
I guess. Interesting.
They
I
got
love
some.
those, though. Those are hilarious.
Jesus.
These
can't get
like,
more cringe, man.
man
Like,
this is like exactly. This is the same buzzwords that the Secretary of War keeps repeating over and over. Maximum lethality, and like every single poster comes out says that on it.
Most lethal fighting force in the world. Maybe we ought to be the most effective. Maybe that'd be better, you know, because like we were definitely lethal in the war in Iran. Wasn't effective though, so maybe we need to change our approach. But let's see. What else? Oh,
This segment
no.
here is actually very good. Like I like this segment. Oh look, oh man, I'll tell you what.
Gotta get that.
Why's it gotta look
profile.
so ominous though?
I don't even know. Like I don't even get what the point is behind that. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. Anything else? The hell's this one? Okay, we just got.
What does that say? Castellan.
Castellium.
I don't know what that means. I guess that's a company.
Low-cost hypersonic missiles is what they're saying this is. That looks like an Estes rocket to me, though.
It might work. You can't ever tell.
Maybe. Warfighter innovation. Increased lethality. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, man. Just the same words every single time. Nothing. Oh, that is a shitty green screen. Oh, my God. That is terrible.
Why are they making it like it's something on like PBS for kids or something like that? It's like, why are they acting like they're talking to idiots? It's like, you know, isn't this like for adults that have like some knowledge about what's going on that are watching this? It's like, it's not for kids.
Hey kids, you want to see how we're bombing Iran? Like,
Well,
it's
look at the video. Like, I'll open the thing and look at it. We can show this. This is from the government, so it's not copyrighted.
Should we play the audio?
If it's got music, we can't. Does it have music?
Okay, it's got music. Yeah,
It's got music. Yeah, damn. But I just want to see the animations real quick. Let's see. What in the world? Yeah, it's like a kid's cartoon or something. Look at that. Look at this. Look, they're bringing it up like
How
it's a
much
kid's
money
like, or
does
like a
this
training
cost?
film. Probably a decent bit, I'd imagine. It's like a training film or something like that. You'd show like a new employee at a workplace.
Oh my God, they're
Oh, look,
politicizing the Department of War shit. Oh my God.
Bro, they had him walking around like he was confused and everything too. What the hell?
Dude, this is rough.
This is all D-Vids footage right there.
Yeah, quite a lot of it with some pretty decent editing, but that's got to cost something.
That's enough. That's enough. I can't take anymore. This is like Sesame Street or something like that. They're trying to make war like a joke.
Oh man. Oh my. Is he grabbing his crotch?
Hey, yo, wait a minute. Zoom on what? Let me see this
Zoom
picture.
and
Like,
enhance.
make it larger.
Well, no,
Who
he's
knows
not.
what is
It's
going
a
on
little. It's
here?
close, but not quite.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Man, let's see. Uh. Oh man, and the reposting. Oh my god, these crappy memes, the AI made ones. Man, that one's a good one. Why the hell can't they all be like that?
It's like bipolar. It's like one of the like there will be like one that's like just solid, like decent, like should be going out, and then the next day they put out something that's just unhinged, like the sleep paralysis demon or something like that. It's
Like,
like who's running these accounts?
like they make these great posters here, right? You know, like they make them where it's like, you know, it looks warm, it brings up ideas of like our homeland and the greatness of it, and when, you know, it has a legacy and it's worth protecting, like, which are all great things. And then you go from that to like some sort of psychedelic acid trip, like make them scared shit. It's like, why can't all of them be like this? Honestly, like if this was the propaganda initiative we had, I'd be all for it. Like these posters, like the few that we've seen, like these are great. The other ones though are absolutely stupid and they look cheap and they're cringe. Like I'm not gonna lie, folks. Like straight up, this one's a great one. Why can't all of them be like that? But we're gonna look at look, why in the world we go from this, which looks good, to that, which looks stupid. Like this is just like it's just flat out dumb looking. Why?
America's next manifest destiny. You see that written up at the top.
And where is that manifest destiny? What land is that on?
Well, let me pull up something real quick because let me make sure here. A manifest destiny was a 19th century American ideology that justified the westward expansion of the United States across North America, rooted in the belief that the nation's growth is divinely ordained, inevitable, and obviously just. I think we let that go a long time ago, folks. I don't know why they're putting that in the poster. That's not something that we've generally adhered to in the modern day.
Also, it's like they don't even understand what the hell manifest destiny is. If that, like, they're talking about AI or something up here at the top of it, and like this text you can hardly read. It's like that's not manifest destiny. It's like manifest destiny has to do with land, like taking land. This isn't it.
I think I saw another sleep paralysis demon below this one.
Oh,
Yo,
you did.
there it
You
is.
did.
America's unstoppable. I was trying to tell you that the whole time before you went to sleep. Is America's unstoppable is a strange thing. Get out of my room. Get out of my room. No, I'm not leaving. You gotta understand. It's unstoppable. You can't stop it. America's unstoppable.
Locked in again.
Locked in. You gotta live with it. Locked in. You gotta love it. Locked in and locked out.
May the fourth be with you. Now we're gonna get sued by Disney. Disney of all people. Like it's gonna be Disney. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, he did another one of himself. And that's about it. I'd say though, they just kind of need to work on the classic looking ones rather than these modern ones like this. This looks stupid as hell.
Yeah, I would say.
Man, honestly, man, I'm not gonna lie, folks. This looks like something that, like, I'm just gonna be straight up. It kind of like appeals to like the lowest common denominator, like at least to me, like if people like if that's something that attracts you to the military, I don't really know if those are the people we want in the military because it's like I don't even get what this is really going for here. And also, why the hell does a Revolutionary War soldier have his eyes blacked out like it's a CIA thing? Like, they didn't even have that shit back then. Like, this Revolutionary War soldier used the Men in Black pen to mind wipe King George III. It's like, you know, that's kind of. Anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than JS Goes to Sniper. And thank you very much, good sir, for that $30 support. And we do appreciate that. He said that was so much BS. We volunteer as soldiers and give our lives for the country, not for some morons in a building. We're not killers. We do what must be done for the freedom of the republic. And where's the poster for PTSD? And also, I haven't even served, but I don't really know many veterans. I can name one of them. I know one of them that was a little bit too gung-ho about the whole killing part of it, by the way. But I think he did that to cope with his PTSD. I think that was part of it. But most veterans I'm aware of, if they had to do some killing, they don't really want to talk about it. They're certainly not bragging about it, unless they're like a little bit off, unfortunately, a little bit, which does happen. But, you know, I just don't understand the whole thing about making our force seem like they're killers. It's like they're not killers. It's like they're only doing it in the defense of the country. They're not like going around looking to harm people like on purpose. They're doing it out of defense. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would agree. The U.S. military only kills when it's absolutely necessary. The taking of a life is something that's not trivial. trivial. It's fairly serious even in active war. And while we have to, trivialize it on the show because we watch it every day in the thousands, if not millions over the years, in a governmental level, not at a level like ours, you don't really turn death and killing into something that's extremely trivial and make it just sound like it's a fun little thing to do. It's quite serious and also is something that should always be morally weighed quite heavily as to whether that's necessary or not. Those kinds of propaganda initiatives completely remove that from the equation and make it seem like killing is just for the hell of it, really, more for the fun of it, if anything. And that's something that I'm not a big fan of at all. I believe in always representing the armed forces as a noble service, not a group of bloodthirsty, war-mongering maniacs that just want to go around killing anything that they can find living. It should always be that it's an honorable service for an honorable cause, filled with honorable and noble people, fighting an honorable and noble struggle. That's what should be the representation of the Department of Defense and the military at large, and those kinds of propaganda initiatives certainly aren't doing that. And also it's self-aggrandizing of the president, which the military should never do. The military doesn't have an allegiance to the president. The military has an allegiance to the United States of America through its constitutional framework. The president just happens to be the commander-in-chief at that time during his term, but he's not the person who is just like to be revered and basically worshipped by the armed forces. Certainly not the case. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Remember the Good Times, who put in a 20, and thank you, by the way, for that support. They said, hello from Malaysia, and a few days ago, a Russian got physical with me while I was taking a photo at the Great Wall, and I responded similarly, and he freaked out. And he thought I'm Asian, I'll be scared, but glory to Ukraine.
Dang, that's crazy. You were at the Great Wall in China? It's rather interesting, actually. I've always wanted to go. Like, I would like to go to China and see, like, a lot of their cultural and historic sites, but sadly, because of the Chinese Communist Party and the fact that we're definitely on a list over there, we will never be able to go as long as the Chinese Communists are in charge. So I do have to say, that had to be really cool to see the Great Wall, a really neat thing. And I also got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I would have to say, Slava Ukraini, and a good thing that you stood up for yourself. Don't ever let anyone push you around, especially if they're just doing it out of the blue for no reason. So a huge thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Rebel, who put in a 20. And thank you, by the way, for that support. And we do appreciate that. He said, instead of calling it oil rain, can we start calling it chocolate rain? And you guys are awesome, and take one from the chat.
I actually did call it Chocolate Rain earlier on in the show. I don't know if your super chat had come in yet by that point, but I would honestly be fine with calling it Chocolate Rain. It comes off a little bit easier off of the tongue than Oil Rain, which kind of takes a little bit more tongue gymnastics to say. Chocolate Rain kind of just rolls off of the tongue a little bit easier, at least in my opinion. So I'll start calling it Chocolate Rain, honestly. I think a lot of people would get the point. But a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Gunfox. And thank you, Gunfox, as well for that support. And it's good to see you once again. He said, the Munich Agreement of September 1938 is what the Iran MOU sounds like to me. And Ronald Reagan said it best, if the U.S. continues to accommodate and back down, it will eventually face an ultimatum, and that's surrender. And question from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for support, Gunfox, and I would say that I definitely see it as that as well. Some people in the United States, which is a very small group, do not see it that way. And at this point, I've gotten to the point that, at least as far as I'm concerned, that group that will literally defend any action that's taken, no matter how bad it is, they have such little sense. There's no point in even talking to them or reasoning with them because they're not ever going to see any sense. So there's no point in even engaging in discussion with them. Best to just move them on their way and let them stay in their own little bubble, whatever that be, however crazy that is. But outside of that, though, it does look a lot like the Munich Agreement of 1938. I would say, if anything, it's the worst agreement that I've ever seen the United States make. The U.S. has never made an agreement in any conflict to where we have given significant concessions to an enemy force, an enemy state, and then completely backed out and given them everything that they wanted. We never did that. Some people say, well, we did that in Vietnam. We did not do that in Vietnam. What we did in Vietnam is that we secured a ceasefire between the United States, North Vietnam, and South Vietnam, and that allowed for the successful withdrawal of U.S. forces, which was already being planned in the background. And we used the, I believe it was called, we used Operation Linebacker and a couple of other era operations before that, bombing Hanoi and whatnot, to strong arm the North Vietnamese into accepting that agreement so we could leave. And that worked. And that was the only time I would ever say that we ever even gave a concession to an enemy, because we told them that if they agreed to the ceasefire, we would leave. And that was the agreement. This one says, if you agree to a ceasefire, we're not only going to leave, we're going to abandon basically the whole Middle East. We're going to give you hundreds of billions of dollars and also let you control one of the most important waterways in the world in this current day in history. That is an insanely skewed sort of a peace agreement as the MOU is laid out right now, to where Iran got everything and we got absolutely nothing. We actually lost a lot that we had before, which is a couple of $100 billion, and also the Strait of Hormuz, which was an international waterway. So big thanks to your support. I hope that address that well. And with that, we're on the next one. Also, we'll make sure to get a question from the chat in your honor before we get that next one. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So the question here from the chat is going to go to Wergel, who said, do you think that the deteriorating relations between Ukraine and Poland will influence the Ukrainian offensive?
I don't think so. I think the deteriorating relations with Poland is just with the new president Naroki. It appears that the Polish parliament and the Polish prime minister are still in support of Ukraine. And so while the Polish president might not be a big fan, I think everyone else in Poland will still ensure that support continues. So I don't really think it'll be affecting all too much of anything, and it probably won't be affecting too much as far as that offensive is concerned, a hypothetical one up in Belarus. So a big thanks to you for sponsoring a live chat, Gunfox, and I hope that does address that live chat well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Jenny, once again, who put in a 20. And thank you for that support. I said, dear comrades, do not operate heavy machinery while drinking alcoholic beverages.
And a big thanks to you for support. And I would say I agree with that completely. Don't do anything really when you're inebriated. It's a bad idea. Usually leads to people getting injured or getting yourself injured and killed, which is never a good thing to have to deal with. It's usually pretty messy, pretty bloody stuff.
I think the Russians ignore that quite often. I don't think they adhere to that.
Well, when in Rome. When in Rome, get a sausage they are. But generally, folks, for all of us out here in the Western world, never do anything that has to do with any type of moving machinery, or any machinery for that matter, when you're sauced. Bad idea. You're going to get people hurt and killed. You're probably going to get yourself hurt and killed. I've watched a load, folks, recently of body cams of drunk drivers here in the United States, getting into 100-mile-per-hour crashes and whatnot because they're just drunk out of their minds. It's really crazy how out of control people can get when they get drunk. And I've never really been drunk before. So, I've never dealt with anything like that or blacked out or stuff like that. So, it's really out of my wheelhouse, but it's really crazy to watch how nuts people can get when they get a little bit of a drink in their system. And I generally say, folks, the best thing to do is generally just avoid the stuff altogether. That's what I've done my whole life. I don't smoke, I don't drink, don't do any drugs, don't do any of that stuff. And honestly, life is very enjoyable without any of that, because it allows for your dopamine receptors to find enjoyment in normal things rather than having to get sauced or having to have a smoke or having to do drugs. And it allows you to actually enjoy things on a normal spectrum like a normal, non-affected person would, at least me. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also a big shout out to Crispy, who put in a $20 Crispy support. And we do appreciate you very much, Crispy, for always supporting the channel like usual. And we appreciate you once again for that. And while we're at it, a big shout out to CMB-C6, who put in a 20 as well and said LSA.
And a big thanks to your support, CMB, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And a huge thanks to you and Crispy for y'all's incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ken Shearback, who put in a 20. And Ken said, I came in late 30 minutes, but I got to see that oil tank lid. The best to Enforcer Matt and LSA and take one from the chat.
Oh, you got to go back and watch the start. That was one of the best parts. Like, we were absolutely having a blast. But I got to say, I'm happy to know that you joined us in 30 minutes in. You got a good part of the show, the funny parts. And I hope that you get to watch the whole thing in its entirety, because it is one hell of a story that happened in Moscow. Something else. And I got to say a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and enjoying this channel. A big best to you as well. We're wishing you the best. And we'll make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So the live chat question goes to none other than Bob, who said, "Can the American people ever save face and recover from this blunder in the Middle East?"
I would say yes. I think so, but it's going like, and I'm not saying this in a political way, but this is the only way I see it. It's going to take the U.S. public voting in leadership that's not old, senile, and incompetent. Sadly, like that's just the fact of it. If we keep voting in old, senile, incompetent people like we've had in the last administration and this one, we're going to continue down this path because they don't have any sense left in them. That's why we need to vote in people that actually have some sense and some mental capabilities beyond self-aggrandizing or just existing. And we'll probably see the situation can turn itself around.
Yeah, you know what's really goofy to me is why do people think that we have to pick from the leftovers? Like, why are we picking people that are like already in the system? It's like, why not look outside the system for people that are like new and upcoming and stuff like that? Like, I already see people saying, well, the vice president's ruined his chances to get elected, so now we're gonna move on to Rubio. It's like, why do we have to pick between these people? It's like, what about some new person? It's like, yes, they need to be qualified or at least have a good head on their shoulders and they can learn. That's better than having an old senile person, in my opinion. We can do that and pick a new, fresh person instead of picking from these leftovers that have been around for decades. It's like they've been around for decades and we're in the spot we're in right now. We don't want to pick those people, in my opinion. We want somebody that's new. I mean, where can we go wrong picking somebody new? They can't do a worse job than what's happening now.
And also on top of that, like another thing is that speaking about the other side, I would say, folks, to any of the people that are involved with the current administration that have a government position should not be considered to be running in the election for the next go around. Like, nobody should vote for them. They're either sycophants because they won't stand up for anything and they won't resign on principle on things that we can tell they know is abhorrent in the decisions and actions that are being made, or they're such pushovers that anyone who lobbies for them will be able to control them once they get into office. So these people definitely we don't want. But we also don't want people from the other side, like, say, Newsom, which I would say has a fairly questionable record in his management of the state of California.
I wouldn't be getting into all this. That's getting political.
Well, I mean, like, if you look at the management, though, we can assume the foreign policy really wouldn't be the strong suit.
No. Bad idea. Bad idea.
Well, I mean, we just talked about the whole president's posse. Like, that was one side. I'm trying to be fair here. If I just leave it his side, it's gonna be unfair.
I'm saying pick new people. I'm not like trying to jump to the other side and say this person's good, this person's bad. I'm just saying pick new people. That was my point. The people in power are current, so I was just saying pick new people.
Well, I mean, he's not necessarily, new. Like, he's been around for a minute and has done all he's a celebrity guy, and they're clearly trying to get him on the ticket. And those kinds of people, I don't really think should be on the ticket.
Yeah, well, I'm not advocating for anybody specific though. I'm just saying pick a new person. That's all I'm saying. But let's don't advocate for somebody specifically.
Well, I'm not advocating for anybody specifically. I'm saying the ones that I certainly wouldn't vote for. I mean, you kind of meet me at the pass here to where you don't even know what I'm about to say to try and preempt something.
It seems like a bad idea. Like we shouldn't do this. We should move on.
Well, then why in the world would we even get into saying that Rubio and Vance shouldn't be elected? I mean, you've said those names particularly, and so now I can't say Newsom. Like, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I'm trying to be fair and pick a Democrat so that we're not just picking on Republicans and then people say they're clearly liberals, so I tried to pick one from the left, and now you're saying we can. I'm not really understanding what's going on at this point.
Let's just move on.
All right, so with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one here is going to go to none other than Jenny the Pooh. And thank you very much, Jenny the Pooh, for that $20 support. And he said, Putin Pants and Jenny need to be brought to justice, among other egomaniacal sociopaths. And the people of each of the countries need to take their countries back. And Viva, allegedly.
And I got to thank you so much for supporting all this channel to keep it running. And I'd have to say that sadly, folks like those, usually dictators that are in control of the People's Republic of China or the Russian Federation, they never really get into any sort of trouble for anything that they do. They usually just end up dying kind of peacefully, and then they kind of change history after they die, kind of like with Stalin, really. But I would generally see that that's probably unfortunately what's going to be happening with both of these folks if things keep going the way they are. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a 20 from Lee Mitchell. And thank you very much, Lee, for that $20 support as well. He said, if Russia attacks Ukraine from Belarus, do you think Ukraine would follow through on its threats to attack Belarus, even if Belarus doesn't use its own forces, simply allowing Russia to use their territory?
And I would say that Ukraine would definitely attack Belarus. They've already made that threat pretty clear, and the Ukrainians follow through on their promises or their threats that they make. So I got to say, generally, that they probably would follow through with attacking the territory of Belarus. So a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Roper6, and thank you, Roper, for the 20. And he said, it's amazing how uninformed regular media outlets are about these conflicts, and you guys are as revolutionary as the drones we see every day, and go LSA. And
Hey.
honestly, I would agree with you on that, actually. Regular media outlets, I'll be honest with you, they don't even really cover this stuff. So they don't really have a chance to be informed or uninformed, really, because they just don't cover it as a whole. They're more focused on, tit for tat with the politics these days, because I think they've realized that's something that always sticks around. There will always be political hoopla going on. So that's something they can run 24/7, and it's all about making a buck for them. So that's why they're doing that. The stuff that we're covering right here is not 24/7. It's not constant. It comes and goes in waves, and to them, that's not really a huge moneymaker. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that that's actually pretty true. Like, there really isn't a lot of media companies that cover what we cover because they believe that there isn't going to be the ratings and the market share necessary. Really a market share necessary or large enough to be able to keep up the ratings that they have with politics. So they stick with politics because that's been proven to be a huge ratings boon. And that's actually something you could see quite clearly, not in the news category, but in the talk show category, because a lot of the talk shows back in the mid 2010s found out that leaning heavily into politics on their talk shows exploded the ratings. Nowadays, that actually isn't working anymore. A lot of the talk shows are being canceled because the ratings have now gone to rock bottom because you can only do the same shtick, every day on a talk show for like 10 to 12 years and people not get tired of it. So a lot of the talk shows are actually being canceled as a result of that now. But outside of that, though, a lot of them have just found out that that's the way to keep ratings up, to keep money rolling in, and so that their top priority isn't good news coverage and quality news coverage like we would give here on this channel. It's just to make sure that they talk about whatever is in vogue to keep people on and keep people watching. So big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, a big shout out to Old Warrior Fella who put in a 20. And thank you, Old Warrior, as well. He said that you do realize that video of that hat will be as emblematic of the war as much as the helicopter at the embassy in 75.
And what hat?
I think he meant like the top on the drone or the oil drum.
Yeah. It probably will be, honestly. That's probably going to be a picture they put in history books about the war, because it's probably one of the craziest things that I've ever seen, actually, Old Warrior Fella. And I got to thank you impressively for that support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because folks like you help us to make this thing possible and keep it rolling each and every single day. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $30 support from Game Theory. And thank you very much, Game Theory, for that support. And we do appreciate that. Sadly, though, we can definitely not read those off, but we do appreciate that support nonetheless. And also, I want to clarify something on my end, by the way. In case somebody took my comment earlier as being political, I don't think I saw anybody in the chat say that, but if somebody was thinking it was, I was not saying that Rubio would be a good or a bad pick, by the way. I was simply saying that we should pick somebody new. That was it. So not advocating for or against anybody, just making a generalized statement, just to clarify that in case people were thinking it was political. But anyways, though, Enforcer, what say you?
Well, actually, that's what I was doing, but I was just making sure to do it with the other side, and then you just lost it for some reason.
Let's leave that. I was just making a statement to people criticizing whether or not I was political. I wasn't responding to what you were saying.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like saying, well, I wasn't being political. It's like, well, I wasn't being either. I was just making sure to hit both sides, so it didn't sound like we were just going after the Republicans only. So I was trying to say, yeah, I wouldn't go.
I wasn't going after anybody, though. That's what I'm saying. Though. I wasn't going after. I wasn't saying Rubio was bad or good. I was just saying we should pick somebody new. That was what I was saying. So a fresh candidate. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to add on to. Like, I mean, I was saying I wouldn't go to the other side and just pick someone from over there that's just well known either. I picked someone. I was trying to get to. I would just pick someone fresh across the board, no matter who. And I didn't even get that out, so it kind of left it to where it sounded like I was trying to make a political statement when I was making the same one you made.
Let's just move on. Let's move on.
All right. Well, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 15 from Aussie Chopper, and thank you Aussie as well for the 15. And Aussie said the Russians shooting the lid off the tank reminds me of the Swedish chef from the Muppets flipping and shooting flapjacks, and a brilliant piece of deduction by you enforcers over the past couple of days.
I gotta thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also gotta say, it kind of does remind me of that to an extent for the larger part. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 15 from Poivra, and thank you, Poivra, for the 15 as well. And they said Russia keeps claiming they have the world's best air defense, and who actually does, and what are the best systems?
Generally, most Western countries have the best air defense systems, so you could really look at any country like Germany or Germany with the Iris-T, France with the SAMP-T, or the United States with the Patriot, and those would be about the best air defense systems that we've seen out there at this point. Most of the Axis-made air defense systems, like the HQ-9, the HQ-11, or the S-300 or the S-400, have generally proven to be largely ineffective for the larger part that we've seen. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have an $11 support from Plazath, and thank you, Plazath, as well. And he said, have some Costco chicken on me, enforcers, for my birthday. And also, happy birthday to you, Plazath. I hope you've been having a good one today. June 18th, an interesting time for a birthday, by the way. I must say, summertime birthday. I know somebody with a similar one. But enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for the support, Plazath. And a big thanks to you for the Costco chicken fun on none other than your birthday. And a big happy birthday to you, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from In Hansen, and thank you very much, In Hansen, for that support. And they said, Flash, flying saucer seen in Moscow.
And a big thanks to you for support, in Hansen, and I'll have to say, pretty appropriate one considering what we saw. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
And PYC puts in a 10 and said, what would Russia do if Ukraine did successfully land in Ukraine? And what would a successful Ukrainian landing in Crimea look like? And you guys are doing really good work.
And thank you so much for the kind words. Generally, a landing by the Ukrainians in Crimea isn't going to look like a D-Day invasion or anything like that, where they're physically taking ground. It's more so just going to be special forces being dropped off in larger raiding groups, which we've already seen in the past on some films before, but it was quite a while ago. So it would just look like little ribs coming up to the coastline, dropping off special forces guys with a little bit of equipment and supplies, and then scooting on back off into the night. That's generally what it will look like. So big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Marcel Sidler, who said, did you see the video that showed the failed AA missile that blew the lid off LSA? I think we watched that. Yeah, I think we watched that one 5 or 10 times tonight. Honestly, it was worth it every single time. That was one of the craziest videos I've seen.
It's the craziest video I think anyone's ever seen. Real Muppets-like stuff going on there. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from C146, who said, that flew right into your tank. Never seen that happen before. Rocket into their own tank like that. It was like couldn't avoid it. And it's a quote. Who said that?
I don't even know. It was written like a quote, though. Like, I was sitting there thinking the whole time, I was like, that's a very specific quote. Like, I don't know what that's from. If you can let us know, C146W, I would love to know what the quote is from. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45, and thank you, Con, as well, for that support. And he said, the Russian version of the Wile E. Coyote Acme missile defense system never disappoints. Russia always delivers the most hilarious videos, and glory to Ukraine, and Zelensky has all the cards. You know, that is interesting that we never really see like clown shows like that happening with the Ukrainians. That's just simply unheard of. Like, we just don't get videos like that from the Ukrainians. But you'll see it from the Russian side all the time. That's because they literally do not train their soldiers. Like, at the maximum, they're getting 2 weeks of training. So that's why they're acting like clowns like that, because they literally really have no clue what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really something. It really shows how badly the training is going in Russia. I don't think they have any training at this point for most of their forces. They're just kind of thrown onto the systems and expected to learn on the job. But there's nobody even there to teach them on the job, so they just never learn how to use anything or run anything. And it shows, like, greatly. But the reason why we really don't see that in Ukraine is because Ukraine outside of the conscriptions these days, generally had a contract-only force, and even still, their conscripts go through significant training nonetheless, even being conscripts. And so we don't really see these sorts of insane like clown circuses going on in Ukraine really anywhere. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kevin RM, and thank you, Kevin, as well. He said, speaking of Muppets, I feel like the elite are just old dudes laughing on the balcony or whatever. And love you guys, and take one from the dust chatting.
And we will make sure to take one from the chat. And honestly, it kind of does feel like that quite a lot of the times these days, where there's just a couple of people in charge and they just, like, nothing ever really affects them. And they just get to, decide for better or for worse what happens for everyone else. Usually for worse these days in most parts of the world. And it's a quite annoying thing to look at. But a big thanks to you for support. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So what do we got?
And this one goes to B. Woodward from the live chat. He said, if they have a nuke, wouldn't you expect they have the capacity and ambition to use it? Or otherwise, why would Russia have them?
Generally, they have them for deterrence reasons, so that way someone just doesn't invade them and force them to unconditionally surrender. That's generally the reason most countries in the world have nuclear weapons. But just because someone has nuclear weapons does not mean that they're going to use them offensively. Literally every country on the planet that has them has never used them in an offensive manner. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And before someone brings up Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that was outside of that was the beginning of the nuclear age, or the atomic age, if you want to call it that, for back then during that time, which nobody else had a nuclear weapon yet to set the kind of precedent that we've had for the decades since. So I would say from the decades since the Soviet Union got a nuclear weapon, and then everyone else did that currently has nuclear weapons, we've never seen anyone use them offensively, and that's why I believe that the Russians will not have the propensity to use a nuclear weapon in an offensive manner against Ukraine or really anyone else. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
Technically, if we apply the logic that if someone right now in 2026 uses a nuke against somebody, then that'll give the precedent for everybody else to start using nukes. Technically, what the U.S. did to Japan should have also set the same precedent or that same logic. So it doesn't seem to have done it. Maybe people just needed like a couple of decades to get over the shock of it, and then once people forget how horrific it is, then they'll go back to thinking, oh, we might use it, we might not.
But the thing about that is, though, is that the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was a bit of a benchmark for how destructive they were, and that's why no one ever used them again, is because they realized that one atomic bomb, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki these days is about the size of an average tactical nuclear weapon in yield. They're destructive enough to destroy an entire major city, and that's why they don't use them, is because nuclear weapons nowadays are hundreds of times more destructive per warhead than the Fat Man or the Little Boy used on Japan. And any sort of damage statistics that would come out, which any nuclear force is going to calculate, would show that if they used nuclear weapons like that, it's going to be ultimately destructive. And knowing that everyone in the world has a mutually assured destruction ability, either by their nuclear triad or elsewhere, then that destruction will also be levied on us, which creates the effective deterrent to where nuclear weapons aren't really used. And then also throwing them around willy-nilly increases the risk that two nuclear-armed countries could get into a conflict and just start lobbing nukes at each other, which could end up being ultimately destructive even to the people who are making those decisions, because they'll probably be killed as well.
I think eventually, I think somebody's going to use one again. I think they will in a tactical setting. It'll probably be Russia, if we're being honest here. It'll probably be them because they're getting pushed to the extreme. If there's anybody with a high likelihood of using it, it's going to be Putin. So if Iran gets one, I would say they would be the first to use it if they get one. And at this point, it's hard to tell if they're going to be restrained or not from developing a nuke. It's kind of hard to tell. What's weird is North Korea is actually one of the least likely countries at this point, I would say, would use a nuke at this point in the world. It used to be before the Ukraine war got started, that maybe North Korea was the most likely to use it, but now they're probably the least likely, in my opinion.
I would say China's probably the least likely to use one out of everyone, in my opinion. Because North Korea could use one if they feel threatened enough. China generally has one of the most stringent nuclear doctrines out there in the world. It is quite literally entirely defensive, and the only way that they could justify, according to their own doctrine right now, the use of a nuclear weapon is if the People's Republic of China is going to collapse from an armed invasion. That is the only case that they can use them. In other countries, like for example North Korea, they actually have an offensive nuclear doctrine where they use nuclear weapons in an opening offensive. Russia has a pretty expansive nuclear doctrine these days that would even allow them to nuke a conventional force that poses an existential threat to the state. France has the warning shot. Britain's in a pretty bad stance, a lot like the United States with Russia, to where a nuclear weapon could be used. And India and Pakistan could kill each other any day. I mean, like, just being
Oh
entirely
yeah, I
honest.
forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about Pakistan. That's definitely something that could happen right there. But honestly, like my take is this: whichever country uses a nuclear weapon next, a lot of people think, oh, the world's going to gang up on them. I'm like, I'm not so sure if they're going to do that because you got to think about the psychology behind it. Whichever country ends up using a nuke, is the world really going to go after that country at that point? Because, I mean, they just launched a nuke at somebody. So what holds them back from launching a nuke at the countries coming after them at that point? Whoever launches the nuke next might basically become, largely untouchable to a certain degree. Because if they've crossed that threshold, there's now blood in the water. It's like, who's going into that blood to go deal with it? I'm not sure who's going to do that.
Honestly, that's it. That's how I think of it as well. Because if you start using nukes, everybody else in the world has a justification to use one as well, no matter the situation, and it creates such a dangerous environment at that point that survival is not guaranteed for anybody, and statistically, survival would be very slim in that kind of a world. And I think that's really why we don't see anyone using a nuclear weapon, simply because they possess them. I also saw someone say, if India and Pakistan nuked each other, what would happen? That's actually a pretty good question. Generally, a lot of the exports that they create would cease to exist, but in the larger sense, outside of rare earths and other materials that are mined largely in India and Pakistan, I don't really think there would be that much of a significant impact, even on surrounding countries, because India and Pakistan are surrounded by the Hindu Kush in the Himalayas, which would generally contain most of the radiation that would be created by fallout from ground bursts, because it would travel up to about the altitude of the Himalayas and get stuck in the Himalayas on the subcontinent side. So while a lot of the population in that area would most likely die and cease to exist, it probably wouldn't have that much of a greater impact on the wider world outside of the trade relations with those countries being destroyed. Which is kind of a little bit wild because they basically live in their own nuclear ecosystem. They can conduct mutually assured destruction on each other. And while that would definitely have some impacts on the greater world at large, it wouldn't be as devastating as, say, Russia trying to nuke the United States or Russia trying to nuke NATO and what that would turn into, because that would lead to pretty much the destruction of the entirety of the northern hemisphere. India and Pakistan nuking each other would actually be a fairly contained sort of an outcome, unlike any other nuclear conflict that we could speak of. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Always a Starts. And thank you very much, Always a Starts, for that $50 support right there. A very generous super chat, the second largest one of the night. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And they said, thoughts or opinions on when this Iran deal fails? And also, what does the marmot and the fly think?
You know what? Let me get that marmot. Let me get that marmot here really quickly. Let's get it. Oh, hello there. Hey!
Oh, hello there, Governor. It's a strange thing, they say. Increased lethality. That's what they call it. This chompers at the front, increased lethality, the way it chomps through the wood. It's really a strange thing, but I'm not really sure what to tell you, Marmot. I'm not really sure. You're spoken a great slander against the king. What's the fly I say, eh? What's he got to say down there, if anything?
Aw, man. I'm just sitting here enjoying my 300 Billy. Aw, man. Aw, man. And that's the Marmot and the Fly. I guess. I mean, I don't know. But beyond that, though, I do have to say a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I think that this deal might fail, but knowing the U.S., they're going to try and push it through at this point because the current administration is brainless, and generally we can assume that the worst option to take is going to be the one that they pick. So I think they're still going to try and push this through, but the Iranians might become violent enough that they might actually collapse it nonetheless, or we might end up going back into the ceasefire realm to where the ceasefire is in effect, although they just attacked 50 U.S. bases in the region. We might also see that return. But I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Medieval Mac, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Medieval Mac, for that support. He said, great job tonight, guys.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying our work and saying that it was a great job. We always try our best, and we're happy to know that we have some success. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Daniel Pigon, and thank you, Daniel, as well, for the 10. He said, today's World Cup fact. Canada earned its first ever victory in a World Cup game, totally dominating Qatar 6-0 today. Dominating.
Oh yeah, how's that World Cup going anyways? Let me pull that up here. Oh my goodness. Mexico won over South Korea. Switzerland won over Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Czech Republic and South Africa have a tie. And Canada absolutely rinsed Qatar. I got to tell y'all, folks, geez, Canada's really giving it off to Qatar's been getting a lot of rough breaks these days. They got bombed by Iran, and now they got slammed by Canada. I mean, it's a tough time these days for them. Tomorrow is the U.S. and Australia, and Scotland and Morocco. I wonder how that's going to go. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. Also, I don't know if y'all heard, but the Iranian team actually did compete in the United States, and then they had to go back to Mexico afterwards. And apparently they tied with New Zealand.
Huh. What about Oman? Do they play?
Oh man,
Yeah, do they play?
uh, I'm trying to find out here. Oh man, I would assume they would, but I'm trying to find them. Oh man, oh
Let's
man,
see there.
oh
Does
man.
Oman play in the World Cup? Oh no, they've never qualified for the FIFA World Cup.
Really?
Yeah, it says they never qualified.
Damn, that's tough. Like that's terrible. I think England competed today with or
Man,
oh
Oman came and getting the dough. I guess you can call that a bad Oman.
that's a good one. That was a pretty good one. Man, England beat Croatia 4-2. Colombia beat Uzbekistan. That was expected 3-1. Ghana beat Panama 1-0. Portugal and the Democratic Republic of the Congo tied. That's interesting, actually. I've been seeing, folks, that a lot of people have traveled here to the United States from around the world for the World Cup. I don't know if you've seen those clips, Matthew, and they're like blown away with American culture because they've never visited the United States before.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing some interesting ones. Like people are blown away by like Costco's and stuff because they've never seen a Costco from whatever country they're from. Although I kind of find that weird because there are a lot of Costco's out there, even like internationally. And like it's kind of weird to think that like people are coming from Germany that have never seen a Costco, but apparently they haven't. I guess they just haven't gone to one near them. But that's pretty cool, to see. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for the support, Daniel Pagan, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, don't hate me for my cringy jokes. Don't hate me for them. I try my best. I try my best. I saw a guy go to Oman today to try to get a boat ride through the Strait of Hormuz, and he actually got on the boat and he actually went through it to a little small outclave of people that speak a completely different language than the normal Omani language, in some little area right the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is very beautiful, by the way. I didn't know how beautiful it was, so I saw that video. It's quite beautiful, the Persian Gulf and that whole area. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Justin, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Justin, for that $10 support. And they said, for you guys, dedicated to Ukraine's dedication and success, and cheers from Australia. I think.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support all the way from Australia. And I gotta say, thank you so much for enjoying our dedication and work on this coverage because we always try our best. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Matt Anderson. And thank you, Mr. Anderson. He said, with the advancement of offensive drones capabilities, will we ever see a cost-efficient drone defensive measure? Well, if you're talking about the United States, they got to change the way we procure weapons. They got to change that completely because right now we're paying $100,000 for a bag of bushings, which is unacceptable. I don't care how they try to sell that. Like, oh, well, the bushing had to go through, like the most extensive design process, and we had to put in laser etching into it. I don't care. It shouldn't be $100,000 for a bag of bushings. That's ridiculous. And go take a look at these people's salaries and tell me if that makes sense. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say honestly, like laser-based defense systems and electronic warfare and jammers are probably the most effective thing that we've seen, but they're still prohibitively expensive, like extremely expensive, at least produced here in the United States. So I hope that has addressed it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Crispy, and thank you, Crispy, once again. They said, "Can you give a shout out to my daughter, Gwen?" And I say, shout out to Gwen, by the
Sure.
way. You got the daughter watching too. I'd like to see it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to Gwen. A big hello to you. I hope you've been enjoying the show tonight. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from Joe Hobo, and thank you, Joe Hobo. He said, "Y'all cracking me up tonight. Here's to the Butter Fund."
And a big thanks to you for the support, Joe Hobo. And a big thanks to you for getting a crack out of the show. Hopefully it was a really funny one at the start. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I see someone trying to make the, overspending in the military political in the chat. Let me give you all the facts about that real quick, by the way, because I know some people want to make that political, and I'm sure it will be political. I'm sure the next candidates that come around, they'll be like, this party hasn't checked the fraud in the military. But it's not true. The Pentagon has never passed an audit, like never. It has never passed an audit. They don't know where the money goes. And part of that's intentional, part of it's routing it to black projects, and there's probably also some fishy stuff happening somewhere in there, allegedly. So it's been happening for years and years and years, administration after administration. It's not limited to one person. It's just the huge bureaucracy that is the Pentagon and the military. It's hard to keep up with all of it, and that invites trouble when it's hard to keep up with stuff like that. So it's not limited to one person or one party or one candidate. It's not that at all. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to JSGO Sniper once again. He said, "I swore an oath at Special Forces selection, and our motto is De Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed."
That's very interesting to hear, JSGO Sniper, and I'd have to say that that's one hell of a motto right there, I would have to say. So a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 15 from Max Shabai, and thank you, Max, for that 15. That yen, 1,600 yen. He said that the AI bubble will probably burst by 2028, causing a market crash, extensive bailouts and nationalizations for national security reasons, trillions to the U.S. debt, and worsening the already high cost of living.
I'm not going to lie, I'm seeing a lot of parallels to just kind of be a little bit honest with how AI is running to similar crashes that we're seeing, like the dot-com crash and the whole Enron thing. Like not to say that there's anything illicit going on with it, but I'm just saying that it seems to me like kind of a bubble. And AI is certainly going to be around forever. Like the technology is going to be there for decades now. It's probably going to be with us forever. But I have a feeling that like a lot of the speculation and rapid growth that we've seen in that industry, which is far outpacing any of the real value that it's actually providing, is probably going to end up being detrimental, because most of any industry that rapidly skyrockets in market value and it really doesn't produce any value in turn usually leads to some form of a crash. And that's what I'm thinking that this is going to be leading to at some point here in the future. That's just my take on it. And I don't really know a lot about the actual applications of AI or the use of the technology itself, but that's at least my 2 cents on it. But Matthew, what do you think about it?
I think the one part people aren't thinking about when it comes to a crash in the AI industry is these massive data centers are currently building right now. At the rate technology progresses, those data centers are going to be obsolete in probably the next 15 to 20 years at a minimum. They'll probably be obsolete. So, from a real estate perspective, how do you go about reselling a building of that magnitude? Like, what do you use it for? Who's going to buy it? It's like, you have all these massive data centers everywhere across the country. Eventually, memory is going to get smaller and things are going to progress, they're going to advance, and you won't need these mega sized data centers. Like, for example, way back in the day when computers were young, they had these computers in massive buildings the size of a data center. Then they became as small as a phone that fits in your pocket for the same computing power. Things shrink over time as things get more advanced. So we're going to have these mega buildings scattered everywhere across the country, taking up vast amounts of real estate, and they won't be resellable. That's a huge aspect that people haven't really thought about either.
Yeah, at the same time, though, if they wanted to upgrade the computational space, if anything, that might be a boon to them, because they could just replace all of the hardware that they have in there with the processing power it has, and just replace the whole space with even more computational and processing power, which probably would be needed maybe in the future. And so that would keep the sites viable. Or they could just close off parts of the facility or just leave it partially vacant, because the amount of money that they might be making off the data centers, if they are profitable, would cover the excess space that's being unused in those buildings.
Maybe so, maybe it could be. I'm just not sure. To me, it seems like there's going to be an issue with that. Like, it seems like there will be, because like I'm saying, if memory and things like that start getting smaller and smaller, you won't need buildings the size of 40,000 square feet or whatever these mega data centers are that they're building right now. So I don't know. I think that's a problem of it. Also, like I saw like a report that came out yesterday on one of those AI companies out there. I won't name them just in case I don't have all the details straight, but their financials leaked out, and it looked to me like they didn't make much sense. Now, obviously, I'm not a CPA, so I don't know really what I'm looking at completely, but people that allegedly do know what they're talking about were having a hard time making sense out of it as well. I was like, that's a little bit interesting with that. Really, to me, it seems like the whole like AI industry is like basically the Silicon Valley boom that happened back in the day, where all these like startups were all over the place and stuff like that, and they were doing fintech, all this other stuff, and then a lot of that stuff never really panned out, and then a lot of stuff went bust. That's what AI seems like to me. It seems like a lot of hype with not much substance behind it. AI is a real deal, but the amount of money that's being put behind it doesn't make any sense.
It kind of reminds me, like, I hate to say it again, because also, by the way, when I say this, folks, I'm not trying to say that there's like this whole criminal thing going on here, because this might be brought up with the connotation, but it reminds me of the whole Enron deal. You remember that? Like how Enron was blown up to be a humongous deal. Its market cap went to space. And then overnight, it basically collapsed, like, because there was actually no value to Enron. It was all just speculated.
Yeah, I had heard. I don't really know a whole bunch about Enron. I had heard about generally that there's something up with it, but I never really looked deep into it.
I watched actually a very interesting video about Enron, and it was quite interesting because it was basically just an oil commodities company that started to trade oil kind of like a tech item. And so people would speculate the hell on it, and it blew up the company's value to space, when in reality, basically all of it just really wasn't there. It was just tons of hype. And the company kept growing like astronomically until one day someone said, "Wait a minute, none of this is making any sense." And a couple of whistleblowers came out, and then the whole thing went crashing to the floor. And
Yeah.
something about the rise of AI to me seems very similar to that, at least in how it's getting all of this market hype. It seems very similar to me, because none
Yeah.
of it really makes any sense.
Yeah, and also, it was, something I don't understand today, just as an amateur, because I'm definitely not well versed in the whole investment stuff. Like I generally know how hedge funds work and things like that, like stocks. I have a basic understanding of that stuff, but I'm obviously not an expert in it by any means. I don't proclaim to be either. But one thing I understand today is, why are investors, like for example AI investors, why are these people ignoring like basic financial concepts? Like, for example, valuing a business. Like, for example, even a company that recently went IPO, it's like, how's this company only have a certain amount of revenue and it's being valued at the entire like US defense like manufacturing industry? It's like it's got the same market cap as the entire combined, defense company industry in the United States. It's like, that doesn't even make sense on its face. It's like, the way I understand you're supposed to like, value a company is you take like the company's revenue, their net income, or, I think there's a term out there like EBITDA or something like that. You take one of those metrics and you multiply it by the industry standard, like 4 times multiple, 3 times multiple, or something like that. And you come to the value of the company. How come everybody's throwing that out of the window today? Like everybody's just throwing like logic and like basic financial stuff to the wind. And there's like, if we want to value a company at 1 million times multiple, people will pay it, and they do. It's like, what's up with people doing that? It seems like a huge risk.
It really does. And it's just very weird. Also, I see some people saying, "Yeah, I don't think you know the practical implications of AI," saying that we are wrong and saying that's kind of blowing up in economic value. Well, no, I'm not saying that AI is completely worthless. I mean, it definitely has some sort of a place as a technology and as a system in industry. But the thing about it is, however, is that railroads had their very same start just like this, not to bring it back to the railroads, but railroads were the AI of their day when they were made. It was the first mechanized way to move something over land at a cheap and efficient rate. And when you look at railroads back in the day, there were millions of them that were created in the United States, nearly. Almost all of them went bankrupt because a lot of people would just build them for the hell of it because it was the railroad craze, kind of like AI these days. Oh, we have to build 9 gazillion data centers. There'd be people who would build a railroad from nowhere to nowhere with no cargo or people to transport on it that would just go broke and bankrupt because they just got in on the craze. And if you looked at it back then, a lot of people would say railroads, they're just going everywhere. You got to build one. It's a guaranteed moneymaker. And a lot of them would end up flopping and get absorbed into the bigger railroads that actually made money, or they would just completely be abandoned for the larger part as well. And that's kind of the similar thing going on these days. Like, yeah, sure, it definitely does have some sort of applicable value and it serves some sort of a purpose, but is it as big economically as people are
Oh
making it
yeah.
out to be? I don't think so.
Too much hype to me is a red flag. Like when something has too much hype around it, like it's a little bit too good to be true, that's a huge red flag to me. Like that's something that you should really take a second look at whatever people are hyping up, because usually hype is like it's like a camouflage for a lack of a plan or also a lack of substance. That's usually what hype's all about. Like if someone has to go out there and just like put their all into hyping something up, that means there's not much substance to it on its face. So they're having to replace substance with all this baseless hype. And to me, I'm like, I stay away from stuff like that. I don't really get into it. Like the whole cryptocurrency thing, there's a lot of hype around that. I stay away from cryptocurrency. Now, granted, sometimes there is a diamond in the rough. Some people get wealthy off like a penny stock or something somewhere, but it's like the rare exception, though. It's not everybody. Also see some people saying AI is not a meme coin, but it's the same concept behind it, though. It's overhyping something. AI is a legitimate technology. Like it's not a fake technology. It's just being overhyped. Like, and also that's driving these massive investments that don't make much sense. Like it's creating a bubble, and it's happened several times. That's why we've had financial collapses here in America because people get overhyped on something, or they start doing potentially shady things, like for example with mortgages and stuff like that, and then things start going sideways, and there's a collapse because someone was dishonest along their way, or something was overhyped, and things go sideways.
Oh, a great example of that is the stock market crash in 1929 and the bank collapse that followed. A lot of people don't know this, but back in the 1920s, after World War One, the idea was that the stock market will never crash; it's always going to grow. So go to the bank because the bank will give you a loan at any amount as long as you say that you're buying stocks. Go to the bank and ask them for a loan for like $1,000. Go put it all in stocks, and as the stocks keep rising in value, use that money to go back to the bank and get even more loans to get more stocks. And a lot of y'all can see that that's just a bubble that's going to explode. I mean, we all know that now because that's how it turned out. But back in the day, everybody said, oh, no, stocks are great. Like, in general, it didn't matter what it was. Just buying stocks and having them and putting all of your money into them was a great idea because they were never going to crash. That's what they thought. And that's what a lot of people are thinking about AI right now. It's just going to space. It's never going to stop, so just throw everything at it. That is already leading to a bubble that's going to crash because what happened is that on Black Friday of 1929, the stock market started to dip, and nobody knew why, but people started to freak out because it completely shook the trust that they had for almost a decade at that point, that the stock market literally never dropped even a point, and now it was starting to drop, I think it was a couple of hundred points that day. So everybody started rushing to go sell their stocks however they could, and that's what started the stock market crash in 1929. And so then all of the people that were seeing that their stocks were crashing were having to go and try and figure out how to explain to the bank that they weren't able to pay their loans that they had taken out to get stocks. And so then the banks were freaking out because they're going, all these people just went bankrupt. They have no money because the stocks just crashed. We're not getting back our loan payments. And now a whole bunch of people are hearing that, the bank is not getting money out of their loans. So then a whole bunch of people started to run on the banks, and then the banks went bankrupt and they collapsed. And that's what created the Great Depression as a whole was the stock market crash and then the bank collapse that came from it. And
Yeah.
when you look at that, that's the same kind of hype that's existing around AI right now is the kind of hype and faith that people had in stocks back then.
Yeah, it seems to be the root of every collapse is greed. Like it's greed almost every time. Like, the 2007, 2008, 2009 crash around that time, in the financial crash, what do they call that? The Great Recession is what they technically call that, I believe.
Yeah, the 2008.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They were giving out mortgages to basically anybody, like without properly like backing the mortgages, and they were also giving people money on top of the mortgage, which you're not supposed to do, by the way. And they were doing this all over the place, and it was greed. That's what caused that one. It was pure greed, people doing stupid stuff, people trying to cash in and make a buck quick, and then the whole economy paid the price for it. It seems to happen that way every time. Like the dot-com bubble, it was greed there too. People overselling stuff, making promises they knew they couldn't uphold and stuff like that. Another crash, another greed. It's always greed every single time that people start getting a little bit too money hungry, and then the whole country pays the price for it.
Yeah, I would say so, and I think AI is definitely the case again. So I'd say be leery of it. Like, not like treat it like the plague, but be weary of it because I don't think this whole roses and romanticism period of AI is going to be lasting all that much longer. Maybe a couple of years. Not to say that AI is going to disappear and it's a fad. It's certainly not a fad. It will still stay around. But the economic craze around it, it's not going to be there much longer, in my opinion. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is a $50 super chat from none other than Damian McClay. And thank you very much, Damian, for that very
Hey!
generous support right there. That's actually a 50 euro, and we do appreciate that support. And he said, Slav Ukraine.
And Slovakania, Ram Slava. And a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And the only thing that's not overhyped that has a lot of hype around it is GTA 6. That's the only thing
Oh,
right there. Like that's a fair one right there. I will say this: I'm usually very cheap about things in my personal life, with my finances and stuff like that. I'm usually pretty cheap, pretty frugal. I will shell out the cash for that. I will say I don't know how much it's going to cost. I'm actually kind of a little bit interested to see what they're going to price it at because they know there's so much hype around it. They might put a decent little price tag on it. But I think Xbox games are still about $60 a game though. If it, like normally, I haven't bought an Xbox game in like years, so I guess it's about $60. But I'll be curious to see what they price it at.
I wouldn't touch GTA 6 with a 10-foot barge pole until it's been out for a month and you see how it goes. Because I have a feeling, and this is just my personal opinion, that it's going to come out and it's going to be buggy as shit and broken. Like, that's what I'm thinking it's going to be. Because no game has gone through a development period and this many pushbacks to its release date without it coming out absolutely buggy and broken. That's what I'm thinking.
Also, everybody's saying Xbox games are about $80 now. Damn, they've
Damn!
gone they've gone up. Apparently, I haven't bought an Xbox game in a while, so I guess maybe $80 is a new price. I see some people saying they might
Shit!
price it at 120.
Oh my
Honestly,
god!
120 for GTA 6, that doesn't seem too bad to me. Like, if it's really like if it lives up to the hype, like I could see 120 being a somewhat of a fair price for it. I've heard they spent like an obscene amount of money developing that thing, and I can imagine they probably have. It's taken what over a decade to come out with it or something. It's like who the hell knows how much they spent on it.
Oh my god, dude. Xbox is a ripoff then. Like, if that's how much the games cost, dude, you can get like a game on Steam of like better quality for like $40.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Somebody told me yesterday. They said that Steam is coming out with a little dedicated game console that you can hook into a monitor. That's like a little mini gaming PC. It's like a Steam something, a Steam machine or something like that. But it's not out yet. But somebody in the Discord was showing me that the other day. And I was like, oh, that's pretty good. But I don't know what the price is on it.
Dude, that guy, his name is Gavin. I forgot his last name
Newell,
though. Huh?
Newell or something like that.
It's like, yeah, it's like Gabe Newell or Gavin Newell or something. Bro, that guy is a legitimate legend. Dude, he comes out every single couple of months on Steam, and there's like 70% discounts on every single game. You can get like a $40 game for like $8 if you just wait a couple of months between sales. It's crazy, man. Like, you can get like I have like 200 games in my Steam library, and I buy them all on the sales. And I probably spent at best a couple of $100 to get 200 games, so like a couple of dollars a game. And some of them are huge. I mean, some of them are really high end, nice games like Squad and whatnot. And you can get those on discount. It's great. Like, dude, PC is the way to go. Like, there's no other way. Like, you can work on the PC, you can play on the PC, and you also get Steam. And if you wait for the sales, you can get everything for a couple of bucks. It's great.
Interesting. Yeah, I might have to. If everybody's saying it's a steam engine or something, it's called something like that. But also, I saw someone said they can't really get enough chips for it. I was thinking that, like, that's why I mentioned to someone yesterday. Told me about that in the Discord. I was like, well, I'll be kind of scared to see the price on it because right now RAM is insane. Like RAM cards, they're very expensive. Basically, every computer component, because AI is so prevalent right now, every computer component is in short supply. It's extremely expensive, and it's hard to like make and mass produce a computer product because of that right now. So I don't know what that thing's going to be priced at. If it's reasonable, I might consider it. But if it's something crazy, I'm not going to go crazy spending on something like that overpriced.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one goes to Game Theory, who put in a 15 once again. And thank you very much, Game Theory, for the second support of the night. And we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 10 from Crispy yet again. And a huge shout out to Crispy for that support yet again. And a huge shout out to the Becca Fly for that $5 support as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
A big thanks to each and every one of y'all for the support, because y'all helping this channel to keep running, and we're always greatly appreciative. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $9 support from Game Theory yet again. They said, do you think we're in the modern version of the 1930s Technate? Did you see all the AI billionaires at the G7 with the US officials?
I haven't really been following the G7 that much at all. I mean, I generally been trying to avoid that like the plague. I'm the boss, and I was like, all right, I log out. I haven't really looked at it a great deal, so I'd sadly declare ignorance. But a big thanks to your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 7 from Taxable Gaming, and thank you for that support, by the way, Taxable. They said, I think Israel is the bad actor in this situation. Iran has already gotten so much, and why risk it to gain what else? And Israelis, where they aren't stopping. But I think where you're going wrong with your logic there is you're trying to apply logic to the terrorist regime. That's a common mistake. Iran does not operate in the realm of logic. They do not. So, it would make what your logic makes sense like to a normal person. Like, this deal favors Iran tremendously that the U.S. has agreed to. So why would Iran mess up something too good to be true like that? It's because they're terrorists. That's why. Does it make sense to be a terrorist? No. But Iran, their government operates like that. And that's why they love to push it. They're going to push it to the extreme. That's what they do in their normal mode of operation is push it. And they're going to try to see if they can make the U.S. bend to their will. And I'm pretty confident they're going to do that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, I think I would agree with that as well for the logic part. So a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Whippled F-150. He said, Ukraine has really blown the lid off things.
Are you going to play the noise?
Huh? What noise?
The like noise, like the drum beat thing. That
Oh.
was a punchline. Hey, there we go. Like, hey, it was a little late, but it's still better late than ever. But a big thanks to your support. And I'd have to say, they really kind of did, didn't they? And so a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. That was overstimmied like the hell, bro. I didn't even know what to
Whoops. Whoops. I was trying to close the box and I just ran my mouse across the whole thing. That was actually unintentional. The stupid box wouldn't close on Discord for the soundboard, so I dragged my mouse up top to try to get the thing loose. So then it dragged it across every single sound effect across the board. But anyways, moving on from that though, and moving on to our next one here. This one goes to C146, who puts in a 5 and said, "That's my dad on the highway."
Oh, that's your father. Hey, you need to tell him to be careful out there. It's a dangerous place. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146 once again who said the Stalker remaster footage is dope. Oh?
Stalker? You mean like that old movie made in the Soviet Union? I'll have to take a look at
He's
it.
he's talking about that. Okay.
No, not the Stalkers, man. Like, not this normal Stalkers.
Which Stalker are we talking about?
No, not those. We're talking about the cool Stalkers. Like the ones from the book and everything that they made a movie on in the Soviet Union. And everybody involved in filming that movie died within the next 5 years. Kind of an interesting side note. They filmed the whole thing in an industrial wasteland, and turns out it was toxic as shit, and they all died of cancer, basically. Like, I think a couple of them lived a little bit longer than 5 years, but most of them died. Basically, all the actors did, at least. That's one thing I know for sure. But beyond that, though, I'll have to take a look at that, because if you're talking about Stalker, the movie, I'll have to take a look at that. I've never seen it before, but I've heard it's a very interesting one, and a very interesting piece of Soviet film history as well. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to TGTV Tank Mode, who puts in a 5 and said, prediction, Russia's allies will go to the U.S. to buy double the amount of our energy, oil, and fertilizer if Ukraine keeps us up.
Maybe, but
Can they do that?
I mean, maybe, but we don't really have enough to give, like, for everyone to just come over here and start buying it. We don't really have the production base for that.
But wouldn't sanctions prevent even the sale to Russia?
I mean, like, I think they said allies, so I guess it's like, kind of like third-party intermediaries, like China buys fertilizer from us and then they ship it to Russia, I guess, kind of a deal.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, but the thing is though is that we probably don't even have enough to sell. Like I don't think we have the production capability to handle our fertilizer needs and then theirs. I think actually we import most of our fertilizers from abroad, mostly from the Middle East. So big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jake Ronco, and thank you, Jake, for the support. He said, Enforcers, is it true that the Russians have kept their more elite forces in the rear, and it could be mobilized soon? And thank you for 3 years of news.
No, no. They put their most elite guys in Ukraine all the time, and they have not done well. I mean, if the VDV of the Russian Airborne is not elite, then I don't know who is. I mean, they put the Spetsnaz in Ukraine, they put the VDV in Ukraine. I mean, they put every special forces group they've had in Ukraine, and they've done absolutely nothing. They put elite.
Akhmat.
Yeah, well, man, they're not special. They're special in another way. Like
They're special forces, special.
man, they're like real special. But outside of that, I mean, there's really no special groups that are being held in reserve. They put elite infantry units on the front, like the Black Sea Fleet infantry. They've done terribly. They put everyone up there. There's no elite infantry being held in reserve. If they are, they've already been on the front and they got chopped up, and that's why they're in reserve, is because they're trying to rebuild that unit, or it's no longer combat effective. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much for enjoying the 4.5 years of news that we've been doing here on the show. So huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to Justin, who put in a 5 and said, if it looks like surrender, talks like a surrender, and walks like a surrender, is it a victory?
I would say if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, then it's an effing U-Haul. Some of y'all might get their reference. Man, have you seen that new Penguin Zero video that he made about the whole bricks and minifigs thing going on?
Penguin Zero.
Yeah, Moist Critical.
Oh, you talking about penguins? Or that, yeah, that dude. I know who
Yeah.
you're talking about now. It's like Penguin Zero. I was like, is his name Penguin Zero?
He has a zero at the end of it, so I always call him Penguin Zero or Moist Critical.
Oh,
But he made a video reacting to CoffeeZilla's investigation video on the whole bricks and minifigs scandal thing going on. And man, he said in the video, bro, because like the bricks and minifigs people told CoffeeZilla there was no U-Haul that was at the Salem location. And CoffeeZilla went through all the security camera footage, and he found a security camera that was looking out the windows, and there was literally a U-Haul sitting in the parking lot right in front of the store, which goes against the claim that the company was making. And so,
Allegedly. You know, they're like to sue.
oh yeah, well, allegedly, but that Moist Critical guy said if it looks like a duck, talks like a duck, then it's an effing U-Haul. And I was like, man, that was a pretty good line. Honestly, I was like, you didn't expect that one, but anyways.
I know. I've seen that guy's videos. I know his name is Penguin something. And then they also call him, Moist or something. But I've seen his videos. Like I've watched his videos about that. That also I can't avoid saying the name. It's literally the name of that Trump phone. I've seen that, and also I saw the other dude make a video on it. Apparently, he actually got one. And they were like, honestly, it was a bit of a comedy show, really, like the whole thing with that. To say the
You
least.
saw that
Like
one with like the email deal where it kept going to spam because it looked like a phishing thing.
yeah. The guy was like unboxing the thing. It was like a gold paint or something on the back of it that wasn't
yellow.
quite right. Yeah, it was like
It's
more
like
yellowish
yellow
or
and
something.
orange. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also like there was a whole bunch of stuff. Like the letter that came in the box was like printed off like a inkjet printer or something. It was like it looked like something. I mean, hell, our merch store is more professional looking than that, and I was doing it from the basement of our house back when we were doing that. So I don't understand what was going on with that.
Man, it was wild, man. And then it went from we're gonna build this entirely into the USA to the final title was assembled, final assembly in the USA. It's like that doesn't mean anything. Like it's like if y'all don't know this, folks, you can have everything imported from China like in sub assemblies and have two little sub assemblies that you have to put together in the United States in one little factory where one guy literally puts the two pieces together and spins them to where they click in place, and that gives you the ability to put assembled in the USA on it. Which is interesting, and it's like that's quite interesting right there. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, Justin. And a big thanks to you for supporting up with the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a 5-year-old Hednar, he said, you think Iran would complete the ceasefire and collect all the money in the sanctions relief and then end the deal and not gamble for more?
Oh, well, if they can gamble for more, I mean, the U.S. has basically publicly admitted that they're in a winning position no matter what. So if they gamble, they really have nothing to lose, at least from what we've said publicly to them. So big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Let's have a 5 from Turtle Snack, and thank you, Turtle Snack, as well. He said, first super chat ever, and worth every bit. And thank you, by the way. We do appreciate it.
Hey.
He said, I appreciate the free unbiased news coverage. Keep being awesome, and as always, take it slow and long live the LSA.
And long live Lee Spermy. And thank you so much for your first super chat ever and enjoying the show enough to go out of your way to support it. Nobody has to, but the people who do help this thing to be possible for millions every month. So big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146 who said, that's my uncle on the highway.
Oh, you better be careful out there. But a big thanks to you for your support. We're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Slinger who said, evening, sirs. Taking a trip to Scottsboro, Alabama this weekend. Oh, with that being the case, Sweet Home Alabama, USA, and LSA.
Oh, Scottsboro, up there, up there. This is what Scottsboro looks like. Like this.
I think they have a resort somewhere out here. It's like some just random, really nice resort out in the middle of nowhere. It's like up near Huntsville or something.
Isn't this it? No.
Maybe. No, I don't think so.
There's like it's like a retirement systems Alabama building, I think, if I'm remembering right. It's up here. Yeah, it is somewhere up here, like on this Lake Gunnersville area, but I can't remember really where it is, but it is insanely nice. There's also another one over here near Florence. This one ought to be, here we are. This one right here. This is Renaissance Shoals. And you've got like this really nice hotel up here near Florence. Let me see if I can show you the external view. Because it overlooks a hydroelectric dam. Well, they don't have an external view, weirdly enough. Well, that's kind of the best one we can have. And there's the hydroelectric dam right out there. Really kind of wild. This one wasn't built by the RSA, if I'm not mistaken. So, interesting, though, to say the least. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope you have a fun time up there in Scottsboro. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, Slinger put in another 5 and said, red, white, and blue, and now the USA will get you.
Increased lethality, not tepid legality. But big thanks to you for support. We're on the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Irish Ed, and Irish Ed said, Irish Ed here, and what would happen after Ukraine wins the war? China or the USA make sure the nuke doesn't happen, question mark, in LSA.
But Ukraine would just probably win the war. The Russians probably won't nuke them. At least that's what I'm assuming. So the U.S. and China will probably just passively sit by and watch the whole thing unfold, really. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory. He said, a refugee crisis in Russia?
It's possible. I mean, it's not out of the question. We'll have to see how it goes, though. But there's a definite likelihood that could happen. But a big thanks to you once again. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from C146 who said, Seinfeld reference tonight.
Oh, that must have been my dad was on the highway stuff. Oh, I didn't get that one, sadly, C146. But a big thanks to you for your support. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Jose Arana who said, thank you, Israel, for being the only adult here in LSA. You know, I like to be fair to Israel. I don't want to be unfair. Like, you know, they're clearly defending themselves with the situation in Lebanon right now. But, you know, I'm also at the same time not the biggest fan of Israel, from being totally honest. But I'm not going to be unfair to them, though. Some people dislike Israel, and then they start being unfair. They're like, they don't have a right to defend themselves. It's like, well, just because you don't like them doesn't mean they don't have a right to defend themselves. Like, I don't want to become, you know, irrational like that. But, you know, I don't know. But Enforcer, what say you?
But adult, like, I would actually say probably not. It's just that luckily enough, with them also acting like a child, they kind of are acting like a child in a way that would be beneficial to the greater situation, but I would say that the Israelis haven't really handled themselves in an adult-like manner either. I would really say that no involved party has at this point. Literally nobody. Even the least involved parties like the Gulf state nations, even they have been acting like children throughout most of the conflict in their own way. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to Remember the Good Times, who puts in a 2 and said, promote the anti-lid guy.
The anti-lid guy? Who's the anti-lid guy?
I don't know.
Is that the governor? Oh, but a big thanks to you for support. I actually don't know what that's referencing, but with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Y, who said, Opa, LSA.
Opa! And long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big thanks to you. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from HBO Matt, and thank you, HBO Matt. He said, the Chechen TikTok Brigade had a Moscow Iglis.
You know, when you watch those things perform, it's really shocking that they can shoot down a single aircraft at all with any of those. I don't think they do. And I also think that's why Russian manpads are now at the bottom of the barrel in quality. I've never seen manpads perform that poorly. Like the Stingers we've given Ukraine work exceptionally well. I've never seen anything like that in my life. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joe Hobo yet again. Thank you, Joe, for that 10. He said, keep subscriber only mode in the chat. Make those bots subscribe and get to 1 million and get that gold YouTube play button, LSA.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support, Joe Hobo. And we keep that subscriber only mode on. Basically, it's kind of like a bot protection net. And then if they subscribe and waste the time to wait 5 minutes, and then they chat, and then we get them. But it cuts down on the number of active bots because the barrier to entry is a little bit higher for them. But a big thanks to you for support. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout to Sylph, who put in a 2, and Plazat, who put in a 1, and a huge shout to the both of you for that support. We also have a 2 from Huinta, who said, USA plays tomorrow against Australia. Let's go USA.
I hope that my home country does win. I'm not really watching it a whole lot, to be entirely honest, but I hope the United States wins just for the reason of it. Not anything against Australia. We love our Australian viewers. It's just I got to root for my own home country, But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory. It said, ever thought about a second channel for politics? Well, that would still cause the same problem because if like let's say for example let's say I go on my personal channel, the Enforcer Matt channel, and I start putting out like political videos over there, which that's like my background is politics, like it's political science is my background, so I could talk about that stuff over there. But the problem with it is if I do that, naturally people are going to start associating me with the ideology I'm spouting over there, and then I drag it over here to the Enforcer channel when I come on here to co-host. So that's why we can't do that, because wherever we make a statement publicly, it's going to follow us and haunt us wherever we go. So that's why we don't do that. But Enforcer, what say you?
In short, it's connected to the brand. Once we say anything at all, and that's something that we have to be very careful about. Because we have a whole bunch of nuts come in here and say that we're hard right and hard left and everything else in between, but those people are just nuts. Like, they don't have any sense in their brains, and they they generally are just saying stuff off of the cuff for the hell of it. But the thing is, however, is that we go and make a second political channel, and we go and say, boy, I love the Green Party. I just love the Green Party so much. Or I love the Bull Moose Party. And we just start going off like that, on our opinions and whatnot on another channel. While it's another channel, it's connected to the Enforcer brand. So then it reflects the image and the idea of the whole channel. So then it's hard to say that we have political neutrality when we're basically like blasting through the horn on another channel exactly what we politically believe. So that kind of makes it impossible for us to do that. And I'm generally not a big fan of getting heavily involved in domestic politics. As a matter of fact, I kind of loathe it a great deal. Really, I just care about the foreign policy side of things, and all the other internal domestic politics side of things. It's very easy to sort out. People just don't make it that way. So that's generally my 2 cents on it. I really wouldn't want to get into domestic politics every day, because what do we say? It's like if you try and get involved these days, you have to get involved in like the whole culture war mindset that everybody has, where the right's trying to destroy the left and the left's trying to destroy the right. And you basically live in a fantasy land in modern day domestic politics of like the siege mentality and victim mindset that the other side is brutalizing you and trying to kill you and everything. And it kind of just lives in fantasy, like you can't really talk about things normally politically anymore and get people interested in it, like talking about infrastructure acts that are being passed in Congress, because they don't want to hear about that. They want to hear about how the other side's trying to brutalize them or something,
Well, the last time I kind of dipped my toes in it on here a little bit without like saying one party or another. And I generally was like saying, I think the system's kind of broken. That's what kind of the message I was trying to say. I was like trying to experiment with it on here before, and I instantly got called a commie. And I was like, okay, we got to like steer clear of this definitely, because people jump to like horrible conclusions based on one small statement you'll make, and that's why politics has to be steered clear of. And also, by the way, our goal here on this channel, on the Enforcer channel, is to bring y'all the news, and that's our main goal. So if somebody's a Republican or a Democrat and they're watching our show, it really doesn't matter. They're just here for the news. The moment we start taking a side, or saying we don't like either or, et cetera, then we start alienating half of the audience at that point. So then we start basically destroying our entire news channel, because we lose half of our audience by doing that. So it's half of it's a logical decision, half of it's kind of a business decision.
Yeah, that's really a part of it. Also, a lot of people these days, folks, don't really have like media literacy or understand nuance. Unfortunately, I don't know what has caused that, but if you say something at all, like like I think the best way that this has ever been said before is from the comedian Ricky Gervais, where he was talking about how people react in the modern day to anything. Like you can put up like a post on Facebook and say, "I like pancakes. Pancakes are good," and then someone's going to be in your comment section, "F you, mother effer! What do you have against waffles?" And they like go off on you for no reason. Like it's not that you hate waffles, you just like pancakes, but they're immediately going to assume that you just hate something else, and it puts them in a siege mindset. And also, I saw someone say, "What the hell is a siege mindset?" We're running low on time, but I'll explain a little bit. It's a very important thing in modern domestic politics is this idea that there's a culture war being fought and the other side's trying to destroy you, which puts you into this mindset that you're being besieged from all sides and attacked from all ends. So a lot of Republicans, just to get them first and then we'll get to the Democrats, a lot of Republicans believe that the Democrats are actively working to destroy them as a person and kill them and also destroy their way of life. And then on the other hand, the Democrats believe that when the Republicans get in charge, the Republicans are trying to attack them from all sides, rip apart their utopia that they live in, whatever they describe that to be, and destroy them and their way of life as well. It works the same on both sides. It's just that the points of destruction or the points of contention are viewed at differently from one side or the other. But that's the siege mindset in short these days, which makes domestic politics impossible to touch with a 10-foot barge pole. So with that, I hope we've addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, big shout out to Gisla Menor, who put in a 2 and said, Vodka Special Forces blew the lid off, huh?
Yeah, actually, they did. They blew the lid off with their shitty man pad. Unbelievable, really. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
Really, the real thing is like they technically blew the lid off physically, but they also blew the lid off their lack of air defense too. But our next one here goes to Game Theory, who puts in a 2 and did not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Game Theory, for that $2 support, and we do appreciate that very much. And with that, folks, it is now time to jump into our Morse code coders and our live chat questions. I imagine tonight we'll be grabbing 3 of them. But starting off with our Morse code, we have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffness, Coach Kopotnya, Siren, Brian. They said Morse code said, "Leave it to Russia air defense to defeat the Russian Federation. Truly the champions in LLT LSA."
And it. And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. Y'all actually got the spoiler ahead of everyone else that the Russians blew up the tank. But I got to congratulate y'all greatly in the Least Marine Corps for getting that correct time and time again, because y'all never miss a Morse code message, and it's impressive, really. It truly is. And so a huge shout out to y'all once again. And of course, folks, sadly, due to significant time constraints, we're only going to be able to get this super chat and 3 live chats. And then we're going to be rounding this thing out for the night. That came in just in time. So what do we got?
And we also have a €5 support from the new watchers. And thank you, new watchers, for that support. They said, "Hello, enforcers. Hope you have a great evening. I'm excited to see the rest of the stream now that I woke up. And much love for your only Cypriot viewer."
Hey.
Really? Cyprus? That is what we really genuinely don't have a lot of viewers from Cyprus, actually. So you actually are in a small club of Cyprus viewers of the Enforcer channel. That's actually pretty cool. You are the first viewer from Cyprus I've actually seen in the live chat, actually.
Witnessed with our own eyes. Like, I've never seen a Cypriot in our chat. Really cool, though, and I thank you so much for watching all the way from Cyprus. Really neat to know that you're from there, and a big thanks to you for support and enjoying the show. Hopefully you'll be able to rewind it and watch it, because we're actually about to be getting off air here in literally just a couple of minutes. But still, a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and a big shout out to the folks in the Republic of Cyprus. Really interesting place with a very interesting history. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and we also have a 2 from Anthony Scheibel. Big thanks to you for the support. You didn't throw in a comment, but we are still greatly appreciative of it. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Sing Birdie, who said, "What do you think Putin will do if he feels truly backed into the corner, like actually backed into the corner? And as much as it's awesome to see Ukraine winning, Putin's next move kind of scares me. And what say you?"
I would say that if he truly feels like he's backed into a corner, I just don't think that nuclear weapons are a high chance of being used. Not saying it's completely out of the question, but we've just seen Russia pushed so far at this point, so much farther than I ever believed they'd be pushed. I mean, they're absolutely on the precipice of literal collapse now. That's not even figurative or something that we're saying is coming down the line. It's here. And yet we still haven't seen them do anything absolutely insane. I mean, they fired off an Oreshnik in 2024, and 2.5 years later, they're still firing off Oreshniks with kinetic rounds. So to me, I think if he's pushed into a corner, she's kind of just pushing in a corner, and I think we're going to find out that the whole thing was a bluff. There's still a chance, though, that he might go nuts and might use a nuclear weapon, but I think he knows as well as everyone else that if he did that, that's going to lead to the eventual death of him from nuclear hellfire that would come back at him probably in the next couple of years because of one thing or another leading to a direct nuclear confrontation between Russia and the nuclear elements of Europe or the United States or China. Because the world would be a very dangerous place if they did try and whip out a nuclear weapon on Ukraine and justify the use of it. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan. He said, regarding the Russian attack of a drone facility in France, has there been any word from the French government about the situation?
We haven't really seen a lot of statements from the French government, or any for that matter, about the attack. They might be trying to measure their response and figure out what to say, or they might not be willing to say anything because they can't verify 100% that it was the Russians. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to put in the lucky last questions of the night?
Also, by the way, someone in here is insisting that I've done voiceovers for some video game. I can assure you, I've never been voicing over a video game. I can assure you that. But I might be voicing over maybe the training vids at Langley, according to bots, that is. But jumping into this one right here, our last one of the night. This one's going to go to none other than Airborne, who said, what kind of air defenses does Belarus even have?
Not really a whole lot. I believe they have a couple of Tunguskas, Shilkas, and I think an S-300 or two. But it's not a great deal of them, though, and most of the other air defenses are the very manpads we watched filling around the Kopotnya refinery today. So I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank each and every single one of y'all once again for watching tonight. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to see that so many people have been here watching the show. We had a peak viewership of 20,200 people and a total viewership of 124,000 people before the stream ended. We hope to see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a shorter video, Enforcer Matt will be the one making it. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Hurram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. And a huge shout out to the 125,000 just about people that were here tonight. A lot of people, by the way. And we hope to see you all tomorrow. Who knows what the hell tomorrow's going to bring? It's Friday, and the Iran deal is falling apart. So anything could happen over the weekend. Literally anything. Tomorrow's a holiday, by the way. It's Juneteenth, I think. I didn't even know it was a holiday tomorrow, but apparently it is. So with that, we will see you all tomorrow on the next nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern and midday for that video if there is enough news to cover. And we hope to see you all then as well. But of course, Slava Ukraine, Hurram Slava, get some rest, and good night.